The House will come to order. Woo.
Got it.
Good morning, everyone. This morning, the pledge will be said by Representative Tony Exum from House District 17 in Colorado Springs.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. Pursuant to the Constitution and according to law, I hereby call to order the House of Representatives for the first regular session of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado. Thank you to all our guests who are here today, and everyone may be seated. Our first order of business is some legislative business to take care of. If there's no objection pursuant to House Rule 2, Robin Jones will be elected as Chief Clerk for the time being. Thank you, Robin, for serving. You do us all proud. The Secretary of State's office has delivered the certification of the abstract of votes cast in the general election for all candidates for the Colorado State House of Representatives for the 73rd General Assembly. If there's no objection, the abstract of votes cast for all candidates will not be read at length, as it will be printed in full in the journal. Seeing no objection, we will proceed. The Secretary of State's office has also delivered the certification of the abstract of votes cast for the members of the Colorado State House of Representatives as duly elected by the qualified electors of the state of Colorado. Mr. Gregorio, please read the certification from the Secretary of State of the duly elected representatives.
State of Colorado, Department of State. I, Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State of the State of Colorado, certify that I've canvassed the abstract of votes cast submitted in the state of Colorado and do that to the best of my knowledge and belief, the persons listed on the attached list were duly elected to the office of Colorado State House of Representatives by the qualified electors of the state of Colorado in the November 3rd, 2020 general election. In testimony whereof, I have set my hand and affixed the Great Seal of the state of Colorado at the city of Denver this 16th day of December, 2020. Signed, Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State. State Representative, District 1, Susan Lontine. District 2, Alec Garnett. District 3, Meg Froelich. District 4, Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez. District 5, Alex Valdez. District 6, Stephen Woodrow. District 7, Jennifer Bacon. District 8, Leslie Herod. District 9, Emily Sirota. District 10, Edie Hooten. District 11, Karen McCormick. District 12, Tracy Burnett. District 13, Judy Amabile. District 14, Shane Sandridge. District 15, Dave Williams. District 16, Andres Pico. District 17, Thomas Tony Exum Sr. District 18, Mark Snyder. District 19, Tim Geithner. District 20, Terry Carver. District 21, Mary Bradfield. District 22, Colin Larson. District 23, Chris Kennedy. District 24, Monica Duran. District 25, Lisa A. Cutter. District 26, Dylan Roberts. District 27, Brianna Titone. District 28, Carrie Tipper. District 29, Lindsay N. Doherty. District 30, Daphne Michelson Janae. District 31, Yadira Caraveo. District 32, Adrian Benavides. District 33, Matt Gray. District 34, Kyle Mullica. District 35, Shannon Bird. District 36, Mike Weissman. District 37, Tom Sullivan. District 38, David Ortiz. District 39, Mark Baisley. District 40, Nikita Ricks. District 41, Iman Judah. District 42, Dominique Jackson. District 43, Kevin Van Winkle. District 44, Kim Ransom. District 45, Patrick Neville. District 46, Danae Escar. District 47, Stephanie Luck. District 48, Tanya Van Beaver. District 49, Mike Lynch. District 50, Mary Young. District 51, Hugh McKean. District 52, Kathy Kipp. District 53, Jenny Arndt. District 54, Matt Soper. District 55, Janice Rich. District 56, Rod Bockenfeld. District 57, Perry Will. District 58, Mark Catlin. District 59, Barbara McLaughlin. District 60, Ron Hanks. District 61, Julie McCluskey. District 62, Donald E. Valdez. District 63, Dan Woog. District 64, Richard Holtorf. District 65, Rod Pelton.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that a committee on credentials be appointed.
The question before the House is the appointment of the Committee on Credentials. No, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The motion is passed. Representative Esgar, Chairman, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, and McKean will serve as the Committee on Credentials. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Committee on Credentials please join me in the well?
The House will stand at ease while the Credentials Committee meets. The House will come back to order. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Credentials has met and made its report. I request that the report be read.
Mr. Gregorio will read the report from the Committee on Credentials.
Report of the Committee on Credentials. The Committee on Credentials has made an examination of the certificate from the Secretary of State and finds that the list of representatives elected at the general election held on November 3rd, 2020, as certified by the Secretary of State of the State of Colorado, is a true, complete, and authentic list of all representatives elected at said general election for the term provided by law, and said persons do truly possess the constitutional and statutory qualifications and are entitled to membership in this body as foresaid pursuant to law in such case made and provided.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the adoption of the report of the Committee on Credentials.
The question is the adoption of the report of the Committee on Credentials. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The Credentials Committee report is adopted. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess to await the arrival of Chief Justice Brian Boatwright.
The House will be in recess. The House will come back. The House will come back to order. Chief Sergeant at Arms Judson.
If you'd raise your right hands and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Colorado. And that I will faithfully perform the duties of my office to the best of my knowledge and ability. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief Justice Boatwright. The House will be in recess while the Chief Justice says hellos and then is escorted from the chamber. The House will come back to order. Members, please find your seats. Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Arndt. Bacon. Baisley. Benavidez. Burnett. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Bradfield. Caraveo. Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Darty. Duran. Escar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Jackson. Judah. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Montine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Chacon. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. Garnett.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
With 65 present and 0 excused, there is a quorum. Members, we are going to have a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Nominations are now open for the Speaker of the House. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to nominate my friend and pal from the start of our adventure here at the session. We started together. I nominate Representative Alec Garnett for Speaker of the House of Representatives convening in the 73rd General Assembly.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it is my honor to second the nomination of Alec Garnett for Speaker of the House for the 73rd General Assembly. Alec is a leader, a friend, a mentor to many of us. He has been, always been fair, but he can also be stern if necessary. Some of you might have seen that side as well. But Alec is one of the most respected legislators in the General Assembly. He's respected by both sides of the aisle, by the lobby, by the administration, but more importantly, by the public. Alec is the leader that we need to guide this most diverse House in our history. Please join me in supporting Alec Garnett as our next Speaker of this House.
Are there any further nominations? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, it is my privilege and my honor to nominate Representative Hugh McKean for Speaker of the House.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to second the nomination of Representative Hugh McKean for Speaker of the House.
Are there any further nominations? No further nominations. Representative Holtorf.
Madam Speaker, I also want to second the nomination for Hugh McKean, and I need to ask if I'm out of order in this second. At your privilege,
We have a second for the nomination for Representative McKean. So at this point, are there any further nominations? Seeing none, Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, here in Colorado, the election of our Speaker is a ceremonial ordeal. Speaker-designate Garnett was chosen by the Majority Caucus months ago to lead this body, and has always been the case in Speaker elections in Colorado. Our institutions run on camaraderie, decorum, and mutual respect. These values are upheld and embodied by our speakers, who serve not as leaders of their own caucuses, but as leaders for the body as a whole. We have no Democratic speakers, no Republican speakers, only speakers of the Colorado House. And it's a shame that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are choosing to upend a bipartisan tradition, years and years in the making, for the sake of scoring political points. Of course, the minority will not succeed in blocking the speakership of my good friend Alec Garnett. They will only succeed in doing real, lasting damage to this institution. I know him, as you all do, to be kind and humble, the leader that both sides of the aisle are going to need this session. Someone who is open to hearing good ideas, no matter who brings those ideas to him. Someone who's not afraid to roll up his sleeves and work long hours on behalf of the people of Colorado. Representative Garnett has demonstrated again and again that he is committed to protecting not only our great state, but also this great institution charged with crafting the state's future. Madam Speaker, what we're seeing today is an inexcusable sign of bad faith. I am proud to cast my ballot for Speaker Garnett, and I urge you all to do the same. And with that, I move that nominations be closed.
Seeing no objection, the nominations are closed. At this point, we have 2 nominations, and so there will be a roll call vote. We're going to do a recorded vote. Mr. Gregorio, so how are we doing this? Okay. So Mr. Gregorio will open up the machine, and the nominations, this for Alec Garnett for Speaker, you will push a green button, and for Hugh McKean, you will push a red button. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I understand the process, but I just had a point of clarification I wanted to ask. With all due respect to the Majority Leader's statements, is there going to be allowed an opportunity for a response from the minority as to why we're going in this direction? It just seems only fair to do so.
So you're asking to respond to Majority Leader Escar's comments?
Yes,
Is that what you're asking?
yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason I want to respond to it, because there is, I think, the impugning of our character in the minority. And, you know, I got to tell you, I think our...
So, Representative Williams, all of this is unprecedented. I think Majority Leader Escar spoke for about 2 minutes, and I will give you 2 minutes. But this entire thing is unprecedented. So please, I'm giving you this allowance, but you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate that. I know this is unprecedented, and I assure you that our Minority Leader, Hugh McKean, would have expected me to be the last person to come up here and give a response. We have had our differences, but I just want to respond to this notion that somehow we're breaking faith or that we're doing something that's so abhorrent to this institution. What I find abhorrent is that by merely allowing this body to have a choice, that we could somehow be accused of doing something wrong, that's unthinkable. The Republican Party here, the minority party, has a different vision for the state of Colorado, and it's certainly within our right to make that known and provide that contrast. And I think it's wrong for anyone to suggest that Representative McKean or anyone in this body, especially on my side, is acting in bad faith, especially when we're going to be dealing with certain items that are coming up today that I think really talk and speak to how this body has and this institution has gone downhill. I'll save that for a later time, but the reason I'm going to be supporting Representative McKean for Speaker is because at the very least I have confidence that he will administer the rules as they've been traditionally administered and won't run roughshod over any minority's voice. And so I would encourage everyone here to please vote for Representative McKean, just from the simple fact that I think the majority is doing some things that are really degrading this institution, and we need some change. So I'd ask for the vote, and Representative McKean, I appreciate you standing for election.
The House will proceed with a roll call vote. Again, those members who wish to cast a vote for Representative Garnett, please push your green buttons. And those members wishing to cast a vote for Representative McKean, please push your red buttons. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine. Representatives Burnett, Doherty, McCormick, McLaughlin. Oh, okay. Representative Burnett. Representative Burnett votes for Garnett. Okay. Representative McCormick. McCormick votes for Garnett. McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes for Garnett. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 41 aye votes and 24 no votes, Speaker Garnett has been elected as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 73rd General Assembly. Congratulations, Speaker Garnett. Congratulations, Speaker Garnett. I know Colorado will be in the very best of hands with your leadership. I've worked closely with Speaker Garnett for several years as Speaker and previously as Majority Leader. And his style of leadership comes at a critical time, and because he will always do what's best for this body as a whole and best for Colorado. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. That's our country's motto. It's a noble vision of who we want to be as an entire state, as an entire country. It's an expression that we do not seek to divide as a country, but we seek to unite. There are a lot of people asking right now how we might return to this vision of our country, our state, and our entire humanity. What can we do as our nation? How can we adjust our norms, our practices, our laws to make sure that we are constantly respecting each other and one another, this state, this body, and government, under that vision of out of many, we unite as one? This building and its leaders will play a key role in that discussion over the next several months. And you all have an opportunity to take stock and recommit to building a culture where we respect one another and a society where we honor diversity and inclusivity, but we work not to highlight our differences, but work together. I know more than anyone, Speaker Garnett is the right person to push Colorado forward under a shared vision of working together, uniting, treating each other with camaraderie and respect. He has done that his entire time in the legislature. And when others seek to divide, Speaker Garnett is always seeking to unite, to listen, to do what's best for Colorado, to lift everyone else up, to include everyone, to respect our diversity. And so I'm so honored to call him my friend and to call him the next Speaker of the House. And I'm thrilled that he is going to be the Speaker at this time in our country to highlight what we can do together and do well together and to respect each other, to respect this institution and the processes of this institution. So please join me once again in congratulating Speaker Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. It's a great honor. And Madam Speaker, thank you for your service to the state of Colorado, to this esteemed body, and your long work serving in many different roles, but most recently in Speaker. Those words were very kind and ones that I won't forget. So thank you very much. I hope I can fill the shoes of all of those who came before me in this position, and I look forward to being the Speaker for everybody, not just one side of the aisle. And, it's kind of fun to be the first speaker elected through roll call on the floor of this House. So let's look on the bright side. And I appreciate the confidence of all of the colleagues who voted for me, and for those who didn't, my door is always open. I'm always willing to sit down and talk, and those who know me know that I'm true to my word. We must adopt the organizational resolution setting the temporary joint rules of the House and Senate. So we are still waiting on those, and so maybe, Mr. Minority Leader, we could move forward and just say our few words, and then we can take that off of our agenda. So with that, I think that my words are actually in my red folder that are over. It's funny, this morning I didn't have a desk for the first couple of hours. Thank you very much. Okay, so while we wait to receive those from the Senate, I thought I would say a few words. Minority Leader McKean and I aren't going to go through the same ceremonial speeches that you normally would see on a day like this. We'll save sort of the vision for how we want to guide the state for when we come back on February 16th. But I did want to prepare a few words. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the first regular session of the 73rd General Assembly. This doesn't feel like the opening days that we're used to. There's a lot less pomp and circumstance and a lot more plexiglass and hand sanitizer. Our families and friends are not here to celebrate with us, for the most part, as we kick off our hard work on behalf of our constituents. As much as I know we're eager to get this session started in full, today we meet to take care of our constitutional obligations and only the most pressing matters at hand. Minority Leader McKean and I have agreed that the responsible thing is to postpone the typical long-winded speeches that have come to characterize our opening days. While there will be a time for each of us to outline our party's vision for Colorado and our caucus priorities, going into the new session, today is not that day. I would be remiss, however, if I did not take this opportunity to welcome, congratulate, and celebrate the new members who will be sworn in for the first time today. Every one of you worked hard and earned the seats you sit in today. Every one of you has received the trust and support of your communities, and I know that none of you will take that responsibility lightly. Regardless of your party, I'm proud to call all of you colleagues and peers. I look forward to working with you to build back a stronger Colorado. I know that by the end of this session, I'll be able to call you all friends. Some of my closest friends in this building are those with whom I have the least in common politically. New members, you're beginning your terms in office during a pivotal time in American political history. As if the pandemic and economic recession weren't enough, just last week we all witnessed a violent attempt to subvert our democracy that claimed the lives of 5 Americans, including a U.S. Capitol police officer. As I watched the images of our democratic institutions being desecrated and threatened, I felt many things. I felt rage and horror and sadness. Much more than that, I felt a renowned pride in the work we do in this building. I felt the full weight of responsibility that I have as a public servant and a steward of democracy. As I watched the images, for almost 250 years, our democracy has been protected by Americans of every walk of life, every political persuasion, and every background who share a common belief in the promise of a government by the people, for the people. As lawmakers, we have the privilege to serve our communities, and it truly is a privilege. To craft the future of our beloved state and to ensure the continuity of this great American experiment. Here in Colorado, our legislative body has a long and rich tradition of honoring our democratic principles through cooperation and decorum. We may have our differences, but when we disagree, we do it respectfully. In the House chamber, in our committee rooms, and any time state business is being done, we strive to embody the dignity and camaraderie that Coloradans have come to expect of all of us. This year, with so many hardworking Coloradans struggling to make ends meet, so many small businesses working harder than ever to keep their doors open, and everyone worrying about the health and safety of their loved ones, the stakes are higher than ever. If we are to do right by the people who elected us, we'll have to work harder and more cooperatively. I have no doubt that we'll get the job done. Minority Leader McKean.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well. Sorry, it's my first day.
I think the pause was appropriate.
Sorry, that was a long pause. I didn't plan that.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations. All of you, even those who are here newly, know me. You know that actually the tenor of the majority leader's comments strike to my heart too. But I will tell you this, it is important that, as we say, the minority has a role to play. The majority gets their way, we say, and the minority has their say. And you're going to find that that is actually truth. That there are a lot of times when we stand up and we say, hold on a minute, are we sure we want to do this? Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate your bipartisanship. And honestly, we've seen that over the years. And I call attention to that because that is what is so important in this room. And I call attention to it specifically because the thing we just did to raise our hands and swear an oath to the Constitution is heavy, and it's sacred, and it applies the same way to all of us. There are things in this world that divide us. There are things in this world that make us make a choice one way or the other, and we all kind of want to have the choice. Whether it's this kind of spaghetti or that kind of spaghetti, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat for Speaker, we all want a choice. But the things that bind us are so much stronger. So I was recounting to somebody this morning 2 years ago, and I've had the blessing and the honor to represent the constituents of Loveland, Colorado in this House now for 4 years, going on my 5th year. And it hit me. The very first day I came to the Capitol, I had been to the Secretary of State, and I wanted to kind of see what the Capitol was about, just as a person walking in the door. Where are the bathrooms? And I walked up the grand staircase, and I stopped at the top, and I choked up because I thought, this is a big deal. This is an enormous responsibility and a big deal that you are embarking on. And I got elected, and I came down, but 2 years ago, it hit me harder. I was waiting at the elevator on the first floor, and you know how opening day is. It's busy, and the elevators are going crazy. And Representative Sirota was there with her kids. And they were standing there. They were kind of, let's get up this elevator and let's get going. And I knelt down and I said, your mom is about to do the coolest thing that you have ever seen. Because she is going to go into our office, which is this incredible room. And she is going to raise her right hand and she is going to swear an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of Colorado and the United States of America. And that is an incredibly momentous, amazing thing that she gets to do. I will never, ever forget that moment. Because that's what this is. I don't care if my counterparts belong to a different party. I care that they are here to represent their constituents. I care that we are here to shepherd the state of Colorado through one of the hardest times this state has ever seen. I pledge to all of you that I will work hard at that, and that I will work hard to honor my colleagues across the aisle. And I will also pledge to you that I will hold your feet to the fire and tell you when, hold on, I think there might be a better way to do that. But we do that out of respect, out of love, and genuinely out of a respect for the institution of this legislature. The institution of this legislature is something that will outlive all of us. We have this tiny little moment in time. And what we get to do is put our brand on this little moment in time, but we get to play a part in the span of time that this legislature serves. We serve at the will of the people of Colorado. Congratulations. I am so proud of every single one of you. You all did things that nobody else wants to do. You went and knocked doors. You talked to people you've never met before. You made phone calls. You sent postcards. And you stood up for what you believe. Congratulations. Welcome to the People's House.
Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted SJR 21001, amended as printed in the Senate Journal, January 13, 2021, and transmits herewith.
Introduction of resolution.
SJR 21001 by Senators Finberg, also Representative Eskar, concerning the adoption of the joint rules as the temporary joint rules of the 73rd General Assembly and modifying Joint Rule 44 of the Senate and House of Representatives related to the legislative procedures during a declared disaster emergency.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I like that. Mr. Speaker, I move that SJR 1 be given immediate consideration. SJR 1 is the resolution adopting the temporary joint rules of the 72nd General Assembly as the temporary joint rules of the 73rd General Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here. I have been trying to potentially draft up amendments for this, but given how business is conducted between the Senate and the House, the bill drafters are playing catch-up, so to speak. I mean, there are a few things that I would like to see amended and have a vote on this, and so I would ask for at least, 2 to 5 minutes to see if they've finished up their work so that we can have a proper debate on this resolution.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it could help, and I could get my slide. I can talk a little bit more about what exactly SJR 1 is in the meantime, if you'd like.
Yeah, that sounds great, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, we've learned a lot since the pandemic began in March, and it's clear that Joint Rule 44, which is what we are discussing in Senate Joint Rule 1, has been critical for allowing the legislature to meet safely and get our work done. It makes sense now that we have the experience governing in this type of environment to return to the joint rule, but also update it to reflect what we've learned from the session past. For example, there was some initial confusion around when the disaster declaration officially went into effect, and thus when it actually triggered Joint Rule 44. We're tweaking the rule to make it clear when it actually takes effect. We will also give the Executive Committee the authority to declare when Joint Rule 44 is no longer in effect prior to the governor ending a disaster declaration. Keep in mind, disaster emergencies can stretch for long periods of time, sometimes for purposes of being able to access federal funding and things of that nature, past when there is a need for the flexibility granted under the rule to protect public health. We're also adjusting how legislative days are counted so that the language of the joint rule is more closely to the intent with how we legislate during this type of emergency. The intent of the rule and the guidance of the court's ruling were to give us the flexibility to suspend session when it's deemed unsafe to meet. But the way the rule is currently written, when we operate under JR 44, we are required to count only working days towards the 120-day limit. We could end up in a situation where we have basically normal sessions safety-wise, but can't count the days in a normal schedule. This change will maintain our ability to temporarily adjourn if it's unsafe to meet and not have those intervening days count against our session. We feel this strikes a good balance of giving much-needed flexibility in extenuating circumstances while prevailing abuse of this rule. The Joint Rule 44 also requires the Executive Committee to take a number of actions. We have found this to be overly prescriptive, so we're providing more flexibility to adapt the unique circumstances of each emergency situation. And I will tell you, this is a discussion we had in the Executive Committee yesterday, and we had a lot of great conversations around it, and different ideas were tossed around to amend this SJR 1. And it has been amended, it's my understanding, in the Senate, and we will talk more about that as well as we move forward.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Majority Leader Eskar. And truly, we had a lot of discussion. We also had a discussion in Exec Committee. Oh, my word, I just had a moment. I'm actually realizing this is a little bit like judiciary, and so all the members of the Executive Committee might come down and talk about what we talked about. But we did have a discussion about how Joint Rule 44, which are these special rules of how we will operate under a public health emergency, how they interface with other rules. And so some of those are House rules, and so we need to see the version that came from the Senate and take a look at that because changes were made, and then I think we can proceed. Is that comfortable with you, Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, Minority Leader McKean, I was looking at my phone. Can you restate the question?
You absolutely. I'm
just
finding
being
a
honest.
trend here.
Sorry.
I will prepare written statements and distribute them to you. I was just saying we really do need time to take a look at what came over from the Senate. So can we have a brief recess?
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's how I'd like to proceed is if there's general debate on Joint Rule 44, it would be great if we could have that debate while the amendment clerks are catching up. There were 2 amendments that were adopted in the Senate. If no one wants to debate the actual rule and they just want to debate the amendments, I'm happy to go into recess. So if we can just have general debate now to use our time as efficiently as possible, that would be ideal, but we're not going to move forward until you guys are ready. So Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my comments are contingent upon, obviously I'm unaware of what amendments were made in the Senate. But some of the proposed modifications that are in SJR 21-001, modifications to Joint Rule 44, concern me greatly. On the first page, page 2, the first page that starts the modified rule, we are making, it is proposed that we make a change on when Joint Rule 44 goes into effect. My understanding is that the history of 44 is to respond to circumstances where the legislature is acting in times of emergency, pandemic, some other type of disaster emergency. And this historically has been tied to when the governor takes action. And there's some language changes, but what is most concerning to me is when that time of emergency now would come to an end and we would move back under regular rules. The proposed change in the scheme of things, if the state of emergency is triggered by the governor's action, whether it's a public health order or some other declaration, Historically, that state of emergency has been ended when the governor ends that. This proposed language leaves the door open for extending operations under Joint Rule 44 if the majority of the executive committee agrees that it is to continue. This makes the operation of Joint Rule 44 totally at the discretion of the majority party. And I would certainly welcome any comments by Majority Leader Escar or Speaker Pro Tem Representative Benavides if I am misunderstanding this language. But that is my read. I find that very concerning that by majority rule, even if the governor has terminated the public health order, even if the governor has terminated in all of his other official acts operating under a state of disaster or his emergency authority, that we are going to leave it totally at the discretion and whim of the majority party on the termination of Joint Rule 44 and the special rules that apply to that. So that is of concern. I also, and I do have some additional comments on pages 3 and 4. But what is the theme of all of these changes? And I would suspect there'll be opportunity to delve into this language more as we go through the morning. The theme of all of these changes, which as far as I know, we only saw this language yesterday when it was taken up in executive committee, which in that process step I find unfortunate. Unfortunate. The theme of the other changes moves to majority making decisions under Joint Rule 44 as to a whole range of things. And you'll see those details on page 3, which I will not belabor now. I would hope, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, and I have great respect for you and Majority Leader Escar, that before we make these substantive, serious changes in Joint Rule 44, that we would have had a period of collegial discussion between the two parties, that we would have had an opportunity to think through our joint lived experience this past year with the pandemic, and if adjustments needed to be made in Joint Rule 44, that we would have sat down and worked through those and see if we could have come to some consensus. So, again, I have more specific comments, but I did want to register my concerns with both process and I think the unfortunate change in language moving from a more collegial, cooperative expression of how we operate in emergencies to a process that is much more directed by the decision of the majority party.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Benavides, and then Representative Larson next.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got to get used to that, too. Members, this has been discussed with the Executive Committee, which is representatives of both parties. And a lot of this came together in just the last couple of days. And I think both sides are willing to go through it as need be, because in the Senate, they were able to do that, each section. And I know Representative Carver, who I have the utmost respect for, and we sit in judiciary together and go through these kinds of things all the time. And the whole purpose behind changes to this rule was to provide some flexibility and some clarity and for the executive committee. Because what we found when we went into temporary recess last March, it was real difficult to align this Joint Rule 44 with all of our other rules. So that first part of this rule, A, it clarifies that this takes effect in very narrow circumstance. It's not for all emergencies. It's only for a pandemic where an emergency has been declared. And it doesn't address everything that is addressed in our rules. So it also clarifies that this rule is in effect as well as the House rules and the Senate rules. And if there is a conflict between the two, the joint rule will take precedence. This is important because, again, the joint rule is only activated or utilized through the executive committee, which is representatives of both sides of the aisle and both chambers. So if they reach a majority, then that should take precedence over a House rule or a Senate rule. But what we found between March and May is that both of these, well, all three sets of rules operate. So we want to make it clear that that can operate. And the reason, and I know Representative Carver asked about why should the executive committee be able to end this, and it really is just because this is, unfortunately, a pandemic is a unique emergency that isn't like a flood that might last a month or two. This has lasted almost a year so far, and very well could go to another year. But at some point, we may say, we don't need the executive committee stepping in all the time, that the House and the Senate can operate solely under their rules. It would be rare that they would invoke that, but we want to, again, give them the flexibility. And when you read these changes, please consider that. And if you don't think it provides that flexibility, please suggest some other language that would better provide that. There were some minor amendments done in the Senate, and those are coming over. They're making copies now for people, or you can pull it up online. But they went through it and made a few minor changes. So that's what this is about. It is not a got you on anybody's side. There was a lot of discussion in the executive committee yesterday about this, and there were some of those changes that were incorporated in the amendments in the Senate. So please, you know, we will go through this, but it was never intended for one side to override another side. This truly is, how do we operate in a pandemic, and how do we retain the flexibility to do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and members. Let's please keep the conversations to a minimum as we're all seated as a chamber. I'm going to quickly go to Mr. Minority Leader. Okay, we're going to go Representative Carver, Representative McKean, Representative Larson, and then back to Representative Weissman. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank Representative Weissman as I've been going through the SJR because I misspoke on one piece. And Representative Weissman, who I always appreciate as we go through bills in judiciary, our good eyes help us. We help each other out. If you look at the language on page 2, you see that the proposed change changes 2 points. The rule right now talks about the governor issuing an executive order that the state of Colorado is in a state of disaster emergency. That language, issued an executive order, is being deleted. That is no longer apparently, and again, I invite comment from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle if I am reading this wrong. I am reading it cold based upon this that came out yesterday, as far as I know. But we are changing the start point from the issuance of a public health order or state of emergency, the governor initiating by executive order his emergency authority. That piece is being delayed as the start. And instead, it talks about when we have activated the Colorado Emergency Operations Plan. So, you know, this is where I got to get out my statute book and say, well, what's the meaning of that? What is the end point of that? You can terminate a public health order. The governor can decide to no longer extend the various executive orders that have been issued under his emergency authority and not renew them for another 30 days. But does the Colorado Emergency Operations Plan itself, is that tied to the same official act and termination point? Well, that's pretty important if we're talking about when Joint Rule 44 is in operation. And now my correction, and again, I thank my colleague, Rep. Wiseman. The other change in the language which under the current rule, Joint Rule 44 would terminate when the executive orders terminate, when there's no longer an emergency. This adds authority for the executive committee by majority vote to terminate 44. And the language in the proposed SJR 001 does say whichever occurs first. So that, you know, certainly as we're thinking through scenarios, but colleagues, if I may, and I'm not going to belabor, I think we've got the amendments, we want to get on with it. When we are talking about these institutional rules, would not a better process be a more collegial, cooperative, extended discussion amongst the members and the leadership of both parties in coming to consensus, or at least an attempt to do that? That's what we're asking for. Not language that we've had very little notice of, that we're still processing the implications of. And so that is my ask, is just for a more cooperative, collegial process in looking at whatever modifications might be appropriate to Joint Rule 44 based on our experience during COVID-19. And I thank the Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Terry Carver speaks, when Representative Carver comes up here and speaks, I listen pretty hard. And I appreciate what you said. We did have a conversation in Exec Committee about this yesterday, and Majority Leader Eskar and I, you know, we did agree on some things. We did agree that when we suggest that we can call the legislature back to session, that we need to give enough time for remote legislators to get here. And I call on members of both sides of the aisle that we have people at great length who need to get here to represent their constituents. And so we inserted language, the Senate inserted language to that effect. We also had some concerns, and nothing I say after this moment should be construed as a problem that I have with our chief clerk. But the chief clerk and the clerk of the Senate were given tremendous powers in the former version of Rule 44. They basically could run the show, and we thought maybe that should be in consultation, as it always would be, but called out in the legislation, in consultation with the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate. So first of all, thank you for those, thanks to the Senate for those accommodations for things that we found there. And what I will say, and I appreciate this debate. I appreciate the fact that right honorable colleagues like Representative Weissman come over and tell me, here's something I found too, but we answered it. Here's something I think is good, but we're going to figure it out. This is that debate, actually, as we start to talk about what we do with the rules that govern us. And I meant what I said. The rules that govern us are the bones of the institution that we stand here and serve. The rules are what we have to have so that we can actually do our business. If we didn't have rules, then first of all, you would not have had to come here today to be sworn in. If we didn't have rules, then we would be able to have this debate go on until 2022. But we have rules. We have rules for a very important reason. And so one of the things that you heard from Representative Carver that I would posit is that we have a lot of vagaries. A lot of vagaries in this bill about what we need to do and how we do it. So we had a very specific instance that got fixed, which was if we have to wait as an exec committee until we get a signed disaster order from the governor. Mr. Speaker, could I have some order?
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Hey, members, please, please, please keep your conversations to a minimum. Okay, we're trying to get the rules passed, to get the House in order. Please, if you have conversations, take them off the floor. But more importantly, probably tune in to the debate that's happening at the well. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vagaries that we always worry about, and we all do, all of us, we write bills so that we do not have things that are not spoken to, so that we do not have exceptions that are unintended. The vagaries in this rule are important. Should we have to wait for the governor to send us a written declaration? No, we shouldn't. If the governor declares a disaster emergency, we should be able to act immediately. Why? Because we learned in this pandemic that we need to act quickly. And we need to act quickly so that we protect the members, we protect the public, and we protect our staff. That is actually one of the issues I have in this, and when we get to a discussion of the finer points, we'll get to that, but we need to call out staff. We need to make sure that this rule speaks to that. The other thing that we need to make sure of is that when we have an executive order, as we have now, that contains the language, and if you read them, every single executive order contains the language that says, this disaster order shall remain in effect until the COVID-19 virus is no longer present. Now that is a drafting error downstairs, because we know that there's never going to be a time when this virus is no longer present. But we need to fix that, because if that's in there, then that means that this disaster order could just continue, and then exec committee has to get into the position of second-guessing the executive. Those are important things. But when I get down to the most important piece of this, it is the difference between a shall and a may. The difference between a shall and a may in this rule means everything. Because what it does is it says this rule is only as good as the paper it's written on. If I put a may in here, what I do is I say if we have Republican control of both chambers, then Republicans may do what they want. What we had in this rule before was a call to our constitutional duties. And it was a call to our constitutional duties because it said, you shall reform the work of the legislature to take care of the things that the Constitution says you must do. That is a big deal, because the shall in that says you shall do that. It also said you shall only consider legislation and how you draft that legislation that corresponds with those things. That's a very important thing, because if we have a disaster emergency, it means business does not continue as usual. You shall do those things. And that's why rules matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time. This is why I think we have to have this discussion, and we had part of it in exec committee, and I appreciate the time to have a fullness of this discussion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Larson, Representative Weissman, and then Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you as well.
And as an aside note for later, I hope we can, now that we have a tall speaker, I hope we can make this building a little more tall accommodating at the podium. But
I second that.
anyway, to the bill. So I echo the comments of, but not only Minority Leader McKean, but also Representative Carver. I'm going to be a little more specific in my concerns. And again, this will be ultimately framed as a question. But in reading this, the thing that concerns me in particular is page 3. You have subsection C, and then there are a number of bullet points that follow it underneath. The way that the language used to read was after receiving notification from the governor that the state of Colorado is a declared emergency, the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council referred to this rule as the Executive Committee shall meet and set forth the following in writing. We're now changing that to within a reasonable time after this Joint Rule 44 takes effect, the Executive Committee shall meet and may. And then goes on to subpoint 1. And subpoint 1, frankly, is what is really concerning me, and hopefully I'm just reading this incorrectly. But the language changes take place here. The way it was written under subpoint 1 was laying out what kind of legislation could be considered under a Joint Rule 44, which is expressly supposed to be for extraordinary and emergency circumstance. And it prescribed that this bill had to address particular disaster emergency and the prioritization of pending legislation relating to the state budget. Basically laid pretty strict ground rules for what we could and couldn't do if we're going to meet in an emergency. Had to be at least emergency related or related to the budget and things that sort of have to get passed in order for a normal function of the state. And it's been replaced with language that is extraordinarily broad. Prioritize any legislation that the Executive Committee deems necessary to enact. It's a temporary final adjournment of the regular session. And this should concern all of us. I know that right now, the General Assembly is very clearly, the Democratic control of the State House, the State Senate, and the state governorship. That is the case as someone who's not a member of one of those three. I'm very concerned because essentially what this does is it gives virtually unfeathered authority for the majority to, under executive and under emergency rules, pass anything they like. And I'm not saying that the current leadership as constituted would abuse these rules. I honestly don't think that they would. But these rules aren't made for just this. I mean, in this case, they are made for very specifically for this assembly, but setting this precedent, I think is very troubling. And if we have leadership that wants to abuse it, I mean, this is very easy going forward for any majority to just simply say, we're going to operate under Rule 44. All of the rules and procedures that are in place, that have been in place for the entire duration of this body or for decades prior, can be wiped out with this. And this is ceding an enormous amount of power to essentially the governor, the speaker, the president of the Senate, and then the two other members of the executive committee who, by definition will always be members of the same party that hold the majority in both chambers. So they can pass anything with the agreement of 5 people. We can essentially throw our rules out the window, address any legislation that's deemed necessary by a majority of the executive committee. I hope that that's not what this actually does. And again, admittedly, I'm not a lawyer, so perhaps I am not interpreting that properly. And please correct me if I'm not. But that's extremely concerning. And I think we've all seen, and this has been a common refrain on our side of the aisle, and frankly, I think a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle share these concerns. Over the last 10 months, we have been operating at the whim of the governor. We have laid a lot of the power that is delegated to us as the legislative branch in the state's constitution and abdicated a lot of that to the executive branch because we are operating in an emergency that frankly is not the kind of emergency that was anticipated when we wrote our emergency statutes. When people thought about this, they were thinking of an acute thing like a fire or flood or something that would happen in a specific amount of time that needed to be addressed immediate. We're 10 months into this. We have no idea when this is going to end. We have no idea we don't have benchmarks. Nobody's told us. The governor's never come out and said, hey, we're going to go back to normal order when X, Y, and Z have occurred. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. We have been for the last 10 months. And it's very realistic that we could be for the remainder of this year for the General Assembly. And to rewrite the rules like this that gives so much power and so much authority and totally strips the institution and strips the minority party of any of the rules and procedures that have been in place, that have gone with normal order. I mean, if you go down on the bullets here under Section C, you got one, you're granting authority to increase or decrease the bill limits, the gavel amendment, which is a unique thing to the Colorado Constitution. But we've given in here in this authority, in this bill, the authority for 4 members of the executive committee to change the number of bills we get assigned as legislators. I know that may not be as important on the other side of the aisle, but I need those 5 bills. And again, I'm not saying that this is something that the current leadership would ever dream of abusing, and I don't think that that's the case. But what I'm saying is we are giving an enormous amount of power. And if you read what we could potentially be in for if this goes on for who knows how long, years, we're granting a tremendous amount of power and, frankly, the ability of the majority party to really trample on any kind of ability for the minority to have any bills assigned, to have any control over legislative calendar. I think these are extraordinarily sweeping changes. I think this is, frankly, really dangerous to the institution. And again, if I'm reading this incorrectly and there needs to be clarification and this does not grant the powers that the way I'm reading it does, please correct me. But if that is the case, we need to take this a lot more seriously. This is not a perfunctory day one, press the button, la-di-da. This is fundamentally rewriting the way that this assembly will function going forward, and we need to take that a lot more seriously.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start by making sort of a philosophical point, and then I'm going to respond to a lot of the comments that have been made here by our colleagues from El Paso and Jefferson counties. First of all, I want all members to know that I am a big believer in legislative prerogative, and when I say that, I mean the prerogative of the entire legislature acting in the customary way through a majority vote of all 65 of us here. So when I see a bill or a resolution to vest in a subunit of our legislature, such as the Exec Committee or the Leg Council or the Committee on Legal Services for that matter, which I'm a member, I look at that very closely. Because to me, legislative prerogative means the whole legislature acting by a majority. Doesn't necessarily mean 6 or 10. So I just want that out there. Now, with respect to some of the comments of Rep. Larson, a few things. First of all, I do not believe that the Disaster Act 2433.5 Part 7 is that narrowly written. We are most used to seeing it invoked in the context of flood, fire, tornado, things of that nature, and rightly so. We'd be in a lot worse off place if pandemics like COVID happen as often as those things do in a state like the weather that we have. From Section 702, just to give a few examples of that, purposes are to reduce vulnerability of people and communities to damage, injury, and loss of life resulting from all hazards, including natural catastrophes, catastrophes of human origin, which we might say this virus is. We go further on. There is a defined term, emergency epidemic, means cases of an illness or condition communicable or not caused by bioterrorism, pandemic influenza, novel and highly fatal infectious agents. I think that is talking about COVID to a T, and that law has been on the books, for years. That predates COVID. So I think we are not outside the scope of the Disaster Act here. Now, Rep. Larson, to your points on page 3, I will let the majority leader speak more to intent, but you referred to deleting the first lines of Section C after receiving notification from the governor. To me, that's cleaning up surplus language. We're already in that framework. We're not in this framework at all unless we've satisfied Part A. However many years ago this was first written as a result of a prior, less severe type of pandemic, they restated things in a number of different places in the resolution, is how I read it. There's been a drafting convention that I've seen over years here to just clean up surplus language for the sake of efficiency, readability, comprehensibility, of all of us, legislators and not, who are involved in what goes on down here. So that's how I see that text operating. The next point you made is really important, which is what powers are we giving here? And then I'll come to some of the points that Rep. Carver made. In no way is this resolution vesting in the executive committee, nor could it vest in the executive committee, nor could it vest in the entire legislature, acting by majority or even supermajority vote, the ability to depart from constitutional requirements. We as a body get to make our own rules. We have a lot of latitude that way. That is a power of legislators as old as common law. Article 5, Section 10, I think. However, we are bound by independent constitutional provisions, such as gavel, such as single subject, other ones. In no way can this legislature depart from those provisions. Those bind us regardless of what we do in JR 44 or regardless of what we do in any other rule, and they should. That is bedrock law of representative government. People have seen fit, in some cases going back to statehood, in some cases subsequent to then, to put language into the Constitution to delimit and control what we do. And even in a pandemic, we have to observe that. So in no way does JR 44 vest that kind of power, nor would I vote for it if I thought it did, in the executive committee. How I construe all of that is basically restating what executive committee has been doing for going on a year now, which is guidance. We all get guidance from our respective leadership. We all get guidance from joint leadership. When we came back here in May, all of us had to let go of some bills. Things were PI'd in committee, things were laid over on the calendar, things that maybe were going to be introduced before March 13 or 14 weren't. That happened to all of us and our priorities, and yes, even the issues we were trying to address. That was an adaptation to the circumstances in which we found ourselves, and a lot of that conversation happened through leaders of both parties in executive committee. I think that's what we're talking about here. With mindfulness to time, I'll speak to some of Rep. Carver's points that she was getting to on page 2 earlier. These are also some of the most important parts of this whole text here, of JR 44. When does this spring into action, and when does it end? And your point was what happens when it does. That's also really important. I don't see any change happening in how it comes into effect. And I think the minority leader kind of spoke to this, but I'll restate it because it's important. Over the years here, since I've been around in 17, we've seen drafting try to get rid of basically passive voice and go to active voice. But I don't think in doing that we're changing any meaning. We're actually just trying to provide more clarity. The rule takes effect when the governor, pursuant to the Disaster Act, declares that the state of Colorado is in a disaster emergency. What we saw here is that happened orally, was then followed on by an EO. It's the same thing, we're saying it in a different and I think cleaner way. And to the minority leader's point, sometimes it is moving so quickly as it did in those days in March when there isn't time to reduce it to writing right away. I think that's what's going on there. Last point is even more key. How long does it go? As I read the revised A here on page 2, this whole framework of JR 44 expires when either the underlying disaster declaration terminates, that's the outer bound, or exec committee by majority vote declares that 44 is no longer in effect, comma, whichever occurs first. That's the key language. Whichever of these things happens sooner. It may be, maybe in the course of this pandemic, or God help us in a future one, that even while the disaster is still ongoing, in whatever condition, the executive committee, after consulting with the respective caucuses, sees fit to get back to the usual rules sooner than that. And frankly, I would like our executive committee, acting on behalf of all 100 of us here, to have that option. So I don't think in any way are we talking about exec committee extending 44 past the declaration, quite the opposite. We're talking about it truncating the effect of 44, getting back to the usual rules sooner if possible. So I think that's what's going on there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Weissman. Representative Holtorf, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Weissman. I always appreciate when you come forward, give your legal interpretation. I know you're a study of the law, and I know that you spend a lot of time in that role. And I do appreciate you. And I appreciate what you have to say. But I will tell you, last session I got a lecture about words, shall and may. And I learned that words matter. And words definitely matter in this important time. Now, with respect to rule changes, it is a very serious matter. For those new members out there, and I'm considered a redshirt freshman, as they say in football, you know, you people are lost in the sauce right now. What in the world is going on? Because you're getting advanced calculus in this legislature when you haven't even got through the geometry and the trigonometry class. So for that, I apologize to all the new members, because there is absolutely no way you can comprehend what, unless you have served in a previous legislature or a study of this business, what we're doing. This is tough. I will tell you that what we're doing here must take time. You can't rush through this in a 12 to 24-hour period, I don't believe, practically. Why? Because it has such serious implications on the future of this state, this body, and what the legislation and legislature is allowed to do. Now, as a representative of the people of House District 64, I will tell you that there is a significant clamor for representation by the people. When you say the word executive and executive branch and executive committee, they are not happy with that executive and executive decisions and executive actions and executive orders and executive mandates and executive anything. Because what do you do to those people when we're making decisions at the executive? Including what do we do to us as legislators when those executive decisions are made? You are taking away from the voice and the representation of the Spirit. Excuse me, the representation of the people. And the Spirit and the energy and the vitality that you bring as a legislator to represent them. Now, there is a great debate going on in this country right now in every state. And I'm going to tie this back to this rule change if I am able, and I'll do my best, Mr. Speaker, so please bear with me. We have a situation where legislative authority in many states is undermined and being undermined and continues to be undermined and eroded in small measure or in large measure. Now, I'm going to use a few examples, and I will apologize in advance if I offend anybody. And I will also stand aside and be corrected if I misspeak by my colleagues. But I will tell you, when executive authority is taken and promulgated, and then when budgetary matters present themselves and the JBC is in session, and those budgetary issues are not even offered or passed through the JBC, or the JBC gives away their authority to promulgate and manage those funds for the state, which is their responsibility as the power of the purse, and gives that to the executive with very little discussion or question, we have a problem. You've given away and you've eroded some of your authorities. Now, I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody. I'm talking about larger issues and larger problems. And my frustration as a new legislator representing the people, the tax-paying people that fund all of this, all of us, and everything this state does, mind you, we have an obligation to listen to them and represent them. So, once again, when we go to this rulemaking and we offer more authority to executive anything, you know, we use the word guardrails. Where are those guardrails? Do we give those away? Do we diminish those guardrails as we move forward and enhance Rule 44? Yes, we say we've thought through it. Yes, we say we're trying to improve it. Yes, we've lived through 11 months now of COVID-19. And we want to operate this state in a manner that reacts to that and continues to move forward, which I appreciate and accept. But I will tell you, we have to stop giving away our legislative authority. And all of us in this body need to consider that. You represent your constituents. You represent your people. The people are the most important, not the governor. The governor's not the most important person in this puzzle we call governance. Not the governor's orders, nor the governor's mandates, nor special interests, nor people that are counselors or advisors or viziers that are out there promulgating their interpretation of science or their interpretation of what should happen. When do the people speak? Now, I'm going to give you a specific example. This is really important, so I'm going to ask for your attention. I beg your indulgence because this happened in my district. And it speaks to this rule change, and it speaks to what has happened under the COVID-19 pandemic in this state. Your county commissioners in your counties, and I have 9 counties in House District 64, and your mayors in your municipalities and your cities, and your city councils. They're the front line of defense in governance. Now I'll use counties because we have very small towns where I'm from, and the county governance and the county seat is usually the first place where these things are promulgated, laws and rules and taking care of the constituents in those counties. But under this pandemic, a very strange thing happened, and it ties to this rule. When the order was declared, when the emergency order was declared, and we went through the declaration and the emergency action plans were initiated, based on the way those contingency plans were written, your county commissioners' authority and powers were diminished. Those elected officials, ladies and gentlemen, very much as we are elected officials, because the incident commander now in those counties became the health director. Okay? And CDPHE, working with those regional or county health departments, were put in the lead. And those county commissioners' authority was diminished to some degree. And in this particular rulemaking, I don't know if that doesn't continue. But I argue, ladies and gentlemen, that the people that are elected to represent the people that we are supposed to represent, as our House Speaker so eloquently said, of the people, by the people, and I add for the people, their voices get diminished. Those county commissioners, when they get their hands tied, and their authority at the county level is taken or abrogated by another official, not elected, then the people have a problem. And during this pandemic, many people are very frustrated. The people in my district are very frustrated with their inability to get representation, to have their issues addressed. And I am the horse that's getting the buggy whip in my district. I'm getting that buggy whip because I don't have the answers that they want, nor do I have the authority to deliver the solutions that they seek. So as we move with this change in rules, I beg that we continue to empower the legislature. Do not diminish our authority one more inch to anything executive. Please consider that, because it needs to stop. And I don't think my perceptions are unfounded. I think this is grounded in merit, and these are real concerns. How long will this pandemic go on?
Representative Holtorf, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. So as we move forward, I will tell you the governor should not have unlimited authority, and it should not be in perpetuity. And the legislative body should have the power to amend, change, or withdraw that authority, because that is the will of the people. The people speak. If they've had enough, they've had enough. Let the people speak through this body. Thank you, fellow colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you as well, Representative Sandridge.
First off, I just want to thank some people who rarely get thanked. I want to thank all the taxpayers for paying for everything, for us to be here today and paying for all the spending we're going to be doing this year. I want to look at this discussion at a more of a macro level. Basic rules. I know we're discussing rules and following rules. I think it's a little bit more broad with that. It has to do with changing rules that had a certain intention when they were made, had a certain essence when they were made, a certain purpose when they were made. I think anything associated with emergency rules, that our community expects us to follow those rules. I know we can change rules, but if a certain rule has a certain intention, has a certain name, I think we should respect the intention of a rule, especially if it's an emergency associated with an emergency. We shouldn't broaden the rule to push in maybe legislation that has nothing to do with an emergency. I think what I'm calling on, we're going to be here for 3 days. We're not going to be here in the normality of a session. If we're going to go under a emergency label, we just need to do the basics to keep this state running, then go home Friday afternoon. And we shouldn't come back in February for 3 days and push any type of legislation that doesn't have to do with the most basic needs of our state. We need to decide, are we going to come back and do all the legislation, or are we going to come back under an emergency umbrella? We shouldn't come back under an emergency umbrella and look at topics that aren't an emergency and rush things through. If we're going to look at those bills, we need to come back, take our time, and give the people opportunity to testify on these bills and have time to process these bills. We shouldn't rush things through. So what I'm saying, we really shouldn't have it both ways. We need to respect the emergency umbrella, or we need to come back in our normal fashion. I was talking to somebody earlier this morning about procedures. I said, if I recall, usually committees don't start until about the third week of a session. I'm going to a committee later on today. We're rushing things through. If we're going to do that and rush things through and not let our community process what we're doing, we only need to do the basics to keep this state running. If we feel we need more, let's open things up. I'm ready to come back to work on Monday if you all are. But I think, like I said, I want to look at this as a respecting of the original intent of a rule. And I also want to use some words that were said earlier today in certain speeches. Respect, inclusion of other people's opinions, unity. But when one group goes in and overrides another group, is that unity? Is that representing every corner of this state? So I hope those words will last longer than today and not end right now. This calling of unity, this calling of inclusion of other people's opinions. I hope those weren't just words. I hope there was some type of truth and meaning to those words. I hope that we'll be here to include all the voices of Colorado in certain bills. And with that said, the majority, the ball's in their court right now. How we progress in the future. Because just like a lot of people, I believe 10% of what somebody says and 90% of what they do. So the future will entail the mutual respect will decide the future of the 73rd General Assembly. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Arapahoe County, Representative Weissman. There are a lot of good points and cleared a lot of stuff up for me, so thank you for that. The one thing that I still have concerns about after Representative Weissman coming and speaking is still about subsection C, and particularly about in subsection 1. So that's page 3, lines 11 through 29. And this actually gets to a lot of what my colleague, Representative Sandridge, was talking about, is that this is a fundamental departure from what Joint Rule 44 is supposed to be about. Joint Rule 44 is supposed to be about an emergency declaration. We are supposed to be limiting, if we're operating under Joint Rule 44, we are supposed to be operating in response to an emergency. And what this does is changes and grants the authority, again, to that executive committee to define what the scope of that emergency is, and we can do bills that are not germane to responding to the emergency. And I would argue over the summer we already sort of danced around that. But, you know, that was a very new situation, and, you know, stuff happens. But this would essentially be codifying that should it be the will of the executive committee or the will of a majority of the executive committee that can be from one party, and in this case would be from one party, that we could essentially consider any piece of legislation, whether it be tangentially related to the emergency which we're operating under or not. And I don't think that's a good thing. If we want to have a General Assembly and we want to do bills that are not germane to COVID, we should be operating under normal rules. And I think there are a lot of us that want bills that are not germane. Because, you know, we're elected to do the people's work. There's a lot going on in our state right now that isn't related to COVID. Not as much as there normally is, because COVID has consumed all of our lives and caused untold misery in our business community and amongst our colleagues and our neighbors and our elderly communities. But if we are going to operate under a joint
You have
rule
30
that is-
seconds, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're going to operate under a joint rule that is specifically for an emergency purpose, we should not be granting wide sweeping authority to do things that are not germane to that emergency rule. I don't think that that's unreasonable. I don't think that the majority, frankly, wants that either. We operate better as a body when we have normal order, when we have members of the public able to come in and participate, give their testimony on bills in committee that they're frankly not allowed to do under these extraordinary circumstances. So if we're going to meet under Joint Rule 44, we should be operating in an emergency-oriented way. And if we're not, then we shouldn't be operating under this rule. And I think that this grants too much latitude.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative Beasley. And members, let's please keep it down. Thank you. Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on being elected as our Speaker. Honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Beasley. It's an honor to serve with you.
We're in a state of declared emergency, and the governor is given that power for everyone's sake. When something very significant comes upon us outside of our control, and specifically a health emergency, the emergency declaration authority that the governor is given is to last for a 30-day period. And then if the governor sees at the end of that 30-day period that it makes sense to extend that emergency declaration, then he can extend it. The mistake, I will say again, as I said months ago, or I guess about a month ago, that the mistake made in the original writing of that statute is that it does not give any limits, any guardrails around how many times or for how long that extension can go. Therefore, we end up living in a state of emergency, and even in the governor's declaration of emergency right now, it is stated as Minority Leader McKean had cited earlier in other language, until the COVID pandemic, or while the COVID pandemic is present, which means that the intent would appear that the state of Colorado will be in a state of emergency for long beyond our lifetimes. Forever. Not just for another year or so, but forever. The COVID-19 virus does not go away. Viruses do not just go away. They may sit dormant for a while, but they do not go away. So we are in a state of declared emergency. And Rule 44, Joint Rule 44, addresses this very wisely. It says that if we come together, if we convene as a body, along with the Senate, during a state of emergency, then our focus dang well better be on that state of emergency, because it's a state of emergency. We are in emergency mode. So all of our efforts shall be focused on resolving that emergency. Not debating a gun bill, not debating public option, but that our focus should be on resolving this state of emergency. So one of two things has to give. We are either going to only focus, as Joint Rule 44 says, on the state of emergency, and that's where all of our attentions ought to be directed when it comes to writing and passing bills. Or the governor needs to end the state of emergency. One of the two. Now, when we then say, oh, well, gee, that's too hard, or we enjoy being in the state of emergency, let's just change the rules, that's moving the goalpost in a real unhealthy manner. It just tosses all the wisdom that went into the writing of both the statute that gave the governor his authority and Joint Rule 44 that directs the legislature to focus on the emergency order. By moving the goalpost, by changing shall to may, we stop taking this emergency declaration seriously. It's not really an emergency. It's just a new government that we have to live under. Well, let me tell you, my constituents are pretty fed up with living under a constitution displacement that they did not get born into, that they did not sign up for, and that should have lasted at max 60 days before the governor were to come to this body and ask for permission to move forward. So with that sentiment, Mr. Speaker, I move SJR 001L.005 amendment, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Beasley. That was properly moved, and we'll wait for it to be properly displayed. It is an honor, Representative Beasley, to move the First Amendment of the 73rd General Assembly, and we're just firing up the machine.
We have a lot of firsts today, huh?
Sure did. It has been properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Boy, my first, hope there's some grace in that. 'Cause
No problem.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker, and I thought real hard about it and still did it wrong. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this would do would be to change the condition under which the public must live, because the effect of the emergency declaration is such that we shut down restaurants and so on. All of the impact to us civilly that we all suffer under now. But if we're going to have a Rule 44 that now no longer addresses specifically just the emergency to address only the emergency situation, then this would change the condition to where when the public is no longer required to take extraordinary measures such as shutting down restaurants, etc. And so that is the concept here, and I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment to soften the effect of the new joint resolution being proposed.
Is there any further discussion to L005? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just make sure I understand. So we decrease emergency level at the legislature. He's not even listening. At the legislature, when we decrease these, I guess, regulations, these restrictions on the community. What I don't understand is does that have to do with county restrictions? Because different counties have different restrictions due to the severity of COVID within that area. Can I get some clarity on that? What's the base that we're judging it off of? Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This actually came out of a discussion we had in exec committee about how we end operation under Joint Rule 44. How do we know? So it's either that the governor gets to rescind the declaration of an emergency, or the exec committee has the ability to rescind Joint Rule 44. How do you know? And that's what I asked. And so the problem is that this pandemic has taught us a lot of things, but one is that conditions are always changing. And so if you can't peg this to the number of hospitalizations, the percent of open hospital beds, or a different, apparently an arbitrary color-coded dial, then this would allow us to change, to rescind Rule 44, operations under Joint Rule 44, when the public is no longer being asked to take extraordinary measures. That covers a wide span of different kinds of contagions, different kinds of emergencies, nuclear emergencies, virtually anything, large fires. It covers everything. As long as you are no longer having to take extraordinary measures, then your legislature should be operating normally.
Is there any further discussion on L005? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L005? Seeing none, is there an objection to a voice vote? Yes. Seeing objection to the voice vote, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote on L005 to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Hooton, Representative Mullica, Representative Ricks. Representative Hooton will be excused. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, L005 is lost. Back to the debate of Senate Joint Resolution 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing Representative Williams. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Cowan was next. Representative Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you as well, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. I'm down here right now to ask a simple question. Is it possible that we can pass the rules and set this one aside and come back when we have time to talk about the future of Colorado. This is something that we should be talking about for the end of this pandemic, for the end of this emergency, rather than opening the door on a longer-term future. Because it seems to me, the way it's written, we give the opportunity to continue to put this forward, to extend it at the decision of people on an executive committee. I think that decision of how we're going to go about the future makes more sense if more of us have some input into that. You've heard this morning that there was very little time to look at this. There was very little time to take a look at it, to make some decisions. And I agree, there was very little time. Maybe it makes more sense to take some time, to have some more input into this great state than to simply make a quick decision and run out into the future and not be positive of what it will accomplish or what we will end up with. I'm not saying I don't trust. I'm not saying that I don't trust the executive committee or the people who sat on it. I have a lot of respect for them. But I know that there are times when more time can give us a better idea of what we can craft for the future of a place that every one of us is incredibly proud of. We were sent here by the people at home to do our very best. And I think maybe we should take some time and give it our very best. We've never been in times like this before. You and I know that. There are people on both sides of every argument raising their arms in the air and swearing that we will go off the rails. We'll never be the same state. And that could be true. But calmer minds and calmer spirits always make better decisions. And I would encourage us to take more time and to be a calmer mind and a calmer spirit to try and help the future of the state of Colorado and the future of this institution. That's been spoken a number this morning about the institution. And I want you to know that I have the greatest faith in this institution. I've never had a more important job in my life than to be sent to Denver to represent the people of the 58th District. And after I got here, I realized it wasn't just the 58th District. It's the state of Colorado. And it's the General Assembly. And it's the government of the state of Colorado that we all grew up with or we moved into. I think today would be a good time for us to take that calmer approach and see if there isn't some way that we could all come and have the time to make these kind of decisions. Regardless if some of you think this is funny or not, it's not. I don't think there's anything more important than us talking about the future of the legislature here in Colorado and how we govern the state of Colorado. I'm asking you to give this some thought. I'm not skilled enough in the rules of the House and the rules of all the things that go on. But this is a simple ask from a simple person. Can we take some time and see if we can craft the right way forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Catlin. It's always an honor to serve with you. I hear what you're saying, and please be assured that we must get this work done. We have to stand up our joint rules. We have to stand up our House rules in order to move forward with the work that the people of Colorado need us to complete right now. keep in mind, we're not taking a break because it sounds fun. We're taking a break because it is not safe for all of us to be here together at this time. We need to continue to talk about this. I agree with you. Take time. I think we've been debating this for at least over an hour now. I know there's several more amendments still to come. Lots of conversation and debate still to have. You all have the newest copy of the bill, of the resolution that came over from the Senate. Spend time now going through it. Ask your questions. No, it's not ideal, but we're not living in an ideal world. We're not living in a regular legislative time. But please rest assured, we can't just come back later. We have to get the joint we have to get the joint rules up. We have to get the House rules stood up so we continue on, do the work of the people, and get out of here in a quick manner to make sure that everybody, not just us, our nonpartisan staff who has to be here because we're here, get out of this building and return back to whatever safe measures they've been taking before. So yes, I hear you completely. I understand your concerns. This was discussed thoroughly in executive committee yesterday. You had a member of your team there to be your voice as well, and he did. He voiced many concerns, and some of that resulted into what you already seen amended into this bill, into this resolution, sorry. So we will continue the dialogue. We will continue discussing amendments. We'll do what we do, but rest assured we must get this done, and we must get it done today so we can get the rest of the work that we have to accomplish in the next 3 days done in a timely manner.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Representative Williams. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have 2 points that brings me up here. The first one is that I guess I'm a little confused. So the draft that I was first given, it says unrevised, unedited redraft dated January 11th, and it's called a House Joint Resolution, but there's no sponsorship on it. It says none and none under the House sponsorship and under the Senate sponsorship. So it's my understanding that this is the version that the executive committee debated yesterday. And so my question, I guess, is for Representative Esgar, the majority leader. Is this the version that's dated January 11th and it's drafted as a House Joint Resolution? I'm just confused about the revolution or the way in which this came about. How was it started and how we got to a Senate Joint Resolution? I'm still trying to come up to speed why there was no sponsorship signed. And then January 11th, it's a tight timeline. And then I have another point that I'd like to make. So I'll come back up after the majority leaders had an opportunity to respond.
Madam Majority Leader.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. The sponsorship was decided yesterday in executive committee. The draft that we had in executive committee was the draft that you spoke of. Those are the conversations we had, and it was determined yesterday in executive committee that this would start in the Senate. And so then Senate Majority Leader and Senate Minority Leader went together and worked on the amendments that you now see in here, brought exactly from the executive committee. That's how this draft came to be, or that's how this is where we are now. Sorry, I was talking to one of your members, and I heard half your question.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, Madam Majority Leader. And so I guess the other point that I would make is that, in my opinion, I mean, the first time I saw a draft as a member of this body was the 11th. I believe it was in the evening. I'm not even exactly sure. Some of these days have actually rolled together quite quickly. And so then the next question that I have is the amount of time that the executive committee actually had to, I guess, discuss this prior to the committee. I mean, it's a draft. You know, the drafts get kicked around. I'm not sure the extent that the minority was brought into the conversation. And then to put a finer point, I think, on what Representative Catlin was suggesting is we know that we're going to be here for 3 days, right? We all got an email last night, information for the next 3 days in the evening. So we know we're going to be here for the next 3 days. So I think the point that Representative Catlin makes is a good point. We can adopt the rules as they currently are. We already have a 44 that's in there, so it's not like this doesn't exist. We already have a version of the rule. Let's go ahead and adopt the rules that we have now, and then after Friday, when we're through with these first 3 days, and we think the understanding is we're not coming back until about February 16th, take that time to get this Senate Joint Resolution 1 correct. We've got the time. I hear that the majority is saying we must. We already have a 44. We operated underneath it last session, the 72nd General Assembly. I mean, unless there is an issue as to why we should not have been operating in the way in which we were operating under 44 then, or under the rules then, or those sorts of things, then I think it makes sense to let's bring the minority into the conversation. Rather than just leaving this solely to the executive committee to kind of debate and that sort of a thing, we've got the time. We've got, I got to look at my calendar to see what date Saturday is. So today's the 13th, 14th, 15th. We'll have from the 16th of this month until the 15th, when we're, the 16th of February is when we're supposed to come back, to have a robust discussion where we can get the buy-in to get this right. I think Representative Catlin makes a very fair point. So the idea that we must do this, well then yes, let's go ahead and adopt the rules that we already have, that we all worked under during the 72nd General Assembly. We'll have rules in place. We can go operate these next 3 days. And then we can come back on the 16th of February and we can take up this debate. But I mean, the amendments from the Senate were just put on. It was just engrossed. I was asking at the desk, hey, I haven't even seen the amendments yet. It takes a while for this to come up to onto the website. We're getting, papers printed and handed out. It's incredibly rushed. I think it is appropriate to go ahead and take the time that we know we're going to have before us. Like I said, we're going to break on the 16th of this month. And we'll have the opportunity for both the minority and the majority to have a discussion on this. But I think if we're not prepared to do that, I don't know, I'm just uncomfortable with the speed at which this is going through, knowing that we have an opportunity to take a knee, to steal a military term, to take the knee necessary in order to do this right. I think Representative Catlin's recommendation is great. And so that's the point I'd like to make, is that I think we have time. And we can certainly adopt rules that are necessary so that we can govern the next 3 days as a body, and then we can take the time that we need. So that would be my request. And Representative Catlin, I appreciate you making that point.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my objection to this resolution has to deal with not only process and product. And so in a few minutes, I'll be offering up an amendment to try and make this a little bit more reasonable. But before I get to that, I do want to speak to some of the things that I noticed within the resolution and the change specifically for Rule 44. If all of you have your rule books, which I think you do, it's on your desk, it's that blue book there, and this starts on page 136. Rule 44 outlines, obviously, our procedures on how we deal with declared disaster emergencies. And if you read it, you quickly discover what our predecessors put in place in their thought process. Specifically, I want to call attention to the fact that, and this is something we didn't really do in the 72nd General Assembly, which leads to a whole host of questions that we can talk about later. But I want to point out the simple fact that the Executive Committee should have prioritized bills formally. And there's a reason that we do that. We prioritize those bills because we're in a declared disaster emergency. So in other words, we're doing things that we absolutely have to do, not things that we would normally want to do if we were under regular order. And so that forces the majority to narrow its policy agenda. That's under the normal rules. Under this proposed rule, it actually allows for the majority to broaden and keep their policy agenda broad. The problem with that, members, is that Rule 44 also provides flexibility to the majority that they otherwise would not enjoy, such as not counting calendar days consecutively. The reason that flexibility is in Rule 44 is so that we do business that is absolutely necessary for our state to function. But if you read any news publication out there, you're already seeing bills that are going to be offered up that have nothing to do with COVID-19 or the state's response to it. So, in other words, what I see this rule change as is nothing more than a power grab. It's the majority's ability to have its cake and eat it too.
and that's wrong. But there's another change in here. It talks about committees. Under the normal rules of 44, the committees of reference are kind of put to the side, and then new committees are stood up that deal specifically with the emergency that we're dealing with. But yet we're not doing that. We didn't do it in the 72nd General Assembly, and with this rule change here, we're changing that shall to may. And I will submit to you that it's things like this that cause problems between both parties. It's this type of activity that really erodes the institutional norms and the regular order that we've grown accustomed to. The majority is doing this rule change in a way that I think goes against the stated goals from the speeches that we heard earlier today. We're supposed to be working in a bipartisan way. That's what everyone claims they want to do. But when it comes to these rules, we really don't see that. You know, I think it's fair to say that my leadership really didn't have a firm understanding of what was going to happen until pretty much yesterday. And I can tell you that that's certainly the case for most of our caucus. I mean, I didn't really see these changes until pretty much mid-executive committee. And so I read through it, I listened to the executive committee hearing, and, you know, I started to craft, you know, some of the things that I thought were wrong about it. So, I mean, that's a bit of the process. But I want to reiterate this point. Right now, the majority has the luxury, has the power, has the numbers to change these rules. The question isn't whether or not you can do it, but whether or not you should. And I pose that question because majorities come and go. And I want to ask this simple question, especially in light of the fact that we are going to have redistricting, that the landscape of Colorado is potentially going to change, and that majorities could very well change hands, maybe 2-4 years down the road. Do you really want to change the rules to empower a Republican majority to do what is about to happen now? It's a legitimate question. I guarantee you that if we were in the majority and we were proposing these rule changes, there would be 10 of you in the well raising Cain. And rightfully so, because these rules should be changed in a deliberative, thoughtful way to ensure that regular order and our norms are upheld. And that's not happening with Rule 44. The minority has rights. And you are going to run into a situation down the road where you're going to regret having done this. And maybe not you personally, but there is going to come a day where this kind of stuff is going to come back and boomerang onto you. And I will submit to you that this tit-for-tat political game that is being played right now is not good for our institution. At a time when we need to calm tensions, at a time when we need to be sober-minded, this is anything but. Rule 44 being amended in this way is nothing more than an attempt by the majority to add more convenience and flexibility to a broad policy agenda that they want to pursue, even though we really should be focusing on the declared disaster emergency and only doing the absolute necessities that the people demand us to do. We need more checks and balances, not less. And what this does is it eliminates necessary checks and balances, which is one of the reasons why I oppose the change. But there's another issue I have with Rule 44, and that specifically has to deal with Rule 44G. This is something that is unconstitutional. We just swore an oath. We just swore an oath to protect and defend and uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Colorado. And I'll go ahead and offer this amendment and then get into the policy debate. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. L001 has been properly moved and properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this simply would do is it would eliminate the ability for this legislature to count our calendar days non-consecutively. I know this was discussed during the interrogatories, and that was a 4-3 decision. And I know there's some debate on this, but I truly feel that we need to look at this as a body. Right now, under these rules, even under the prior rules, they allow for us not to count calendar days consecutively, which doesn't make any sense because everyone understands that calendar days mean consecutively. And I would point to the fact that this legislature, and you could see this in the dissenting opinion in the interrogatories, this legislature has passed state statutes which don't define calendar days because it's not ambiguous. It's not vague. And so we have this double-mindedness going on in the legislature when it doesn't need to be. And I submit to you that this inconsistent, hypocritical process is born out of the need to have convenience for the majority's will. The voters in 1988 passed an amendment that said you shall only meet for 120 days, starting, I think, the second week at the latest on Wednesday, which presupposes that we would end sometime in May. But now, we have decided as a body to invoke this rule, which is unconstitutional. What it does is it interprets meaning into a constitutional provision that needs no meaning. But it's done so that the majority can have more of an opportunity to pass the agenda they want to pass. And that's wrong, guys. The people of Colorado did not say, oh, you can show up, any other way. They said 120 calendar days. And we are usurping the exclusive right of the people to amend the Constitution by invoking this rule. The problem with this is it lays the groundwork and sets the precedent that this body can go ahead and create whatever other rule they want to interpret meaning that doesn't exist within the constitutional limitations that we are bound by. And if you guys don't see that as a problem, then perhaps you've been in the majority too long. Try sitting in the minority and then rethinking the situation. This is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't something to just blow off. And I'm fully aware that once this vote happens, it's probably going to come down 41-24. And the only way that perhaps the majority will actually come to their senses is if they actually lose their majority status. Now, I will be the first to tell you right now that both political parties in the past have always tried to figure out ways to exercise the rules to their advantage. And they've done things that aren't within regular order, both Republican, both Democrat, and it's wrong. And I'd like to think that if I had been in the majority
Williams,
prior...
hold on one second. Members, let's please keep it down. It's getting hard to hear. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to think, members, that if I were in the majority, like my predecessors, like the Republicans that came before me, I would not have engaged in this type of behavior. But I don't get to say that because I've never served in the majority. But I have served in the minority, and I have seen how the minority's rights and their voice has been trampled. I've seen how the majority runs roughshod over the minority. And I got to tell you, that's not good for our institution. And this is something that we seriously need to consider. Might does not make right. I know in the moment, 41 of you might disagree with me on that, but it does not make right. This is wrong. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and the will of the people was to only meet 120 days. I know it's not ideal. But during this difficult time, the option afforded to us is to call us back into special session, either through the governor's declaration or through us by 2/3 attesting that we need to do it. Those are the options. This type of stuff is why you see people engage in troubling rhetoric when they don't have faith in their institutions. We see it day in and day out being in the minority.
but I guarantee you there is a public out there that sees the majority doing whatever they want. I honestly don't understand why we have these rules if you guys can just change it on a whim. Because that's essentially what's happening here. And what's further troubling about this is that rules can now be used to change constitutional limits on our power. That is dangerous, and it should not be tolerated. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a yes vote for this amendment. Let's return to the actual will of the people.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L001? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. If we want to get back to work, let's get back to work. Let's go back to normal procedures, give the community time to process these bills, give them time to organize and get here to testify for or against them, and not rush things through. We all know that when we rush things through, that equals unintended consequences and mistakes. We owe more to our constituents than that. We need to give them time. This gives our constituents time to sleep on things, to process it, to see how it will affect their family. Also to add on this, and this is at a broader sense, and I keep going back to some words I heard earlier, unity. And I go back to Representative Catlin, speech of maybe postponing this. Inclusion. This amendment offers inclusion. Minority voices. We're the minority. Shouldn't our voices and our constituents' voices be heard? This is why we don't live in a democracy, we live in a constitutional republic where the minority has a say. So if we're still going down this path of inclusion, hearing other voices, hearing voices that have been disenfranchised, then we need to postpone this till we have more time to have a bigger discussion of how this can affect our constituents. And I want to thank the speaker for allowing me to kind of go off away from this amendment. So I thank you for that. But again, I stand in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Sandridge, and that's a good reminder to the body to keep comments to the amendment. Representative Baisley and then Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'm rising in support of this amendment, and I ask that y'all vote for this. The folks are shook right now. They're seeing the world change, their world change all around them in ways that don't come with a whole lot of reason behind them. It just seems like a forced change of their lives. So we no longer observe 120 days as 120 days. And an emergency declaration is not a 30-day with another 30-day extension. It's perpetual. And now we're talking about not observing the joint rule that says that when we are under emergency declaration that we need to focus all of our attentions on the emergency. So this would bring us back to some sense of, I don't know, back to familiarity, really, for the folk, for the people, for us as a body as well, of course. So I think this is a smart idea, and we ought to we ought to vote for this amendment and return us back to the 120 days, and let's not extend that and allow for extensions and so on. Let's revere precedents, revere our Constitution, our state constitution in this case, and let's vote please for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Baisley. Representative Holtorf to L001.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues. I will tell all of you that there's nobody in this room that likes to work harder than me because I love to work. I grew up on a cattle ranch, sun up to sundown, where we still do that, and even well into the dark. We don't measure our work by time, but by task. We work till the job is done, and if you ever worked on a harvest crew, you know that that could go well into the night for a week or 2 weeks of 12, 14, 16, 18, 20-hour days until the crop is in the bin and you've reaped the reward of your toil, because that crop is always in danger. For example, in wheat harvest, we are fearful that what we call the Great White Combine will come through and take the crop away. And of course, you work as long, as hard as you can to get that crop secure and safe. And many of you know I'm speaking to the amendment. I apologize for that.
Yeah, let's bring it back to L001, please.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Speaker. So, I appreciate the amendment saying, hey, let's get back to work for 120 days. Let's just roll up our sleeves. It's harvest time. Let's make hay, because it's hay harvest. But here's where I have an issue with my fellow colleagues. There are unique health issues that we are facing. Let's make no mistake about it. And I'm going to go back to what I said during the special session. My Aunt Diane passed away to COVID-19 last month. I will tell you, she was so special. She was 80 years old, and she was always in good humor and embraced the country life. But we lost her to this pandemic, and I appreciate that you're listening and standing up, so thank you. I know that didn't happen last session, but I did get a lot of apologies post facto, so I do thank you for your consideration and your professionalism. So I can't in good conscience sit here and say, let's go to work, let's make hay, let's get the harvest done, because of what we face, and it's real. And I wouldn't want any of you to not be here in April. I know some of us are over the age of 65. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands. Okay? But let's be honest. There are many of us that are at risk. And we know that it's not the young, it's not the middle-aged generally, unless there's comorbidity or pre-existing conditions. It is our elderly that must be protected. And if you look at me, you know I'm trying to join that club faster than I should. And so I am concerned. And I served a few tours in Afghanistan. As you know, I brought it up.
Representative Holtorf, we are very sorry for your loss, but let's keep this debate to the amendment that's before us, L001.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. So I have some respiratory issues because of the burn pits that I had to breathe in those FOBs and combat outposts. So when you say let's get busy and do 120 days, going back to this, I have some concerns, as does Patrick Neville, who's a veteran and served and has also experienced some issues because of his service. And thank you for his and all veteran service. So I sit here and struggle with the amendment. Because yes, we need to get back to the people's work, and yes, we need to follow constitutional provisions, but I believe that the Supreme Court ruled that it was not clear and that this could be modified last year. If I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me. So I want to continue with the plans that the majority has come up with. I think that a delay is warranted. And so I don't think this is the right amendment. But as Representative Benavidez, said, when we started this conversation, she was willing to entertain amendments. I heard that from my colleagues on this side of the aisle. So as we move forward, I believe some amendments will be offered that I would like for all of you to strongly consider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there further discussion to Madam Assistant Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Holtorf. Members, we do ask for a no vote on this, as we have guidance and a decision that was already made by the Supreme Court regarding this issue.
Is there further discussion to L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001 to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing an objection, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray votes no. Representative Byrd, Doherty, Geithner, Jackson, Larson, McKean, Ransom, Ricks, Snyder. Representative Byrd. Representative Ransom. Representative Byrd, Representative Doherty, Representative Ransom will be excused. Members, we are debating and we are voting. Please pay attention. All right, Representative Byrd and Representative Doherty are here. They have been marked excused, so we'll just proceed forward. Please close the machine. With 21 ayes, 40 noes, and 3 excused, please close the machine. With 21 ayes, 41 noes, and 3 excused, Amendment L001 is lost to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Back to the resolution. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have some questions for the majority leader. I am trying to understand the language on page 3 and what the implications are. So the way I read this change is, well, first of all, my understanding right now is when we are operating under Joint Rule 44, obviously that is a shift from our normal rules, which includes our right to introduce 5 bills on any topic and to have those bills heard in a committee, the gavel rule. That's regular rules. When we shift to Rule 44, we are operating under a different set of rules. And so when I'm reading the existing language and the proposed change, I'm wondering what the implications are for the majority and the discretion of the majority in basically deciding that their members' bills, perhaps totally unrelated to the nature of the disaster emergency, will de facto, no meaningful change from those bills being allowed to be introduced, and pretty much the way it would be under regular order. But if you look at sub C, and I'm asking the question because I'm trying to figure this out.
And Representative Carver, I will give you a little bit of leniency. Your time has expired. I did not give you that heads up. So if you don't mind stating the question.
I'll get to it.
Yep, thanks very much.
So please explain to me the intent behind the language on 3 and 4, because if you take those changes together, it looks to me like, first of all, it is totally a majority decision whether to prioritize or not, subject to their will. And then you flip over to page 4, And the number of bill requests that will be allowed, again, is moved out from under the executive committee discussion, which is a public meeting, and moved to individual decisions of the majority. So if you could help me understand the impact of this and what the intent of the changes are. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Carver, for your questions. I'm just going to try to explain C, starting on page 3 and then going into 1 and 2, that goes into 4. I think that's where your questions were directed. And C basically says that the executive committee can prioritize any legislation they deem necessary. In effect, they had that ability under the existing Rule 44, and it was directed that it consider several things: the budget, the Appropriations Act, the Appropriation Bill, the Finance Act, those things. But on G, on 4, it also said that any other issue that they want to consider that's critical to this situation, and when they're acting under Joint Rule 44, it's because of the emergency. So the executive committee should be acting towards the emergency. And we went through this when we returned in May of this year. The executive committee did do a prioritization. They did determine that certain bills were limited. Any bills that were introduced, and only introduced bills, are subject to gavel. Bills that have not been introduced and won't be introduced are not subject to gavel. And every bill that was introduced went to committee and was heard. And a number of them, including mine, the member who was bringing the bill agreed and oftentimes requested that the bill be postponed indefinitely. So we did not infringe on a member's right to make a decision with regard to their introduced bill. If they didn't want to have it PI'd, they could have not done anything and presented the bill, and maybe or maybe not the committee would have done it. The executive committee doesn't have authority to prevent an introduced bill. It's talking about on number 2 on page 4, already it said that they could limit the number of bills to be introduced. The executive committee already had that authority. So this says they could still do that, but it also, because earlier in A on page 2, we said that Joint Rule 44 is in effect, but so are the rest of the Senate and the rest of the House rules. And so if the House rule, if the executive committee said people can only introduce 3 bills, period, then you can't, the House rules and the Senate rules could not override that and say, no, in the House we want 4 bills or we want 5 bills. They couldn't do that. But the delayed bills committee still operates for late bills. So that still exists in each House and each chamber. So that way, late bills could still be determined by each chamber. So this really, again, members, the changes to this is to provide flexibility to the executive committee. It is not to limit that authority or give them more authority. So this language in here under C1 is very general. It is not subject to mission critical or the budget. It's subject to what was already there, G, any other issues that the committee deems necessary. So by not addressing it, it falls into, they could consider the budget, they could consider mission critical, they could consider any other issue. And because we can't identify all those other issues, by not addressing it, we haven't changed their authority at all. We haven't given them any more authority than they had before. And then 2 is late bills and the introduction of bills. But again, if a bill has already been introduced, like we all have, I think, 2 bills that we're putting forward that we're introducing relatively soon, if they wanted to say you can only do 1 bill and those 2 were already introduced by you, they couldn't stop you. It would have to go to committee because, as you rightly said, because of gavel amendment. So I think this, again, think of this as giving more flexibility to the executive committee, but also tempering it to make sure that we understand that our rules work together. Joint Rule 44 does not work independently of the other rules. They all work together, and only if they are at odds would Joint Rule 44 decision take effect and precedence over that. So I'm not sure of the, I hope I addressed the questions that came up, but I think, and this bill, some of the things that were said about, the process, well, the process, many of the people in the Senate did not see this, and they were able to rule on this and make amendments to it, and I think, we talk about ourselves being the better house. I think we need to just knuckle under and do this. So I support the bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
So I, too, also have concerns on page 4, subsection 2, and I see this as definitely having a limiting effect on what a legislator can actually introduce. And my good colleague, raised, some interesting points that these changes have not been implemented yet, and all of us still have bill titles that are still in the works. To my knowledge, nothing's been read across the desk yet. And what that means is that once this happens, all of a sudden, in reading this section, with the approval of at least 2 members of the executive committee from each house, they can change for all members the bill request limits as specified in Rule 24. So currently we have 5 bill titles that we can introduce as a matter of right according to rules. However, once this is passed, you could argue, because we are under Rule 44, that all of a sudden the executive committee could drop that down and say, no. We're only going to allow you to introduce 2 bills, and 2 bills is all you get. And then, by further reading it, there's this authority on the House Committee on Delayed Bills and the Senate Committee on Delayed Bills, which, if you read that together, certainly you could limit for the minority to 2. This is a hypothetical. It would also have the same limit on the majority. However, the Committee on Late Bills could go ahead and authorize an unlimited number of bills. There doesn't really seem to be a limitation here at all. And it certainly looks to punish the minority and reward the majority. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, I blanked out on my phrasing. I haven't been up here in too long. Offer an amendment, Amendment L012 to Senate Joint Resolution 001.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Do you mind moving it?
I move Amendment L012.
Thank you, Representative Soper. That has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment just changes one word. If you turn to page 4 of the Senate Joint Resolution, it's on line 18. It changes the word limit and replaces it with the word supersede. So it would now read, does not supersede the authority of the House Committee on Delayed Bills and the Senate Committee on Delayed Bills to act on individual delayed bill requests as provided for under Joint Rule 23. What? Oh, sorry, it strikes all 3 rules for does not limit.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Mr. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is why rules matter. You're going to probably hear that every time I get up, but this is why rules matter. What you just heard is a description of a process many of you have not yet been through, which is when you offer your first 5 bills and you want to get a late bill status, and you will be asked by people that really need a fix to a piece of legislation, can you get late bill status? And right now there's a committee. That committee is established of 3 people: the majority leader, the minority leader, and the speaker. Maybe I should have done that in reverse order: the speaker, the majority leader, the minority leader. However, it only takes 2 members of that committee to approve a late bill request. So the power therein is already in the hands of the majority. But what we really are trying to say here is there is an important point. If you are going to eviscerate the ability for the people of this state to have a voice through their elected representatives, meaning under Joint Rule 44, we don't know if the minority has the ability to offer bills. So under Joint Rule 44, are we saying that the minority no longer have the ability to offer legislation and thus silence the voices of a significant portion of the population of this state? This is not how we should be running things. When we run things fast and we put things in here that don't have clarity, that is the potential effect of not availing the minority of bills that they can run. The potential effect is to rob those citizens of their voices through their legislators. So this is why we're having this debate, guys. It's not just pulling rabbits out of a hat. These are really important words, and these are really important concepts. And the reason why I say some of you haven't gone to ask for a late bill request yet is because you haven't. And so now this is starting to say this is why rules matter. This is why we need to talk about this now.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, I stand in support of this amendment. It's a great amendment, very simple and to the point, and holds a lot of weight, actually. But to clarify what our minority leader has stated, the judgments made on these bills associated with late bill status, it is historically, is not the minority leader, majority leader, and the speaker. Ask former minority leader Neville how many times he was invited to that meeting. I think it was zero? So the majority decides that. So let's make sure we're clear on who's deciding and who has a say, and the inclusion and the different views wanting to be held in these meetings. There's only one side that has this meeting. Thank you.
Representative Carver. Representative Weissman, and then Representative Carver.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker. You know, members, as I parse this amendment, I think I have to ask for a no vote. We've had a lot of conversation now, I think north of 2 hours, tending toward wariness about vesting power in the executive committee, as opposed to either chamber, as opposed to all of the membership, as opposed to a vote by majority. We're changing what I would consider a savings clause in the parlance of the law to something that is substantively very different. The text before us says that executive committee can do certain things, but then the committees on late bills of the respective chambers can still proceed as they can under their respective rules. This deceptively short change here would cause the executive committee to basically, if it acted accordingly here, would wipe out the power of the individual committees of late bills in the respective chambers, vesting, as I read this, even more power in the executive committee, which I think is not something we should do here, which I think cuts across a lot of what I've been hearing from the south side of the aisle here in the last couple of hours. I think it's actually very appropriate to preserve the individual prerogatives of the House Committee on Late Bills and the Senate Committee on Late Bills, and the minority leader of each chamber does make up 1/3 of those respective committees. So again, I think I have to ask for a no vote on this amendment because this is actually concentrating more power in the exec. And Rep. Soper, if I'm not tracking what you're trying to do. Happy to talk offline, but I'm asking for a no vote at this point.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the amendment, you know, the importance of this amendment needs to be looked at in the context of the proposed change to the language on 4. And again, if I am reading this wrong, Rep. Wiseman and Majority Leader Escar, please correct me. Right now, Rule 44 says that the limit on the number of bill requests, so we're in the state of emergency, Rule 44 governs, not regular rules where we have 5 bills as of right in the gavel rule. But current Rule 44 says that the number of bill requests a member may introduce, a limit on that can be set by the Executive Committee. Note the change in the language. The Executive Committee, which, yes, has 4 members majority, 2 members minority, that, however, is held, if that discussion is in a public meeting, heard by the public, open debate by members of the majority and the minority on what the proposed bill limit should be in both the House and the Senate. That is what Rule 44 provides right now. The reason why this amendment is so important is you are moving that, at least the way I read it, outside the Executive Committee to the individual authority of 2 members of the House and 2 members of the Senate, which is only the majority party. There is no role in the proposed language, not even a discussion with the minority. So now, instead of this at least having a change in bill limits having to go to the Executive Committee, an open public meeting of record and a vote where the minority could at least debate this. I read this proposed language as moving that out of the Executive Committee process to be made by individual leaders, 2 from the Senate and 2 from the House. And, you know, again, I'm trying to understand what the substantive change is. And that is why I support Rep. Soper's amendment, because it at least appears to us that the voice of the minority in having these discussions on limiting bill numbers is being diluted in this particular section. So I would welcome any comments by my colleagues to clarify this.
Representative Weissman and then Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Rep. Carver's comments, if this resolution were in fact trying to do that, I think I would probably share that concern, because I think that those conversations ought to happen in an open meeting on the record. I do not believe that that is happening, however, and here's why. We're on page 4 looking at numeral 2. That is nested under letter C at the top of page 3. Within a reasonable time after JR 44 takes effect, the Executive Committee shall meet and may, and then 1, and we talked about 1, and then some things were previously repealed. And then we come over to 4, and now we are to what you were just speaking of, this process of focusing the agenda, to put it in a summary way. The language on 2 is nested under C, which is that public meeting, which it should be, which is on the record, which is webcast, as we've all participated in. So there is a semantic change, yes, and there is further the savings clause that I previously spoke to, preserving the respective abilities of the individual chambers, committees on late bills. There is a semantic change, yes. There is not a substantive change. Numeral 2 nesting under letter C is still happening within an on-record meeting of the executive committee. And that's why it should be. And that's why I believe that this amendment is unnecessary and why, again, I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Carver and then Representative Soper.
I appreciate the comments of Representative Wiseman. Thank you for that clarification. But is it not the case, and I appreciate, the layering of the sections and that it would ultimately go back to the executive committee, but this then says that as a prerequisite for that proposed limitation on bill requests to be taken up by the executive committee, that first, the proposed limit on bill request must receive the approval as a prerequisite, right, before it's properly before the executive committee, must receive the approval of at least 2 members of the executive committee from each house. Now, it doesn't say expressly that those 2 members from the Senate and the House would end up being from the majority, but the reality is that right now, that's the configuration of the executive committee, right? So with this procedure, a proposed bill limit supported by the minority, sought by the minority, could never, or it could not get in front of the executive committee because you would not have 2 members of the Senate and 2 members of the House supporting that request, because it's only 1 member from the minority from each house. So in fact, this additional process step is skewed to the minority or the majority, whereas the previous procedure, it would be raised by members of the executive committee, voted and debated on. Now, of course, the majority has 4, the minority has 2. But I don't see how this is a substantive change in process that has an impact on the ability of the voice of the minority to be heard. At least that's the way I read it.
Thank you.
I support the amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to address what my good colleague Representative Weissman had raised a few minutes ago. Well, it's been quite a few minutes ago. But going back to whether or not this amendment increases the power of the executive committee, I would argue no. And the reason why I say no is you have to go back to the entire purpose of Rule 44. So we look at, when does Rule 44 take effect? Well, under the current Rule 44, before, the amendment that we're actually debating, or I should say, amending Rule 44, not this particular amendment, it's whenever there's a disaster emergency that's been declared. And that's only, if we declare Rule 44. What we're debating overall here would change that to be automatic, and it would pull us in. Then that raises the question of the whole point at that moment in time for us even being in this building or for us even discussing legislation is to only deal with the disaster emergency, which then raises the question of the executive committee, who we've all put our trust and faith in because both caucuses have elected our respective leaders to act on our behalf. They would then be the ones to limit or set the topic of the bills. But if you have a situation where you've limited the number of bills and you've limited the topic only to deal with the disaster emergency at hand, but then you allow each respective chamber's late bill committee to go ahead and usurp that and just allow any number of extraordinary bills to that particular session, all that tends to do is limit the minority. It rewards the majority. And furthermore, it actually undermines the essence of Rule 44, whether we're talking the current Rule 44 or the proposed amendment Rule 44. That if the whole purpose of being caught up in Rule 44 is to deal with a disaster emergency, then the bills that we're working on here should be narrowly tailored to that, if that's what the Executive Committee has deemed under Rule 44. That's why this amendment is needed, is because without this amendment, we would have the two chambers' respective late bills committees that could allow bills for any topic, any number of bills, and it would completely go against the underlying purpose of why it was we were actually here under Rule 44. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none. Is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection. Yep, no problem. Seeing objection. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Tipper, how do you vote? No. Representative Tipper votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? No. Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? No. Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? No. Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, Caraveo. Catlin's coming. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Representative Gray, how do you vote? No. Representative Gray votes no. No worries. We're all getting into the swing of things. Thanks so much. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 23 aye votes and 41 no votes and 1 excused, Amendment L012 is lost to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Is there further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 1? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is why I like debate, and this is why I like to listen carefully and hear why certain ideas don't work and where we should find the right path forward. We're talking about how do we make sure that the voice of millions of Coloradans are not eviscerated. We're talking about under a joint rule in terms of a public health emergency, how do we get to a place where we make sure that all voices in the room are being heard. And to that end, I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L016 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we talk about that very paragraph, this I hope, and if not this, then some version of this, is exactly what we need to think about. I will read the language as amended. The approval of at least, with the approval of at least 2 members of the Executive Committee from each House, change for all members the bill request limits specified in Joint Rule 24, B1A, to a number not less than 1 per member by decreasing, increasing, or waiving said bill limits, and change or waive the bill request deadline specified in Joint Rule 23A. Folks, this does not change the majority's ability to add more late bills. What it does is protect the minority's position of having at least 1 bill to be considered. Because if anything, this pandemic has taught us that it affects different parts of Colorado in incredibly different ways. You need the voices. When we talk about the most diverse legislature we've ever had, that diversity is not just gender, it is not just religion, it is not just race, it is lifestyle, we have, Representative Catlin uses a term that I think we probably ought to think about. We do have different Colorados. We have Front Range Colorado, we have rural Colorado, and we have resort Colorado. Right there, those are 3 different places. This protects the will of the minority and the voices of Coloradans. I urge an aye vote to this, so big you don't even know. This actually fulfills your obligation to the citizens of your district to make sure that you look out for all of Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I want to reiterate something that Minority Leader McKean just mentioned about Colorado. Colorado is a diverse state, and it is vastly different in Campo, Colorado, as it is in Vail, Colorado. It is vastly different in Julesburg, Colorado, as it is in Montrose, Colorado. It is vastly different in Elba, Colorado, and I bet none of you can tell me where Elba, Colorado is if you're not from where I'm from. And if you can, I'll give you a $100 bill right now. No, I can't do that. I believe that's against the rules.
It's probably against the rules, Representative Holtorf, and let's keep it to the amendment.
I appreciate your humor, Mr. Speaker. But my point is this, as we move forward, the one-size-fits-all approach is not the right hand for the glove that is Colorado. And I've said this for 10, 11 months. I've even said this to the governor's office. It doesn't work. If you go to Kiowa County, which is one of my eastern counties in House District 64, our occurrence of COVID-19 is in the double digits. The number of deaths is in the single digits. The economy of that rural county, primarily agricultural, is very limited in what it offers. You take away a small grocery store, you take away the only cafe in town, you take away more than you'll ever know in the urban centers that many of you represent, because you have other places to go. There's other options. You just drive another 5 or 10 minutes till you find something that will meet your needs. But I'll tell you, in the places and the people that I represent, that luxury does not exist. And there are places.
And Representative Holtorf, again, let's keep it to Amendment L016.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership and mentorship. So my point is this. As we move forward, let's not forget the diversity of our state and consider that this amendment, what it does is it offers forecasting, it offers clarity in what we can do. Because if we truly are in a pandemic, do we need to be running the table with all these bills, honestly? Let's be honest with each other. The things that we did last session, many of those things did not need to be done. We did them because many of us were opportunists, and we took the opportunity to get those things done because we have this sense of urgency and we had the time and the conditions we felt were right. This particular amendment here, what it does, it says, hey, everybody gets one. And we'll do that. We'll let you have that option. And truly, with the number of legislators that we have, and with the leadership that we have, you're not going to have any bills that will not get addressed if need be. So once again, I go back to, as a body, as a chamber, let's not overlook good ideas from whatever party they come from. Let's not overlook the good amendments that are out there that actually do give us clarity, give us guidance, and give us a direction. So, the broad brush, I will tell you, for those of you art lovers out there, and I know many of you like art and fine art, the broad brush does not always paint the best picture. Think about what I'm saying, because it's very important. So that, Mr. Speaker, is my point. I'm in support of this amendment. And I would offer that many of you should consider my comments and reevaluate your positions on the amendments as we address them.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. You may be asking, why is this amendment needed? I'll tell you why this is needed: to not completely stifle the voice of the minority. I'm going to paint for you what logically could happen. The executive committee, which say is controlled by one party, who happens to control the House and Senate. I'm not going to name parties because that can change from time to time. Let's say they limit the bills under Rule 44, the bill limit, down to 0. No member gets a bill title. Then everything is done through the respective houses' Committee on Delayed Bills. Then whoever is a good friend of the, say, Speaker and Majority Leader, or Senate President and Majority Leader, depending on which chamber you're in, will have a few bills to be able to run. And you could say that is a mechanism to get in and get out of the Capitol in the case of a declared disaster emergency. However, further, under the Senate Joint Resolution, we don't have to stick.
And Representative Soper, give me 1 second. Members, let's keep it down. I appreciate the length of this debate. Let's give our respect and attention to Representative Soper in the wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Back to the point that I was making. The ability to completely stifle the minority is something that we're really concerned about. And I think every member in this body should be concerned about this as well. One of my colleagues from Judiciary likes to quote a few lines from A Man for All Seasons. It's a play from the 1950s, written in the UK. And there's a scene here where you have basically the devil that's walking along. Yeah, exactly. Ask the man to do it, Roper, is the famous line there. But the phrase is, why would you cut down every tree or every law of England in that case? And the response is, we don't do it because when the wind comes, the wind of time comes, it would knock even yourself over. And I think that's important to think about. This is not just a safeguard for the Republicans. This is actually a safeguard for the Democrats. It's a safeguard for any Coloradan who holds a seat in this chamber or the Senate chamber. And what's wrong with having just a little bit of protection there for every single member of this great General Assembly? I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think just to put a finer point on what Representative Soper was just mentioning, is that while it ensures that there is a voice for the minority, and I appreciate that he said things can change, I think the other idea of it too is that while currently I am in the minority, and we are the minority that ran this amendment, we also represent a portion of Colorado. And so this has more of an impact, just to put the finer point on it, more of an impact on not just limiting the voice of the minority, but limiting the voice that the minority represents across the state of Colorado. That's I think, the point that we're trying to get to, is that we need to ensure that the people that the minority represent are still able to have their voice heard through their representative. And so that's why I rise in support of this amendment. So I would urge us, let's adopt this amendment and ensure that we are recognizing that while all of Colorado is not necessarily affiliated with the majority, there is a minority. Let's ensure that their voice is protected through their representatives. And that's the finer point, I think, to put on this. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, Madam Majority Leader, are we cool to proceed? Or do you want to be in a brief recess? Thank you. We will. The House will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Minority Leader McKean.
Until now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a question about some of the degrees of this amendment, which is obviously a good amendment because we've had to grind things to a halt. So I would ask that you lay this over, get your questions answered. We've got a couple other amendments to come, and consider this after we have a chance to get that information.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. We will lay over Amendment L016. We're back to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Is there further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'll keep this brief because I know it's a long day and we still have more business to conduct. So, Mr. Speaker, I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. That has been properly moved. Members, we have an amendment being proposed. It has been properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment would do is it would bolster Rule 44, something that I think, in light of the current disaster emergency that we're dealing with, is necessary. What this amendment would do is it would require the body to at least hold debate and a vote on whether or not to continue the governor's disaster declaration in Colorado. And I think that's okay, right? We can hold the vote, and if the majority feels like it's not appropriate, then the disaster declaration continues on. But if it becomes a situation where we feel that the disaster declaration is no longer warranted, then we're at least having the debate and having the discussion. There are many people in the state of Colorado right now that question whether or not these disaster declarations need to continue on, especially, I believe the first one was back in February, March timeframe of 2020. So we're coming up on nearly a year here where we're still under this emergency. Now, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be, but what this body should do specifically moving forward as an institution is that we should at least have the debate. Current law allows for the governor to either rescind his disaster emergency, or it allows us to overturn it should we feel that's necessary. And we need to be able to have that discussion, to have that debate, and to have that vote. Doesn't mean we have to do it, but we should at least have a meaningful and robust discussions in the well pertaining to this emergency. It's something I know my constituents have been asking for, and I know that many of my colleagues want to know where is the end. And I honestly don't know what that is, but I can tell you that if we have more voices in the decision-making process, the better. The more checks and balances that we have, the better. The governor is not equipped to make these decisions, by himself. He needs our branch having meaningful input. Anything less than that, we're abdicating our authority, and we're letting the governor handle this effectively on autopilot. So I would ask that the body here adopt this and at least allow for a discussion. Again, this does not require us to end the emergency. It merely asks us to have a discussion and then a vote. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. I think this is an amendment we all can.
And Representative Sandridge, hold on one sec. Members, thank you very much. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, I think I stand in support of this amendment. This is an amendment I think we all can get behind, both sides of the aisle. This gives a larger say in what's going on in this state. We're going through unique times. And, our branch of government, the legislative branch, needs to have a say in what's going on. We go back to our constituents. They tell us what they're seeing, what they're feeling, and we're supposed to come up here and represent them. So I think we need to have a say in what's going on in this state with all these restrictions. We need to be able to come up here and debate and say, hey, these restrictions are positively or negatively affecting my district. So why would we ever vote against something like this? I mean, we're representatives. We're here to represent our district. Why would we vote against this to not have a say in executive orders that so severely impact our district? Let's not just push away our power. Let's come up here, let's represent our district, let's have a debate so we all understand how restrictions help and hurt our area, and let's have a say in what's going on in our district. Let's not just push it off to our governor, and this should benefit the governor. Two, we can take some of the heat now for the decisions of what's going on in this state, instead of him. So I think he would take positively or look positively on getting briefed about what's going on in our districts, maybe us having to say, us taking some of the heat of what's going on. So I think this is something, probably one of the best amendments I've seen today. And like I said, don't push the power, the authority, the opportunity for us to represent our district. Don't push that away right now. I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge. Representative Holtorf. To Amendment L002.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Amendment L002, I will speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I talked earlier about how the legislative authorities and powers get undermined or diminished. I talked earlier today about how across this great nation, in many states such as ours, there is conflict between the executive branch and the legislative branch. Some of those things have gone to the Supreme Court of those states and been ruled in favor or against the governor, or in favor or against the legislature. But let me tell you something about this amendment. This amendment restores your authority as a representative of the people. It also, you want to talk about checks and balances? I will speak to the importance of checks and balances in our republic, in our representative republic that is founded in democratic principles. With this amendment, this clearly says that after 30 days, this body will reconvene, and it will either ratify or not ratify the state of emergency. Now, if the emergency is real, this is a pretty quick process. And we all vote aye in favor and we move on. But if there is question, then this allows you to represent the people and come forth and do two very important things. You either, based on your people, bring that message forth to this body so they can be heard. Because right now we have a real problem in my district that people say we are not being heard. Now, I can only carry so much water in my pail. But this gives us an opportunity for those people to be heard. It also does something for the governor, because the governor is under attack politically in this state from a lot of corners of this state because of his executive orders and the impact of those orders on four corners of Colorado and every point in between. This actually helps the governor, because now, based on his orders, we will underwrite as a legislative body, hear me out, we will underwrite the governor's decision if we vote in favor of extending that state of emergency. Therefore, it becomes a win-win for Colorado, a win for the executive branch, because now the governor's order has been underwritten. I don't know how many of you are in the insurance business or have to deal with insurance. Well, all of you have to deal with insurance. But if you don't have an underwriter to underwrite your insurance policy, you will not have insurance. Your policy will be canceled. Now, how many of you on the other side of the aisle want the governor's policy to be canceled in 2022? I don't know. But by having this amendment, it helps this state. It helps our leadership. It helps the executive branch. It helps the people to be represented by their legislators. Now, maybe my vision is clouded, but I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at this. Please think about what I have said. Please think about the impact to this state. This is a good amendment. This is a good idea. This is a win for this state and the people of this state. It even is a win for the governor, who I believe needs some underwriting so he doesn't have to fly solo in this pandemic. He has the hardest job right now of anyone. He and his administration have to make all these decisions with his executive council. And he doesn't have any underwriting from this legislative body like this amendment would offer. Now, if I was the governor, boy, would I like that. I would embrace that. I would talk to the majority, I would talk to the minority, and I would say, hey, we want to look at this, executive committee, leadership. We want to have collaboration, cooperation, communication, synchronization in representation across this state. from corner to corner, north to south, east to west, every little town in my district, every big city along the Front Range. This amendment will do that. I consider that you strongly read the language and understand this message, because I will tell you, this is a win. Unless my vision is clouded and I don't have my glasses, I left them at my desk. But if they are, please, somebody from the majority help me understand why this couldn't be a win-win-win for everybody in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. And members, please give your attention to the well. Representative Pico, congratulations on your victory and welcome to the 73rd General Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I rise in support of this amendment, and I argue very strongly for its passage. This one is not a minority versus majority. This one is a legislative and executive concurrence and cooperation in extending emergencies. I urge you to support this. This is about checks and balances, responsibility of the legislative branch to be in concert with the executive branch. I doubt seriously that this legislative body would override the governor. It is perfectly in everybody's interest, I believe, to pass this amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Pico. Is there any further discussion? Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do ask for a no vote on this.
Thank you. See no further discussion. Representative Luck, welcome to the 73rd General Assembly and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here with you and all of the colleagues.
Honor to have you.
I'd just like to ask the majority on what grounds you are encouraging your members to say no to this. The reason that I ask that is because if we are going to have the kind of community and state that was spoken of and encouraged earlier this morning, we need to be able to understand where each other is coming from. And for me, looking at this particular provision and saying that we are just reasserting our authority, the authority that is constitutionally given, we are upholding our oath in order to ensure that we are properly vetting all of these decisions, I don't understand why we would oppose that as a legislative body. So I would ask that the majority give greater understanding to me so that we could facilitate that interaction and really come together as one state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot of you know that I used to teach government to high school students, and I think that one of the things that I always taught to my students that I really wanted them to understand was the balance of powers between the different branches of government. There's a real reason that our founding fathers in the United States made sure that it was in the U.S. Constitution and also included the balance of powers in the state constitution, that we have the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches for a reason, for very good reasons, for very good rationale, that we all have different charges. We have many of the same constituents, but we are brought here in different manners and different fashions. And it's very important that we have that balance of powers in effect all the time. And just having a state of emergency is a reason to let one of those branches have a very, very temporary ability to address that specific state of emergency. But when the emergency goes on for 10 months or longer, which the one that we are facing now seems to be happening, it's very important that we have all of the branches of government have the equal say, and that we are bringing in the balance that needs to be there in order for our state to function effectively. I think this is a great amendment, and folks, I really encourage a yes vote for the Constitution. Just a couple hours ago, we all raised our hand and swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that includes the balance of powers that we see in the state constitution as well as the U.S. Constitution. So again, I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I want to echo what my Representative Ransom had to say. There are separations of powers for a reason. Every Main Street conversation, every email, every phone call that I've fielded in this time that we've been away from this building has to do with exactly this. Representative Holtorf and I represent a third of eastern Colorado, and they are not happy with the executive running this state right now and the unelected bureaucrats at CDPHE and in the counties. This would bring that balance back. This would give us some say in what is going on in our state right now. Then I could talk to my constituents and answer the questions they have. Why? Why are you guys just sitting around doing nothing? Well, our hands are tied. Let's bring some of this balance and power back to us. Let us be involved in the decisions moving forward. This amendment would go a great long ways towards doing that, and I urge support for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well, Representative Will.
As many of you know, I don't come down here all that often. When I do, I try to come down when I know what I'm talking about, or if I'm very passionate about an issue. I couldn't stand in any stronger support of this amendment. Talking about the balance of power, we need to be able to be down here. And I think Representative Holtorf said, you know, it would help the governor. I would think this would definitely help the governor in decision making. But we should be part of this, in this balance of power. We should be part of this. You know, after it goes on 30 days, let us all decide, you know, and we all represent different parts of the state. As Representative Pelton said, him and Representative Holtorf, you know, a third of the state over there. Well, I got a little over 10,000 square miles that I represent too on the northwest part of Colorado. But that gives the opportunity to hear from everyone. And I couldn't stand in stronger support. I think this is an amendment that has been much needed all along in this pandemic. So please vote yes on this.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray votes no. Representative Arndt, Herod, here we go. Larson, see ya. Representative Pelton.
Apparently is excused.
Representative Hooton is excused. With 23 ayes, 39 noes, and 3 excused, Amendment L002 is lost. Back to Senate Joint Resolution 1, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've enjoyed this robust debate, and we certainly have identified lots of issues with Senate Joint Resolution 1. Mr. Speaker, however, there are still a few more issues that we have to talk about and that we would like to be able to change to improve this resolution. Therefore, I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Soper. That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in Amendment 9, what's happening here is changing the language back to the original language from Rule 44 that's in our current rule books. If you turn to page 3, that's where the changes take place. The first change is on line 15. It strikes out the word may and it substitutes shall. So it says that the executive committee shall meet, and instead of may, it would say shall. So it would say they shall meet and they shall consider then the following clauses which go on from there. Jump down then to line 23 on page 3. There's some text that has been struck out, and this replaces the text that was originally in Rule 44. You may be asking, why is the original text important here? Read through some of the text that's been struck out, because the executive committee under the original Rule 44 would have to identify the critical responsibilities of the General Assembly in light of the declared disaster emergency. It further goes on to state, the goal of the executive committee shall be to prioritize the remaining work of the regular session and to only address those mission-critical responsibilities prior to adjournment or recess of the regular session. And then it goes on to say that for the purposes of determining mission-critical responsibilities, the executive committee shall consider the status of the following. And then it talks about, the annual general appropriation, the legislative appropriation bill, any supplemental appropriation bills, and the school finance bill. These are the key things that must be passed in order for the work of the state of Colorado to continue. But I believe it's also very important that the executive committee, when we are in a declared disaster emergency and when Rule 44 has been invoked, that they should, or shall, I should say, shall identify the critical responsibilities. And that they shall prioritize the work of the General Assembly from there to address the disaster emergency and to be able for the state of Colorado to continue to run and operate throughout that disaster. So that's why bringing back some of the original text from the original Rule 44 is important here. And I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Williams to Amendment L009.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm glad this was brought up. This is on one of my original points of objections for the underlining bill. This amendment touches on the fact that what I see here is that the majority is trying to broaden its policy agenda when originally our predecessors who created Rule 44 wanted us to focus solely on what absolutely positively needed to be done. And what this would do is it would put it back to where it needs to be, where the legislature has to prioritize. Right now, under the proposed rule change, it's a may. It says they have to meet, but they don't have to prioritize. With Rule 44 as previously written and with this amendment, it would force the legislature to do that basic thing which it should do. And the reason that's important is because Rule 44, if you look at all of it, provides certain flexibilities for the majority. But those flexibilities were supposed to be a trade-off, not in addition to the policy agenda that they would seek. So the flexibility comes, but it comes with a price, and that price is narrowing the policy goals of the majority to absolutely what we need to do. And the reason that's important is because if we proceed on trying to adopt broad policy goals during a time like this, you are limiting the public's ability to actually come and weigh in on these bills just as a matter of practice. I mean, right now we do have restrictions in place for COVID, and we're encouraging people not to come to this building unless they absolutely have to. But yet we're going to go ahead and offer bills that have nothing related to COVID and are very controversial. It's not right. And that's why the people who wrote up 44 wanted us to narrow our focus to just the disaster emergency, just to what we need to do in order to overcome the crisis that we are facing currently. And I think that's being lost on the majority here. And it's important that we don't upend the traditions and the norms and the regular order that we've grown accustomed to. It's not right. It's not right to say, you know, hey, we're going to go ahead and offer this controversial bill, but hey, please don't come to the Capitol. You know, and if you have to come, you know, go through all these hoops. And if you can't come, then maybe you go ahead and remote testify, even though the technology isn't right where it needs to be to have adequate or meaningful testimony. I mean, there's so many problems with allowing the majority to broaden their policy goals and not focus on the crisis at hand. And what this amendment would do is it would bring us back to a regular order and I think safeguard the institution that we have. Again, I want to point out, majorities change hands. And if Republicans were doing this, I guarantee you there would be hell to pay by the Democratic caucus. This is the only fair and right thing to do. It's the only proper thing to do. And what I would ask is please don't push a broad policy agenda when you know darn well that the public is limited in their ability to respond to whatever you're trying to pass. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment, obviously. It seems like we're continuing to debate this, but we're not really finding too much of a common ground, seems like. And I'm going to refer back, and this is why I stand in support of this amendment, just brings it back to what it originally was. I think we need to refer back to what Representative Catlin said. Maybe we need to hold off on this. It seems like we're not moving forward. Maybe we need to hold off on this rule and altering this rule, go back to what it was till we have more time. I know it's that phrase that we're pushing quick legislation at the dead of night. Well, it's not the dead of night, but it seems like it's going to be the dead of night soon. And again, I go back, this is a big deal. We need time to process this, our community to process this. Instead of coming back on the first day and trying to rush this through, we need to take a step back. We need to take a step back and take our time with this. Because you all know, you all have seen legislation that has been rushed through, and next thing you know, the unintended consequences come in. Let's just take a time out. I support this amendment, and when we have more time to thoroughly discuss and process these changes, I think that'd be great. I think, again, this amendment tells us to slow down and do the right thing. So I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? See Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to come down here since it is my amendment that I offered. Well, although it does have Rep. McKean's name on it. But I guess I claimed the amendment because I offered it. But that being said, I wanted to get back to kind of the underlying basis for the amendment, which is we had never used Rule 44 until May of 2020. And that was kind of a great experiment. It was something that Colorado knew we needed to do, because if you go back in time, the whole reason for Rule 44 was the fear of the H1N1 pandemic back in 2009, and the legislature knew that they needed to have some sort of a mechanism to deal with a pandemic should it come to our state, our beautiful Rocky Mountain state. But we had never actually tested it out. I mean, it's kind of like having a new car, and by the time you've actually driven it a few miles, you realize that there might actually be something, even if it's a brand new engine, that isn't quite working right, and you have to tweak it a bit. I appreciate where Senate Joint Resolution is making, or the goal is to make some of those tweaks that we have found over the course of the last several months, 8 months that we've been in this pandemic. But from our perspective, it is important to keep Rule 44 focused. And Mr. Speaker, could I just get the chamber's attention?
Yeah,
it's getting kind of loud down here.
Soper. Thank you, members. Let's please be respectful of Representative Soper speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really important to get back to at least just some of the original text. We're not deleting the entire Senate Joint Resolution. We're just getting back to at least a little bit of that original text so that the Executive Committee identifies the critical responsibilities of in light of the declared disaster emergency, and that they prioritize the remaining work of the General Assembly. And I think those are some of the most critical words right there, that we have this prioritization on actually dealing with the disaster at hand that Colorado is faced with, and that we need to be able to focus on that if we're operating under Rule 44. If the effects of the disaster are not there, we should then be moving out of Rule 44 and not have this be part of our operations. So I would ask for a yes on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Is there any further discussion on L009? Madam Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I just want to make sure that people understand that from lines 22 to 26, that's already existing law outside of the rules. Those are things we have to do anyway. And the reason why we ended up striking it from the original bill was because it was amended last year when we broke in the middle of a session and still had this work to take care of. The break that we're taking this time is happening at the beginning with the intention that everything's going to happen as normal. Again, these are things that we have to do no matter what, whether it's in this amendment or not in this amendment, in the rule, not in the rule. These are laws. We have to do all of that. This is unnecessary. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L009, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection to the voice vote, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick. Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett. Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Bacon, Baisley, Caraveo, Exum, Holtorf, McCluskey, Pelton, Representative Young. Representative Holtorf is coming. It's the first day. We're being lenient up here, just so all the new members know. In the future, if we're all waiting, we will issue fines that go into the jar that then pays for the staff's after session party. Representative Neville, there you go. Please close the machine. With 23 ayes, 39 noes, 3 excused, Amendment L009 is lost. We're back to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I attended a meeting, and I had a handful of constituents who were especially distraught over the state of affairs of our nation. They were also distraught over the fact that they can't seem to find viable information. It seems as though there's information coming at them from all over the place, and it's contradictory. They're wondering, what is credible? What is legitimate? What can I trust? That type of uncertainty breeds confusion, it breeds cynicism, it breeds contention. And again, going back to what was spoken of earlier this morning, I want to join my colleagues in agreeing that we are here to build a better Colorado. We are here to build a place marked by truth, marked by goodness, marked by understanding. And in order to do that, we have to have good factual data. And so today I would like to move to put forth this amendment. Is that proper?
You properly moved it. Just say which number.
Amendment 014.
Great. Amendment 014 has been properly moved by Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is now properly displayed. Please proceed.
This amendment would allow us to create a committee, would require us as a General Assembly to create a committee that would regularly call forth witnesses and look at testimony to ensure that the statutory requirements necessitated by the emergency declaration provisions in our statutes are actually being fulfilled. And in the event that the General Assembly, this committee finds that they're no longer being fulfilled, then the committee would put forth a resolution to both houses asking for that declaration to be terminated. This allows us, it affords us an opportunity to vet information, not just what we are hearing from the executive branch, but also the information that we have in the various experts throughout our state on a variety of issues. And this way, our people can have access to information that they can trust, a credible source. Hopefully, we would be seen as a credible source of information that would either affirm for them that truly the conditions necessary for an emergency declaration have been met or they have not been met. This would help to dispel a lot of the frustration, especially within the rural communities where we don't have the degree of population that the urban centers do, and so the dynamics are different. And so I would ask that you all would consider this. It is equally positioned insofar as there are an equal representation of all parties. Because when we are in the state of emergency, the politics, the partisan politics should be put aside. And we should be able to come forth and just look at the facts and determine, is the standard being met? If not, let us take action as the legislature. And if so, then let us affirm to our people that the conditions that they're under are legitimately imposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I happen to like this amendment a lot. I like that it's brought by a new member, newly elected member. I spoke a little earlier about the small rural voices being confused and not really knowing what's going on or trusting the information coming out of this building by the executive branch. The county commissioners are very, very frustrated in my district, and I think this would lend some legitimacy to what is going on, to the decisions being made under these declarations, and I would ask for your support for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Is there further discussion? Madam Majority Leader Esgar.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this, and while I appreciate the idea behind this amendment, it's actually a bill that we passed last year that brings the Executive Committee and the Joint Budget Committee together 4 times a year while there's an emergency declaration happening, just for this very reason, to have those checks and balances on the governor and what's happening during the emergency declaration. So this is unnecessary. It's yet another committee that we don't need, and meeting once every 10 days, I think, would be hard for some of the legislators who don't live in Metro Denver if we don't have the remote possibilities that sometimes happens in some of the remote areas of Colorado. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper and then Representative Luck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just respond to that and say that, if this is merely duplicative, then what should be the problem of adding this also? We add duplicates all the time to law or to rule, and we never seem to really have a problem with it. It kind of invokes another phrase that we say a lot around this chamber, which is belt and suspenders. This basically adds the suspenders to the belt. The other thing that I would say that's just really important is the comment about rural Colorado needing to participate remotely. I can tell you that being from rural Colorado, I represent Delta and Mesa counties. It's incredibly rural. There are times when if I'm not in the right location, I certainly can't even make a phone call, much less be on a Zoom or WebEx meeting. There are parts of my district who have reached out to me who've said, Matt, look, our kids can't be online at all for online learning, which also deals with something we tried to work on during the special session. But it just goes to show you that different parts of Colorado have real issues with technology. In those cases, it's actually better for us to be here at the Capitol. Another example to that point, I sit on the Legal Services Committee. And a few weeks ago, we had a meeting, and we had one of the Attorney General's lawyers try to talk to us. Well, they were just across the street here in Denver, and we were having trouble. I don't know if it was the technology on our end in this building or the technology on the other end in the Attorney General's building, but it was certainly evident that there was some difficulties with technology there. And so I would just like to point out that it doesn't matter if you're in rural Colorado or even urban Colorado. We're not at that point where we have this perfect streaming technology to where we can hear every word. There seems to always be these disruptions. It seems to be difficult to hear or make out at times what a member is trying to say or a witness is trying to say. So I would just like to say that it's better that we get into the Capitol, we get our work done, and we go back to our districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to respond to the part about the committee already existing, it does concern me that while there is a committee, it is meeting once a quarter. Now, once a quarter is fine when you're handling a general board, a business wanting to review the different documents related to the general operations. But when we're in a time of emergency, when things are fluid and changing, and when we've taken such drastic measures as to close down opportunities for people to visit their loved ones or visit with their loved ones in hospital or in nursing homes, when we've closed down businesses, preventing people the option of being able to provide for their families, stay in their homes, put food on their table, it behooves us to ensure that we are diligent in reviewing all of the facts as readily as possible. Now, I can concede the fact that 10 or 14 days may be too quick a time, may be too onerous a time, but I'm open for the majority or anyone else in my party to submit an amendment to my amendment to change that time frame, maybe to once every 28 days to align with the statutory provision related to the governor's orders and how long they can last. It's important that we not just dispense with this idea because we believe that there is some committee, because the reality is our people are struggling, they're suffering. They want answers. They want to know that we hear them. They want to know that we see them. And having a committee like this will help us to show them that we take seriously our responsibility to care for them, our responsibility to uphold the health, welfare, and safety of them. It cannot be taken lightly as people are struggling to overcome the addictions because they can't go to their AA meetings, struggling in so many different ways. It behooves us to be sure that we're working off of good facts, that we have good information, and that we're doing all that we can to provide viable solutions for them so that they can live a life of abundance, so that they can thrive. So please, I do encourage the majority to reconsider their stance on this, and as I said, it is open to amendment. So if there are ways to make it better, then let's do that. This is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I sure appreciate it. Sorry, first time at the well this session, and congratulations on your leadership role. I join with the representative from Pueblo in asking for the ruling majority to reconsider, because the argument against it I heard was that there's two other committees that they join together once every quarter, so 4 times a year, to discuss the emergency. I think it'd be shocking to the people of Colorado, to the people listening in and watching in here, that there's not already an emergency declaration committee. I think that's altogether proper and right that there would be a committee focused specifically on the emergency at hand, a committee that would specifically be meeting from time to time in every 10 days. I don't think that's too much to ask. And when the federal government is constantly passing legislation that affects our state, that affects our budget, when there's things that are changing, when there's increases and decreases and need for quick reaction from the legislative branch, I think it's altogether proper and just and right that there is a committee focused, number one, specifically on the task at hand, that is the emergency before us, that can become experts in that emergency as time goes on, and two, that they meet on a much more regular basis. The problem with having a committee that meets once every 3 months that are two separate committees is those committees are focused on the work of their committees. And so just because we're taking two committees and throwing them together in a room once every 3 months, that doesn't mean that that's their focus. We need a committee focused specifically on this emergency at hand and reacting quickly to it. So I ask for the ruling majority to reconsider and accept this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'd also encourage a yes vote on this amendment. So going back to the very idea again that we are living in a perpetual state of emergency, which is wholly inappropriate for the statute that gives the governor that authority to declare the emergency. Declare the emergency, extend it once, and then return to this body to discuss it. As everything else that's in Joint Rule 44, we are to focus on that emergency. This very reasonable amendment would say, let's visit that emergency order. Let's visit it. There is no such thing right now. Right now, the governor declares it for 30 days, the governor extends it, and he's extended it like 10, 11 times. That's perpetual. That was never the intent. It's wholly unfair to our citizens that they live in a perpetual state of emergency in displacement of their constitutional republic. This puts some guardrails around that. It's wholly appropriate. It's the right role for the balance of powers between the executive and the legislative branch. We ought to be focused on this type of language, these type of concepts, and I strongly urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, for recognizing me. I do want to talk to something very important here. As we, as a body, go over, promulgate, and bring forth amendments, there are a lot of very good things coming out of my caucus. I don't know if the value of that is being captured. Now, Representative Luck, when I first met her in La Junta, Colorado, we started talking about where we've been and what we've done and who we are. And I found out she was a constitutional attorney, a lawyer. And as I work in this body, I understand that that legal training is very valuable in this body. I don't want that to be overlooked with regard to this amendment that she has offered, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. She's offered an amendment, and I want us to understand the importance of these good ideas that are coming forth by very intelligent people. I fear that we are just brushing them aside and overlooking them because we're not interested. We don't think that this discussion and debate maybe, or this particular amendment is worthy of what we want to do on one side of the aisle. But I would argue, I've seen many good amendments brought forth, And this is another one of those. I want to point out that in a state of emergency, quarterly isn't near enough. They should be meeting monthly at the minimum. Maybe bi-monthly, depending on the criticality or the state of the emergency. Now, I'm not saying that this emergency warrants that. We're on the backside of COVID-19. We're on the backside of COVID-19. We have vaccines. 2 of them are already on the table, getting distributed quickly and rapidly under a plan. Operation Warp Speed is working. And that's going to be the savior in large part to this pandemic. And I do believe by summertime, this vaccine will be available and will have been administered to most everybody that needs it, that's in that critical demographic and age group. So this is going to come and go. But as we write rules for the future and for many years to come, many years to come, and I said this earlier, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I said that we need to consider all these good ideas. But I question whether we are. And I will tell you, it's going to be a long day if people don't want to listen to what is being brought forth in a bipartisan manner, with open mind and open ears, and a spirit of understanding, or at least having the desire to understand.
Representative Holtorp, can you please have your remarks address the amendment, not what the members are thinking?
Well, I will, and I believe I am. If you look here, this amendment is allowing for this particular committee, balanced and bipartisan, to analyze and make determinations on the state of the pandemic. And if, in fact, this isn't a good idea, I'd like to hear from the other side of the aisle as to why. I'd like for more of your members to come forth and explain, if you have the opportunity or have the desire to come forth, as to why not only this one, but most every other one that has been brought forth is not a good idea. Because I tell you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I see a lot of good ideas coming forth, and I see a lot of good ideas just getting wiped off the table without hardly any consideration. So, with that, I'm in favor of this amendment. I'm in favor of many of these good ideas that are brought forth, and I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to step up and help us find some compromise and some bipartisanship. I ask the majority leader to demonstrate that goodwill that the Speaker of the House mentioned in his acceptance speech this morning. I'd like to see it on day one. Today's the day. Let's see what we can do to move forward in this session in a bipartisan way. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there further discussion on Amendment L014? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Burnett. Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Gray. Representative Gray votes no. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Baisley. Pelton. Representative Williams.
Sullivan's excused.
Representative Sullivan is excused. With 23 ayes, 36 noes, and 6 excused, Amendment L014 is lost. Back to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I came up here before and I talked about how the involvement that the minority has had on this particular resolution. And so I would call your attention to Rule 53 that we adopted. 53, if you'll recall, we adopted in the break last legislative session. And there was a rather robust conversation. There was a couple folks from either side, I think, that had at least 2-3 discussions as to, what were we looking for in the rule, what was acceptable, kind of what wasn't. And that was the regulations for remote participation in legislative proceedings. So that was Rule 53. And that was a long conversation we had. If I recall correctly, and I was a part of it, I think that it went on for the better part of 2 weeks or so. And we didn't know necessarily when we were coming back at that point, but it was certainly a concern that was raised because the concern was safety. And so how do you address safety, but at the same time allow something different for this body to operate under? And so that conversation went on for some time. I believe both sides had a lot of opportunity to weigh in. And it was pretty effective. I'd like to, applaud, congratulate, and thank the majority for the process that we held to for that. It was incredibly effective. And so, anyways, I remind us of that. And then second to that was during the extraordinary session that we just had, December 1st, I was involved in a process where we looked at Rule 54, and that was the regulations for remote testimony in committees. Had the opportunity to make sure that there was dialogue within the caucuses. I actually co-sponsored that resolution, co-primed it, and we voted on it and it was adopted. The thing that concerns me is the process that we're going through this time. This time is very, very different. The conversation was truly had in the executive committee with very little notice about what the language of the resolution actually entails, right? Because it came out, I think, on the 11th, and then the committee met on the 12th. There wasn't as much time to have that conversation amongst the broader caucuses to see if that was a direction that we really wanted to go. And so I think we did it right in terms of process, and it honored both the majority and the minority the way that we did 53 and 54. But this particular rule is vastly different, the way that we've gone about it. And so we have a precedent. I would ask us that, we kind of slow this down a little bit, and that perhaps it's best that we do it when we come back on February 16th. I don't think that it's appropriate necessarily to hold up the House rules, that we have yet behind this. And I know that there's concern. Is the minority stalling? Are we disrupting the first day? Folks, these are the rules in which we operate under. We have to get this right. So if there is a sentiment that says we're delaying and whatever else, rules are important. And we need to get the rules right. So if we debate 15 minutes, 15 hours, whatever that looks like, we need to be in a place where we are comfortable and we understand the true impact of the rules. That's what this debate affords us, is to understand the true impact of this proposed rule. So, I move to postpone this resolution until February 16th.
Thank you, Representative Geithner. We will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Geithner, I sort of consider that motion a motion to lay the resolution over. Is there objection to a voice vote on laying that over? Seeing objection, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. The House will come back to order. So members, we're kind of in uncharted territory because we are debating adoption of joint rules. And after this, we will debate adoption of House rules. So we're really kind of in this place of we don't have rules at the moment, so we're trying to be respectful of each other and use custom and practice to guide us. I move to a vote on the motion to lay this over until February 16th, because typically with rules we don't have that's a non-debatable motion. That said, after talking to the minority, there's a desire to debate this for not too long of an extent of time, and I want to be respectful of that desire. So I think it's appropriate for us to withdraw my motion to take this to a vote. We're back to the actual motion of laying this over, and to allow a certain amount of debate, because I know this is an important topic that the minority would like to discuss. So with that, Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, members, I think it's important to reiterate, kind of the process that we went through for Rule 53, which is currently printed in our rule book, and then, of course, Rule 54 that we had adopted during the extraordinary session December 1st. And that was the opportunity that there was buy-in, it seemed like, from the entirety of the caucuses, meaning both sides of the aisle. The process that we've taken this time as it pertains to this Senate Joint Resolution 1 is deviated from that, right? I mean, yes, we've had some debate here, but if you'll recall, before we even started debate, we knew that the Senate had adopted amendments, and so we're scrambling to understand even what those amendments are. They weren't necessarily posted immediately on the website. We had to have hard copy. So there is a lot of this that we are actually understanding and coming to terms with through this debate that we're actually having on the floor. Now, 52 and 53, I was involved in both of those processes, and the conversation was rather lengthy. There was an opportunity to, discuss the finer points of it, to see, maybe what was acceptable, what wasn't acceptable, maybe what was a bridge too far, what wasn't a bridge too far on both sides. And just that process that we went through, I think really honored the environment under which we're trying to craft right now, which is our rules. And to address the concern that may be out there that this is somehow a stall tactic to be disruptive to the first day or whatever it is, I would absolutely reject that. Because the rules that we're going to adopt today, this particular rule, the involvement that we have right now is not necessarily going to be as broad as it will be once this particular rule is adopted, because it mainly goes to the executive committee at that point. And so I think in fairness, leaving this discussion until February 16th, when we know we're going to be taking a break here, right? We still have, under customs and practices, we have a 44. We're going to debate House rules right after this. We're still covered under Rule 44, which is fine. And so this type of debate, I think, is something that we owe to each other, but with time and not a compressed timeline to achieve what? I think it was said that we must adopt this. Well, okay, sure we must, but we must adopt it right now? I mean, we've got time. And so my argument is let's use the time that we have until February 16th to debate the finer points of this bill. That's my point. That's why I made the motion. I think February 16th, it's a date certain. It's something that, we can all work within in order to make sure that we have honored each other and our responsibilities within this chamber. I would urge a yes vote on the motion.
Thank you, Representative Geithner. And members, let's please keep it down in the chamber. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing us to have this time to debate this motion. Folks, putting the final vote of these rules off for one more month is a good idea. That is something that would allow us to really dig into the rules. As I've been talking with constituents over the past few days, people have asked, what are the rules? Where are the rules? And I tell them where they can find them, the previous rules anyway that are on on the legislative website, but people understand how important, how crucial rules are. We operate under these rules, folks. They are very important for our procedures, for our moving forward on bills, for our committee work, and for everything else. Rules are crucial, they are important, and I would think that everybody in this room would be very interested in making sure that we are operating under good rules that have been agreed to by both sides. And by waiting 5 weeks, i.e. allowing us to debate some of the finer points, allowing us to actually understand the finer points, we know what the votes are already. However, allowing us to really discuss some of these points would really, I think, help a lot of the citizens of Colorado. We heard a lot of talk about unity, and in order to truly be unified as a state, we need to really understand where we're going, what direction we're heading to, and how we are going to get there. And having good, solid rules that people agree to is part of that procedure. So I urge an aye vote on our Assistant Minority Leader's motion to delay this final vote until February 16th and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can't tell you how much it dismays me to have this discussion on our first day. The break-in norm, I'm in my 7th year. I cannot remember a significant change in any of our rules that did not involve consultation with the other side of the aisle. Representative Benavides for the majority party did a fabulous job in developing the remote participation rules last year. Extensive consultation with the minority, really delving down into what would work, what wouldn't, the pros and cons, how do we keep integrity in the legislative process. That's what I have seen in this body in now going on my 7 years. We have had none of that with this significant change. The rules were drafted with no input, not a little, no input from the House minority. Our House minority leader sees the rules for the first time in draft Monday evening. We had no meaningful input, discussion. It was marched through the executive committee. Many of us see these for the first time, and as I'm reading through them, all I can see is the change in diluting minority rights and our ability to represent our districts. That's how the language reads to me. So I am opposed to the process that was used here, which is a break from the norm, if we're talking about breaks from the norm. I am dismayed and disappointed by the process. I would have liked an opportunity to talk in a meaningful way with the majority on the lessons learned in doing a legislative process that has integrity, that has public participation, that respects members' rights to introduce bills and the gavel rule, and to bring the concerns of their community to this body to be heard and voted on. I don't understand the comment that we have to adopt this today. Members, the bills that are going to be discussed these 3 days have already been introduced. That's a done deal. The process has been put in place. We're talking 3 days. We have a Joint Rule 44 in place that we can go forward with. If there was interest by the majority, and I say this respectfully, in really sitting down and talking about this language that's being proposed and the meaning and future impact to both the majority and the minority. We would welcome that discussion, knowing that at the end of the day, the majority has the votes, right? It is the lack of discussion and process, as well as the potential impact for these rules going forward, and what I read as dilution of minority rights, that is so dismaying to me. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Representative Carver. And members, let's please keep the conversations down. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for allowing us to have this debate on a very important topic, which is postponing this question or delaying this question until February 16th. You know, one thing, just to echo what my good colleague from El Paso County was down here saying, it wasn't until January 11th that we had any idea what the draft of the Senate Joint Resolution looked like at all, period. And as you can see, there's many issues that we've raised here today. I mean, in just a day's time, we've managed to pick apart and raise at least 4 or 5 hours worth of debatable issues with this Senate Joint Resolution.
Representative Soper, hold on one sec. Members, I tried to do it without the gavel. Please keep it down. I know this has been long, but please pay attention to Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that we've raised these points throughout today. I mean, almost, say, 5 hours worth of debate. Although I didn't do the clock for when it started, so don't debate me on that particular point. But we've raised a lot of issues here today with the Senate Joint Resolution. And enough that, we would like to be able to work and participate more robustly in the Senate Joint Resolution. But our fear is that it's kind of being crammed down our throats right here at the last minute. And so delaying until February 16th gives us that opportunity to sit down, walk across the aisle, actually have those conversations without doing it right here in the well about these issues that are very important. And they're not Republican issues or Democrat issues. These are issues that we've raised that are very important to the entire institution of the General Assembly. Guaranteeing that members can at least introduce one bill under a Rule 44, which is for a declared disaster emergency. So I would respectfully ask that every single member here think about the fact that we're not doing anything more than asking to delay until February 16th when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First time I've come down to the well today, and I've sat there patiently and have listened to this, and it gives me pause that we're doing this on the first day and we're already in a debate that's over 4 hours long, and maybe the debate is just on our side, but is this what we're going to have to look forward to whenever earlier on today when speeches were made and they were talked about goodwill and wanting to work together and things like that. And right off the bat, we're not working together because we've offered amendment after amendment, and they can't all be bad. But we need some time to talk to our constituents. They need to know how much power the executive committee is going to have. An executive committee of just a few legislators. And they're going to have the power to make changes, and that's not representative government. So we need to preserve Rule 44 right now as it is. There is no we have to pass it. There's nothing that says it has to be passed today. There's nothing in the rules that say that. I guess if we passed it, then they could do whatever they wanted and they could pass it, again. But we need to preserve Rule 44 as it is right now. Give us a time to talk to one another. Give us time to tell our constituents what's ahead. And let's revisit this on February 16th. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I definitely stand in support, obviously. What we're doing right now, in my opinion, will dictate how business is done among all of us in the future. This will lay the groundwork of how smoothly things will go. This is my 4th year. For the first time, I actually jumped online to look for a place to live out here, because I think there's going to be some long nights, if there's zero refusal to find a common ground. This will dictate our future. We heard words of unity, we heard words of inclusion, but we've heard no words of compromise. So with that said, obviously I support this. People are watching us right now, and they're so sick of government because of things like this, because of words being said and then 5 minutes later the exact opposite is being done. Words of inclusion, words of a minority being heard. Give me a break. This is the time for us to decide, is all this rhetoric just rhetoric? Are we going to support something like this and come down to compromise? Are we going to do the people's business? Or are we just going to waste everybody's evenings night after night and stay away from our kids and our family?
Representative Sandridge, I'm giving you a little bit of latitude. Let's keep it to the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that said, I'll bring it back, support holding this over till we can maybe discuss a common ground. I do support holding this over because I know I'm hearing that this is dragging on too long. Well, then leave it like it is then, or hold it over. We can hit it right now. We can go into committees right now if we support this. We can come back at a later time, because it seems like we're not going anywhere. I'm just canceling my plans for Saturday because I think we'll be here to be discussing the same issue. So with that said, I look forward to the vigorous debate.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, fellow colleagues. I just want to speak to an opportunity. We have a unique opportunity right here, right now. I see it. And the leadership that is here in this body can claim its victory. It's not easy to do because we think, well, we didn't get that vote that day, or this didn't go the way we wanted. And I'm not happy about that as I drive home. But let's look beyond today. Let's look to the rest of this session. Let's look to the rest of the year. Let's look 5 or 10 years from now. As we do what we're doing with this joint resolution, I am very refreshed with the leadership that is behind me. I am very refreshed with the leadership that is in front of me. And I mean that sincerely. We have an opportunity today as a state legislature, as a House, to show not only the state of Colorado, but the entire nation what the direction should look like as we move forward. Now you say, what is that dumb country boy saying? What in the world is he saying? Well, let me just dial it down to the way we talk where I'm from. If we take a minute to look around and think about what we're doing and how we're doing it, then maybe we'll have a little better outcome. And I'm going to tell you, when you're moving cattle into country, a lot of times you want them to go through that gate, and you're sitting there pushing those cattle. You got 4 or 5 cowboys, and you're screaming, hooting, and hollering, and they're just not wanting to go. And I'm telling you, my daddy said, well, wait a minute. He always called me boy. He said, wait a minute, boy. And that wasn't insulting. That was a term of endearment because I was his boy. He said, you know what? There's another gate right over there in the other corner of this pasture. Have you thought about moving those cows that way? I bet they'd run right out that damn thing. Darn thing. Excuse me. Well, we didn't think about that. We're just sitting here fighting, trying to get these cows out this corner. Well, just try it and see what happens. If the objective is to get the cows moved to another pasture and they'll run out that other gate, you have met your objective. This is that time. And I think about my daddy, God rest his soul. The cows are going to run and go to the next pasture. It's just we're trying to push them out the wrong gate. Now, I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but I tell you what, we can show the state, we can show the nation that by working together in a bipartisan way and maybe looking at a different gate to go down, what's a few days? In the history and annals of time and history, what is a few days? What's a few weeks? What's a 30-day recess, ladies and gentlemen? To me, in this pandemic, it isn't an issue. And I think I made that clear earlier, despite some of my colleagues' points, which I wasn't in agreement with. So please consider this opportunity today. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. I thank you, Madam Majority Leader, for your considerations. And I thank the Minority Leader, where did he go? Right over here. Because I will tell you, our Minority Leader now is probably one of the most thoughtful about what are we doing? Where are we going? Are we listening to all sides? And in a fractured caucus, and I'm not trying to tell on ourselves, but I'm telling on ourselves. Okay? We've got to find that unity amongst ourselves, and we got to find that unity amongst each other on both sides of the aisle, and we have to find that unity. But we got to want to find it and look for it. So I'm going to quit talking, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm a little windy fella. Well, I might not be that little, but please think about what I'm saying, because I think it's an opportunity that we can show something that is great, and I don't want to miss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there further discussion on the motion to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 1 to February 16th? Seeing none. Is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Byrd, Catlin, Exum, Gray, Kennedy, Ortiz. No. Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Van Beber. She's coming. Take your time. Representative Byrd, Representative Exum, Representative Gray, Representative Kennedy. Great. Representative Gray is excused. Please close the machine. With 23 ayes and 39 noes and 3 excused, the motion to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 1 is lost. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I expect we'll be debating some more amendments momentarily, but
in light of what just happened and the fact that usually in our House rules, in Rule 15, motion to lay over is not debatable, and that principle is restated in Mason's manual. I just wanted to ask for your clarification here for us as a House that the general rule that a motion to lay over is not debatable remains the custom and practice of the House, notwithstanding the grace that was just allowed, and that will be part of custom and practice going forward if you would be able to so opine.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Weissman. And yeah, motions that aren't debatable under our normal rules, and especially under Mason's, will continue to not be debatable. I thought it was appropriate in the moment that we just had to provide some latitude to the minority, so I appreciate that clarification. Is there further discussion on Representative Luck?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one more amendment for you all to consider. This amendment is brought out, or the idea behind this amendment was brought out during yesterday's executive committee meeting, where it was discussed the notice requirements for calling this chamber back into session. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I apologize. I would like to move the amendment 017 and ask for it to be displayed, but I'm sure it already is.
That's great, Representative Luck. It's been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just putting this forward. It aligns with our requirements here in the state for special districts and other government entities to provide 24 hours notice before we come back to session. This is helpful not only for our legislators who are further afield, who have to drive here, who have to drive from Durango or from other sections of our state that take time, but it also enables our citizens to have the proper notice that they need, so that if they would like to speak into an issue that we are contemplating, that they have the time and opportunity to alter their child care situation, alter their job situation, so that they can be here and be heard. And so I would just like to for this to be considered. It just would say that as soon as to give notice with as much time as possible, and with at least 24 hours public notice, which again is consistent with our other statutory requirements vis-a-vis CORA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Luck. Is there further discussion on Amendment L017? Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask for a no vote. The amendment as drafted actually doesn't do what the representative just spoke of it doing. Where the amendment is drawing in the 24-hour notice would be with the calendar days that we're talking about during session. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on L017? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I guess my question to the majority then is, if we were to draft this correctly and get it in the exact right spot, would it be something that the majority would go for? Or is there a plan perhaps in the future to draw us back into session without 24-hour notice, which would be a complete disservice, not just to the members who are far away from the Capitol, but rather those districts and those voters that are represented by far away from the Capitol, so that the people are represented equally, whether they're Montrose or Delta or Yuma or Ray, that those citizens of Colorado have equal representation than the people that are within just minutes of the Capitol. And so that is my question to the majority.
Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And until I actually see the right amendment in front of me to know how it fits into the legislation, I'm not going to say yes or no.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And folks, this was actually something that we really began the process of fixing in exec session, because we had this come up. We have members, and Senator Holbert and I actually made the point that so many of our members are from rural areas who are far enough outside the confines of Denver that they need more time to get here. So this is a little bit of belt and suspenders, which says that as much time as possible, and with at least 24 hours public notice. And we're just redrafting this actually to come to the right place, because it really should be in the section above where we say with as much time as possible, comma, and with at least 24 hours public notice. And so really what it does is it also allows for the convening of the legislative body of this state to be done in a way that the public also knows what we're doing, so that we don't just say, rush to Denver, we're going to do this tonight, and move on. We say, look, we're going to come together, and we have at least 24 hours. The public will have 24 hours notice. That's what's expected out of all of our bills. All of the other things we do have to be publicly noticed. So should the convening of the General Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am learning on the fly. Thank you all for your grace. Appreciate that. So because this has some errors in it, I'm asking to withdraw this amendment, and then I will resubmit the one that is corrected. Again, thank you for your grace.
Thank you, Representative Luck. So L017 has been withdrawn. Can we proceed to L016 while Representative Luck works on the redraft of her amendment? To L016, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I come back to L016 because we wanted to take a little bit of time to consider what we mean. It is so important to all of us that we have 5 bills that we have an allowance for every single time we come to this chamber. Every session that we have 5 bills that will be heard. And the problem with this language was it said, well, you know, we might have late bills, we might decrease or increase the number of bills, and it sort of provided this infinite latitude. And so this amendment would say, well, you have that latitude, and certainly the majority currently has that latitude to increase the number of late bills as they wish. But this makes sure that every single member under these circumstances would have at least 1 late bill, not less than 1 per member. And that, I think, satisfies this idea that the residents, the citizens of this state, outside the confines of where our majority members come from, but in all these other districts, have a voice through their representative. I would ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, while I don't think that this is necessary, I think that this is something that we would do anyway. I do understand the concerns. I've been listening to the debate. I've been hearing you out. And honestly, I don't think that there's an issue with adding this to the Senate joint resolution. It's been a long day already. Okay. Therefore, I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. That it takes doing, and then we do things together, and we do that, and we really do come together and try to get the work of the people done. Thank you for that.
So the question before us, if there's no further discussion on Amendment L016, is the adoption of L016. Seeing no objection to a voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L016 is adopted. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have nothing further to add. This is just the corrected version. So,
If you don't mind moving the new one.
Oh, I am moving Amendment 018 and would ask for it to be displayed. But again, the same substance, just refined in terms of its placement. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. L018 has been moved and properly displayed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will keep this short. This is a discussion we had on the Executive Committee. This is actually adding to the amendment that the Senate put on after discussions on the Executive Committee meeting. I don't see an issue with having that possibility of at least 24-hour public notice added on to where this amendment is actually adding it on to. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on Amendment L018. Seeing no objection to a voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L018 is adopted
Congratulations, Representative Luck, on a successful first day. That brings us back to Senate Joint Resolution 1. Seeing no discussion, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to move for it to be adopted now.
I think it has been, why don't we just go ahead and do that? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that SJR 1 be adopted.
As
amended. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? I think she left the chamber. Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Bailey, Representative Gray, Representative Jackson is excused. Representative Ricks. Representative Ricks votes yes. Is your machine? Yep, there we go. Representative Gray is excused. With 40 ayes and 22 noes and 3 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 1 is adopted. Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title. I guess we have to introduce it. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. I've waited like 6 years to say that, so.
Only four.
Please close the machine. Introduction of resolutions.
HJR 21-10-001 by Representative Eskar, also Senator Fenberg, concerning changes to the joint rules of the Senate and House of Representatives regarding oversight responsibilities of committees of reference. HR 21-10-001 by Representative Eskar, concerning the temporary rules of the House of Representatives and changes to the rules of the House of Representatives concerning regulations for remote participation and taking remote testimony in committees of reference. HR 21-10-002 by Representative Eskar, concerning changes to the rules of the House of Representatives regarding committees of reference. HR 21-10-003 by Representative Mullica, concerning employees and positions for the House of Representatives convened in the first regular session of the 73rd General Assembly.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Resolution 1001.
HR 21-10-001 by Representative Eskar, concerning the temporary rules of the House of Representatives and changes to the rules of the House of Representatives concerning regulations for remote participation and taking remote testimony in committees of reference.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the immediate consideration of HR 1001. It's the resolution adopting the temporary House rules of the 72nd General Assembly as the temporary House rules of the 73rd.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go ahead and keep this brief. I know it's been a long day and we still have committees. Members, there's a few, I guess, changes I would recommend to the resolution itself for our temporary House rules. And I'll go ahead and just introduce this and explain what I'm trying to do here. So, Mr. Speaker, I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. That amendment has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, I had this resolution drafted up, and I believe everything's in order. But what this would do is it would strike the provision in the temporary or in the resolution that states that the temporary rules can be amended by mere majority. I think it's important that, well, there's two things I want to point out. First off, since we're operating under Rule 44 anyway, this amendment really wouldn't affect us until we got out of having to utilize Rule 44. So it doesn't really affect it in practice because Rule 44 allows for the rules to be amended by a majority anyway. But once we get out of this emergency, if we get out, and once we're no longer utilizing Rule 44, then it would bring us back to regular order, and the resolution right now would allow for the rules to be amended by a mere majority, and I think that's a mistake. And I think it's a mistake because we really don't pass permanent rules anymore, and so just as a formality, we always do these temporary rules. And if you look in your rule book, it talks about having the requirement of a 2/3 majority to change the rules. But because we pass this resolution, it states that it only takes a majority, and I think that's a mistake. For the temporary rules or even for the permanent rules, I think we should always be looking at the 2/3 requirement. And it gets back to what I've argued earlier, that when we're making these changes to the rules, it should take both caucuses, it should take both political parties, because the rules should transcend any sort of partisan issues that we may have in the moment, because these rules will presumably be used in the long run. I think it's only proper and fair that we do that, especially since it's in the actual rule book, but we don't necessarily need it. So like I said, practically speaking, Rule 44 already allows you to amend this by a mere majority, but once we get out of it, what this amendment would do is it would require us to utilize that 2/3 threshold. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the amendment, and I'm going to state briefly why. I appreciate the references that have been made today to regular order. I would submit that it is, in fact, the regular order of this House to adopt temporary rules that can be amended by a majority. That has been happening under majorities of both parties since 1969. The last time that the House adopted permanent rules was 1967. During that time, 50 years plus now, there have actually been more Republican majorities in this institution than Democratic ones. And, going back and checking 60 years of journals online, you find motions like this one moved by such heavyweights of the Republican Party of Colorado, such as Amy Stevens, Keith King, Lolis Bradley, Doug Dean, Norma Anderson. Former Republican majority leaders have made basically exactly the same motion for a resolution like the current majority leader has made, and those have been passed for decades, essentially without any objection or very little discussion at any rate. So I would submit that it's in fact kind of become the custom and practice to do just this. Now, custom and practice can be departed from. That is the purpose of this amendment. I think it is especially important that we vote no on this amendment now and that we hew to custom and practice because we're in the middle of a pandemic, because we've already had to make changes to how we operate as a legislature, to timing, to how the public can engage. We don't know the course of this pandemic. I am optimistic about vaccines, but we are not out of the woods yet. So if ever flexibility was required for us as an institution, it is this year, more so than any of the prior 50 years, where majorities of both parties have adopted temporary rules changeable by a majority. So I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make clear, I mean, we're operating under Rule 44 right now. And if I believe memory serves me correctly, Rule 44 allows us to amend our rules with the majority right now. What this amendment would do is once Rule 44 is no longer invoked, then it would bump it to the 2/3 vote. And with all due respect to my Republican predecessors who were in the majority, this was a wrong thing to do. There's just no other way to put it. They shouldn't have done this. And I don't care who's in the majority, if it's Democrats or Republicans, when it comes to rule changes, we need to be able to involve both political parties and ensure some sort of longevity with respect to what the rules of the game are. So we're not changing and moving the goalposts. This is, I think, a proper thing to do. Right now, the flexibility to change the rules are already there under Rule 44 that we're invoking or have invoked. But once we return to our normal course of action here in the House when there's no longer a disaster emergency, or when we choose not to invoke Rule 44 anymore, then that's when this triggers the 2/3 threshold. And that should be appropriate, guys. I can't stress this enough. I am a Republican standing right here telling you that past Republicans who have done this shouldn't have done it. I don't know if that means anything to anyone here, but I promise you this, that again, majorities change hands, and let's go ahead and stop this cycle of tit-for-tat politics that does happen in this chamber. It does happen, and we don't want to talk about it, but I want to at least try to address this in a meaningful way. It's as simple as that. If there's a rule change, it should involve both political parties, and having a 2/3 threshold will achieve that. So please vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Seeing no further debate on Amendment L001 to House Resolution 1001, is there opposition to a... There is opposition to a voice vote. So the question before us is the adoption of L001 to House Resolution 1001. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Geithner, Representative Soper. Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 23 ayes and 40 noes and 2 excused, Amendment L001 to House Resolution 1001 is lost. Is there further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the sake of time, I'll just move this. I move L002 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has to deal, this amendment deals with committees and the discretion of chairman to limit testimony. I think, at least what I've seen in the minority, is that we have seen a ramp up of more limitations on testimony, and especially members' ability to ask questions and receive answers from experts or witnesses that choose to come here and testify on whatever bill it may be. So what this amendment would do is it would still allow chairs to limit the time. So if a chair wanted to impose a 2-minute limit or a 3-minute limit, that's fine. But what it would say is that the chair cannot limit the number of people that show up, because it's the people's house. So if whoever shows up and they want to speak on a particular bill, they should be afforded the right to speak on that bill. Simple as that. So you can't limit the number of people who show up to this building and sign up to testify. And the number 2 change it would make is it would allow members to ask questions and receive answers without having some sort of arbitrary time constraint. Many times in committee, there will be experts who come and testify on bills, and there's just not enough time for members to fully vet their experience, their knowledge. And I think this is a reasonable adjustment to the chairman's discretion. It still allows for that time limit to be imposed, but it at least allows the ability for the public to come and be heard if they come and show up. There's been instances where committee chairs, they know full well that people come all across the state. It could be 2 hours from Pueblo, it could be 8 hours from the Western Slope. They come here, and sometimes they're not even allowed to speak, or they're not allowed to at least give an adequate response to any questions that a member would want to ask. This is a part of our job. If we're going to pass policy, then we should be deliberate and thoughtful, and we should be granted the ability to learn as much as we can before we make any decision. And more importantly, we shouldn't be trying to silence the voice of the people. And in effect, I know there's this give and take, right? The chair has to be able to move the process along. But if someone takes a couple hours to drive up here and they don't really get enough time to say their piece, I will submit to you that that's the wrong direction we're headed. We should set, I would say, a gold standard for witness testimony in this chamber and in this building. And this is one great way we can tell the people of the state of Colorado that your voice matters, that we respect your right to address any policy discussion or controversy that comes up in this building. So please vote yes, and let's allow people to speak.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And members, I know it's been a long day. Please keep your conversations to a minimum. Please keep your conversations to a minimum. We still have a number of items in order to get our house in order. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, this is a very important amendment. Whenever I meet people that live in my district, one of my favorite phrases to come back with is, "Oh, you're my boss. How am I doing?" And I want to hear positives, I want to hear negatives, I want to hear input, I want to hear feedback, because we serve our districts. We're not their boss. We serve them. That is our job. That is the way America works. That is the way Colorado works. That is the way a democracy works. That is the way a republic works. It's very important, and our Constitution, it's very important that we keep in mind that we serve our constituents, not boss them around. With that being said, we need to hear them. We need to listen to them. We need to know what they think. We need to know how our votes affect their lives, their jobs, their families, their homes, the roads they drive on, and everything else. And I have seen in the 6 years I've been down here, and now I know I'm in my last term, guys, but I know that I have seen people drive hours and hours to come here. They're given maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes to speak, and I know this amendment doesn't necessarily address that piece, but I have seen constituents, I have seen people come to testify that are treated with such disrespect. I have seen people asked why they're even there. We need to really turn around our attitude towards the constituents that come speak to us. We need to listen to them. If they take their time out of their days, often they're taking time off work, we need to be accessible. We need to hear them. We need to let them speak. We need to be able to ask questions. Those of us that are sitting on the committees need to be able to ask them probing questions about why they said that or how those numbers work. Because you know what? The votes that we make every day are affecting lives. They are costing people money. They are costing people their time. They are interfering with their families. They are often affecting their schools, their jobs, and it's crucial that we pay attention to them. And this amendment is trying to address that. This amendment is trying very hard to get to the point that we answer to the people of Colorado. And I hope that we can all take that seriously. And I really I beg for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the representative from Douglas County did a very good job arguing for the constituent side of this and us hearing from them. I want to make an argument for the other half of the amendment, which is for the elected official side. Now, we have been sent here to represent our districts. I think it is absolutely improper that a chair of a committee would tell an elected official, and by the way, the number of people in your district is roughly the same number of people in my district, and we all have a responsibility to represent our districts. It is altogether proper and just that an elected official trying to represent their district can ask the questions and spend the time they need to know how they're going to be voting on a piece of legislation. So for a chair of a committee to say, you, Mr. Elected Official who represent the same number of Coloradans as I do, that one person can ask questions but another person can't, that is altogether improper. I do understand that this bill, it gives no actually time limit, so if the chair of the committee did want to say 1 minute per person to testify or 2 minutes per person, that would be okay under this rule, but at least for that elected official trying to understand what their how they're going to vote on behalf of their district, they would have that ability, and that is altogether proper and just. So I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. This goes back to, we're in the people's house right now, if I'm correct. This is their house. They should be able to come in here and tell us their views on certain issues. We shouldn't have to stifle them. I'm noticing a trend. This is why I support this. I'm noticing a trend of possibly stifling our constituents' voices. This supports their voices. We're dealing with chairs cutting off people, chairs introducing bills at 1 a.m. What does that tell our community? It's a weekday at 1 a.m., and then they come here and we stifle their voice. This protects some of the most vulnerable among us, the people who take off work, the people who have difficulty getting here, the vulnerable who wants to come here and give their view on something that could help them. And we want to stifle them. I think that's disrespectful, because at one end, we're asking for their vote, then when it's time for them to tell us how they feel, we stifle them. I think we need to remember what our job is and who we represent. And this amendment does that. To me, I don't care if I disagree with you or agree with you. You have a right to come here and say things. Say your view. I don't care if I feel it's erratic. I don't care if I feel it's socialist. I don't care if I feel anything. You have a right to come up here and say what you have to say. I don't care if you're a poor homeless person or a rich billionaire. You should have the same time. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. You should have the same time. And you should be treated with respect. And the tone that I see at times, how our people are disrespected just because their view, this amendment will at least help in trying to earn some of that respect back. With that said, I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I am in support of this amendment, but I don't think it goes far enough. Now I'm going to speak to all the new members here. As a redshirt freshman, I had the privilege of witnessing some things last session, and it's directly to this amendment. When you walk into a committee and are to listen to public testimony, you're not supposed to be pre-counting votes and making decisions before you have heard the people. That is a big flaw in this institution, and I'm going to call it out. This amendment addresses that. When you have a house full of people and you thought you had a schedule and you're not willing to adjust and amend that schedule because you want to have your schedule, because it's about you and your schedule and not the people of this state, you have a fundamental problem in your perspective. Because all those 100 or 200 people that came to that committee meeting to be heard have a right to be heard. You as a chairwoman or chairman, if you want to limit testimony to 1 minute, that's a joke. You can't speak to anything in 1 minute, except maybe a good joke or a bad one. That is unfair and unjust to the citizenry of this state. I witnessed all this, and it made me mad as a hatter last year, or last session rather. Yeah, it would have been last year. Because that means that we, when we do these things, don't even want to listen because we've already made up our minds. We want to limit testimony because we're more important and our schedule is more important than the people of this state. We want to silence voices, and we don't want to let the people be heard. Now I was at a rally last Wednesday at this Capitol, and I spoke at that rally. and I tried to tell people to have faith in this institution, to have faith in the system, and to get involved. I about got drug off that darn podium and got the living spank beat out of me. But I'm a big boy, and I worked it out. I worked it out. Okay? But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of people that are mad, and if we don't do amendments like this to our rules, if we don't respect and honor the people that come here, and oh, by the way, if you're from Baca County, how many people know where Baca County is? Yeah, raise your hand if you do. I'm curious. Okay, about 5.5 hours from here. And you get in your car and drive, and you want to give testimony, and you're in line and you sign up, but then all of a sudden a chairperson says, well, we don't have time for that. We're going to cut it off right here. And you miss your opportunity to speak, and you drive back to Baca County. What do you think about this institution? I've heard what they think. You come with me to Springfield. You come with me to Campo. You come with me to Pritchett. I welcome you. You want to see some angry folks. They're there. And we, because we don't add rules like this, and we're not considerate, and we don't allow for at least 3 minutes,
Representative
or
Holbert,
we don't allow for everybody to speak, as this amendment states. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to you for your leadership.
Sorry, just let's not impugn anyone's motives, and please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. I do respect that. And I will try to simmer down, as they say, because I'm passionate about some things. This amendment here actually reaches out to people and lets their voice be heard, and knows that in our rules we honor their opportunity to speak. And we're not going to shut them down or shut them off because we think our schedule or what we have to do next is more important. For you new people, don't fall into this trap. Don't go there. I'm not going there. We've got to let these people have their time. We need to listen to them, and we need to make the decisions after the committee testimony is complete and we have listened to all from all sides. So I'm in support of this amendment. It doesn't even go far enough. So let's get behind the people of this state and do what we were sent here to do and not limit their voice. Because if we continue to do things like that, if you think you have problems last Wednesday, they might not be over yet.
Representative Holtorf, let's be very, very careful not to incite any activities outside of this building. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good job, Representative Holtorf. My constituents aren't as far out as Baca County, but the closest town in my district to this building is an hour away, clear up to 4 hours. I live 3 hours. We have to let my people, Representative Holtorf's people, Representative Will's people, come to this building and have their say. We can't have them showing up and they say, oh, by the way, that's not convenient. You have to come back another time. This amendment speaks to that, gives all of the people of this state, especially the far reaches of this state, that really make a commitment and give up some things to come to this building to let their voice be heard. I am in full support of this, and I think it would really help bridge that rural-urban divide that we have in this state right now. Anybody that doesn't think it's true, you need to get out of this town. Come out to the country and talk to the people, because it is real, and they are feeling ignored. So vote for this amendment. I support it fully.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I have two different perspectives. Before coming here, I was actually a community organizer who got people in Pueblo to actually travel here to wait their turn to testify. That was my first experience with this building, was teaching people that their voice absolutely does matter. And what happened to me was we all came up here, we got here early, and we couldn't fit in the committee room, so we went to the overflow room and we waited, and we waited. That chair didn't put any type of time restrictions on anyone's ability to speak. Lo and behold, around midnight, we realized we actually had to get home. We had kids waiting at home for some of the mothers I brought with me. We had things happening at home that we had to get home for. So we had to turn around without giving our voice because there was no organization to the committee, there was no structure to the committee, and I have to speak up for the chairs that have been working diligently, trying to make sure that they make these committees fair and just. Time limits isn't just on, are you a Republican or a Democrat constituent? You get a time limit. Time limits are time limits on people testifying, period. We have no idea if you're for or against until you sign up. Time limits are set to make sure that more voices can be heard. More people have the ability to make sure that if they have traveled all this way, their voices can be heard. So this, I would say, the chairs need that space to make sure that their committees function in a way that actually completes the work for the people of Colorado. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection, the question before the chamber is the adoption of L002 to House Resolution 1001. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Jackson, Representative Snyder, Representative Soper. Representative Soper. Representative Mollica. Representative Mollica. Representative Jackson is excused. Representative Soper is excused. Please close the machine. "24 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 4 excused. Amendment L002 to House Resolution 1001 is lost. Is there further discussion on House Resolution 1001? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing objection, the question before the House is the adoption of House Resolution 1001. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes yes. We are in the House. Ayes are not allowed. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Holtorf, Pelton, Representative Ricks, please vote. Representative Ricks, please close the machine. With 38 ayes, 23 noes, and 4 excused, House Resolution 1001 is adopted. Members, before we go on, let me just say one thing. When we have these long hours of debate, it wears us down. Sometimes it can wear on our emotions and how we're feeling. Let's just be very careful in the well when we're talking, not to incite any violence outside this building, to maintain the utmost decorum of this chamber. I say this because this week is going to feel long, and there's going to be moments where you feel a passion, and I would encourage everyone to take a step back, take a sip of water. Don't use the well to lash out at any member. And so thanks. I just throw that out there because I've seen it happen, and it happens after long debates like this. Mr. Gregorio, please. Oh, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Resolution 1002.
H.R. 21-10002 by Representative Eskar concerning changes to the rules of the House of Representatives regarding committees of reference.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of H.R. 1002.
Do you want to explain what the resolution is?
The resolution is regarding changes to committee names or committees of reference names.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. The question before the House is the immediate consideration of House Rule or House Resolution 1002. Is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Resolution 1002 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, do we want to do co-sponsors on that one? Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1001.
HJR 21-10001 by Representative Eskar, also Senator Fenberg, concerning changes to the joint rules of the Senate and House of Representatives regarding oversight responsibilities of committees of reference.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of House Joint Rule 1001. It's the resolution adopting the changes to the joint rules regarding oversight responsibilities of committees of reference because we changed some names.
The question before the House is the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1001 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. We will now move to notify the governor. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a committee of 2 be appointed to notify the governor that the House is organized and finally ready for some business.
There's a lot of firsts today. Seeing no objection, the motion Representatives Amabile and Van Beber will notify the governor that the House is organized and ready for business. So please proceed. Thank you. At this time, the committees to notify the governor will be excused. We will continue to proceed forward as they notify the governor. Mr. Gregorio, please read the list of appointments to committees.
Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Water, Representatives Arndt, Chair, McCormick, Vice Chair, Catlin, Cutter, Holtorf, Lontine, McLaughlin, Pelton, Roberts, Valdez D., Will. Committee on Appropriations, Representative Herod, Chair, McCluskey, Vice Chair, Baisley, Bradfield, Doherty, Duran, Judah, Kipp, Ransom, Rich, Tipper. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, Representative Roberts, Chair, Sullivan, Vice Chair, Amabile, Byrd, Carver, Duran, Lynch, Mullica, Neville, Ricks, Sandridge, Snyder, Van Winkle. Committee on Education, Representative McLaughlin, Chair, Young, Vice Chair, Baisley, Caraveo, Exum, Geithner, Kipp, Larson, Michelson, Janae. Committee on Energy and Environment, Representative Valdez A., Chair, Hooton, Vice Chair, Burnett, Froelich, Jackson, Pico, Sirota, Soper, Tatone, Van Beber, Weissman, Will, Woog. Committee on Finance, Representative Byrd, Chair, Snyder, Vice Chair, Benavides, Bradfield, Doherty, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Kipp, Luck, Rich, Sandridge. Committee on Health and Insurance, Representative Lontine, Chair, Caraveo, Vice Chair, Baisley, Hanks, Jackson, Kennedy, McCormick, Mullica, Ortiz, Soper, Tatone, Van Beber, Williams. Committee on Judiciary, Representatives Weissman, Chair, Tipper, Vice Chair, Bacon, Benavides, Bockenfeld, Carver, Doherty, Luck, Lynch, Roberts, Woodrow. Committee on Public Health and Behavioral Health and Human Services, Representative Michelson, Janae, Chair, Sirota, Vice Chair, Bradfield, Cutter, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Holtorf, Judah, Larson, Ortiz, Pelton, Ricks, Woog, Young. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, Representative Kennedy, Chair, Woodrow, Vice Chair, Amabile, Bacon, Burnett, Bockenfeld, Duran, Geithner, Hanks, Valdez A., Williams. Committee on Transportation and Local Government, Representative Exum, Chair, Gray, Vice Chair, Arndt, Catlin, Froelich, Hooton, Pico, Rich, Sullivan, Valdez, Valdez D, Van Winkle. Committee on Capital Development Committee, Representative Hooton, Chair, Valdez A, Rich. Joint Budget Committee, Representative McCluskey, Vice Chair, Harrod, Ransom. Executive Committee of Legislative Council, Garnett, Vice Chair, Escar, McKean. Legislative Council, Representative Garnett, Vice Chair, Escar, Benavides, Geithner, Jackson, Kennedy, McKean, Mullica, Pelton. Committee on Legal Services, Representatives Harrod, Snyder, Soper, Van Winkle, Weissman. Committee on Legislative Audit, Representative Michelson, Janae, Bockenfeld, Larson, Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the appointments to the Legislative Audit Committee be confirmed.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Members, we do have to open up the machine and vote. But before we do that, it looks like our committee to notify the governor is back. So let's thank them and come on into the well. I know this is new. Normally what we do is we notify the Senate, we notify the governor, and we allow the committee to say a few words about what they heard when they notified the governor. So I don't know who would like to speak first. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Speaker Garnett. We just notified the governor, and he would like to wish us all a very productive session.
That's great.
We also wanted to congratulate everybody, all the new people on their election, and on everybody for their elections this session, and to say congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The governor has been notified that the House and Senate are open and ready for business, which is great. So if we could make sure that Representative Van Beber is back and is present and Representative Amable is present. We will proceed forward with the votes on the appointments to the Legislative Audit Committee. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Amable, Bacon, Burnett. Oh, Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Cutter, Representative Judah. Representative Cutter and Representative Judah are excused.
Judah's here.
Oh.
Needs to vote.
Oh, Representative Jackson is here. Representative Jackson is here. Why don't we allow her to vote? Great. Representative Jackson, please close the machine. With 60 aye votes and 1 no vote and 4 excused, the appointments to the Legislative Audit Committee have been confirmed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the appointments to the Legislative Council Committee be confirmed.
Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Yes. Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Yes. Representative Gray votes yes. All right, members, let's stay focused. Representative Arndt, Kennedy, Ortiz, Ricks, and me. Representative Arndt. Representative Cutter is here. Please vote. Please close the machine. I have a different cadence up here, Representative Neville. With 61 ayes, and 1 no, and 3 excused, the appointments to the Committee on Legal Services are...
No. Legislative Council Committee.
Legislative Council Committee are confirmed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, we are almost there. Give us just maybe 5 more minutes, if that, of your time, okay? I move that the appointments to the Committee on Legal Services be confirmed.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote? Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Kennedy, Hooten, Amable. Please close the machine.
Are the chairs going to come say where they're meeting or no?
With 59 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 3 excused, the appointments to the Committee on Legal Services are confirmed. That brings us to the conclusion of our work this morning. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, listen up. Here's the plan for the rest of the day. We'll have to read the bills across the desk and assign them to committees here in a moment. But then the committees will be immediately meeting. And I will let the chairs, if they haven't connected with you already, to let you know where your meeting is. They'll let you know. The committees will then meet. Once those committees have met, we all get to come back and share some more time together this evening on the floor for a special orders calendar. So if you're not on a committee and you don't have a bill up in a committee and you'd like to participate remotely this evening, remember that is your option. That means from your office. That means from your house if you're close enough to get home in time for remote participation, but we would encourage you to consider that option as well for the safety of all of us. So with that, that's the plan for the rest of the evening, and your caucus will be letting you know when we're coming back to the floor when the call of the House is happening.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. So members, we are going to proceed with introduction of bills, and then I have a few announcements on committee substitutions today. Mr. Gregorio, printing reports.
The Chief Clerk reports.
Printing reports will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 2110-001 by Representatives Escar and McKean concerning authorization for remote participation in political party committee meetings.
House Bill 1001 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Bill 2110-002 by Representatives Weissman and Sirota, also Senators Moreno and Hansen, concerning reductions to certain taxpayer state income tax liability related to tax law changes made in 2020.
House Bill 1002 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 2110-003 by Representative Benavides, also Senator Fenberg, concerning the conduct of legislative proceedings during a declared disaster emergency.
House Bill 1003 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Bill 2110-004 by Representatives Snyder and Soper, also Senators Gardner and Lee, concerning the Colorado Uniform Electronic Wills Act.
House Bill 1004 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance. I have a couple brief announcements. Representative McCormick will replace Representative Burnett on State Affairs for today only. Representative Neville will replace Representative Hanks on, I thought that said thanks, on State Affairs. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And House Finance Committee, welcome back to the 73rd General Assembly. We are meeting in House Committee Room 0112 and hearing House Bills 1002 and 1004. Come immediately when we finish here, and we'll get right to work. Thanks.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, we will be meeting immediately after adjournment in the Old State Library, also known as Room 271, to hear first House Bill 1003 and second House Bill 1001. You do not need to wait for the assignables to distribute your bills. I have copies of all the bills for all of you, and I will bring them to the committee room. Thank you.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations, we will meet upon adjournment, well, about 30 minutes upon adjournment of committee, and we will hear bills that come out of committee that are referred to appropriations. I will be announcing those bills on the floor before appropriations. We will meet in 271 when we're ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Herod. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later this evening.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. The House will stand in recess until later this evening.
Amen.
The House will come to order. Please read the reports from committees.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 21-10-002 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendations. House Bill 1004 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 10001 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 10003 be referred to favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement, members of the Appropriations Committee. We will hear House Bill 1002 and 1003 in room 271 in 15 minutes, so at 7:15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Thank you, Representative Herod. The House will stand in recess until later today.
The House will come back to order. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. 10 or more members must now stand or raise their hands. Wonderful. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Reader, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Reader, sorry, Mr. Gregorio. Mr. Gregorio, please call the names of those who are present, or we can pass that along to Representative Mullica and Duran. Will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing?
You want to call him?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Minority Leader McKean. Representative Caraveo. Representative Valdez. Representative Tipper. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner. Representative Gray. Representative Pico. Speaker Pro Tem Benavides. You want to do any? Is that enough, or do I just keep going through? Yeah,
Just go through the other one that's on here. Monopoly's remote. So that's where you have. Who's on there?
Who's on there? Who should be on there?
No. No, I don't have that list.
Representative Will. I'm gonna push the button.
In 10 minutes? Okay, all right. Did you push your button, Bird?
Representative
Did you push your button?
Don Valdez.
Did you? You did. Okay.
Representative Snyder.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Okay, we will. Serena. Where's Neville?
Representative Van Beber.
D. Valdez. Push your button, please.
Representative Luck.
Representative Jackson.
She's
Jackson is remote. Yes.
Representative Snyder's in the bathroom. Representative Van Winkle. Yeah. Are we good?
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you guys have a...
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders at Looks like straight up 8 o'clock on Wednesday, January 13th. House Bill 1004, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1002, House Bill 1003.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, January 13th. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
Woo! You have heard the motion. If there are no objections, Representative Caraveo will take the chair. Reports of committee.
Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 21-10002 be amended as follows and be so amended. Be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 10003 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills would be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1001.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1001.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1001.
House Bill 10001 by Representatives Escar and McKean. Remote participation in party committee meetings.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Folks, this is a way for us to make sure that all of our party people can hold their reorganization meetings and other meetings remotely. This is a permissive bill, not a prescriptive bill, so it just lets them do what they need to do.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to mention that this is a bill that both the Democrat and Republican state parties worked together on and came to agreement on. We ask for an aye vote.
I'm sorry, have we moved the bill?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Any discussion, Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll make my remarks brief on this. Members, I think there's a lot of good in this bill, and so it was very tough for me to actually vote no because I understand the necessity of having to do this, especially with the upcoming reorganizational meetings that our respective parties are facing. But my concern ultimately dealt with vacancies that could occur past that time frame, but also potentially with restrictions having gone away. And probably nothing's going to happen. I mean, there's probably going to be good actors who aren't going to abuse this. But nevertheless, I voted no because I felt that with respect to vacancies that could happen maybe the second half of the year while restrictions have gone away, that bad actors in a vacancy committee could utilize this to help provide an advantage to a preferred candidate over another. And I think in the grand scheme of things, it's a relatively minor concern, but it was enough for me to vote no. But with that said, I think it makes absolute sense. If you want to vote for this bill, I certainly won't think that it's the wrong decision. And so in a nice way, I'm trying to say that I like what the bill sponsors are doing, but I just couldn't get there for today, and that's why I voted no. And to borrow from a former Representative Javon Melton, vote your conscience, I guess, but I at least wanted to let the body know why I was the lone dissenter on the committee. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on HB 1001? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. HB 1001 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1002. Oh. I'm sorry, we're going back to 1004. Please read the title to House Bill 1004.
House Bill 21-10004 by Representatives Snyder and Soper, also Senators Gardner and Lee, concerning the Colorado Uniform Electronic Wills Act.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you. And I will move House Bill 21-1004 and the Finance Committee report.
Sorry, we were looking over the remote participants. Go on, Representative Snyder. To the bill.
To the committee report?
Sorry, there is no committee report, sir.
Oh, okay.
Have you moved the bill? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, to the bill.
Okay. So, folks, this is a great bill. Matt Soper and I ran this bill and had a wonderful session in the Finance Committee today. This was a bill that was the area of electronic wills and testamentary documents was specifically excluded from the remote notary bill. And that was so that the practitioners in this area could really come together. So we have a Uniform Law Commission has been working on this for a long time. And they spent the last 11 months working with the Wills and Trusts section of the bar, the Elder Law section of the CBA, and making sure that the Model Act can be properly fitted into our regulatory scheme here in Colorado. And they did an excellent job. So this bill really just brings us into line with the rest of the Remote Notary Act, while at the same time preserving many protections and enhancing certain protections to prevent things like duress and fraudulent inducement and other things, which unfortunately still occurs in some areas with some of our senior citizens. So this bill, like I said, is probably one of the most stakeholder and properly done bills that I've worked on, and I'm very proud to bring it to our floor today.
Any other further discussion on House Bill 1004? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1004. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1004 passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregorio, please now read the title to House Bill 1002.
House Bill 21-10002 by Representatives Weissman and Sirota, also Senators Moreno and Hansen, concerning reduction to certain taxpayers' state income tax liability related to state tax law changes made in 2020.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1002 and the committee reports from Finance and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. The Appropriations Committee report makes a modest appropriation to the Department of Revenue so that they can effectuate the changes that we are asking them to do here and communicate accordingly with taxpayers. We ask for your support for the committee report.
Any further discussion? Representative Sirota? No. Any further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1002. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. On to the Finance Committee report. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee report does three things, effecting conversations that we had post the time the bill had to be finalized and sent upstairs. We provide some clarification textually. It was brought to us by some tax professionals who are working with the business community with whom we spoke about the bill earlier this week. We also provide a measure to try to balance between our need to pass a balanced budget and to provide some certainty over a couple of year time period to taxpayers. We ask for your support for the Finance Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of the Finance Committee report to House Bill 1002. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1002 is our effort to fix a couple things in House Bill 1420 from the previous session. One has to do with simply fixing an errant date, and the other has to do with fixing provisions related to the CARES Act. We are simply, with this fix, doing what we said we were doing in that bill, which is to take people back to, take businesses back to the position they were in before CARES and before 1420 passed.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1002? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, members. Members, I voted against this bill in committee, and I want to explain why. When we passed 1420, I don't know about the rest of you, but I knew what I was voting on. CARES Act gave businesses, particularly big businesses, some major deductions. And so when we passed 1420, we took those away from them. Because what they could do is they could take those deductions on the federal return, and then when it came to the state, what 1420 did, it said, wait a minute, you took it there, but we want to add it back and we want to make it taxable. We did that. And if you look at the fiscal note for 1420 when we passed it, we were going to receive roughly $94 million in revenue that went to the general fund. Now, roughly $20 million of that was for a qualified business income tax reduction. This bill doesn't address that. So we should still get that roughly $20 million in general fund revenue. But the rest of it, the other $74 million, we probably will not be getting. And when you look at the fiscal note for this bill, I'm going to read this piece of it for you because it's extremely important. It says that this bill, under this bill that's presented to us, it allows taxpayers to deduct a total of $6.2 billion from their 2021 taxable income. If that entire amount were used to reduce the taxpayer's income tax liability, the deduction would decrease state revenue by $283 million. Now, that's not going to happen in 1 year because this bill allows you to carry it forward. If you don't have tax liability, you carry it forward. And you can carry it forward indefinitely. So we're saying this $283 billion effective benefit to businesses, they are going to get to claim it all. And that's what we lose in general fund revenue. Some of the rationale that we discussed was we don't want to hurt businesses. This has been a tough year, and it has. It has primarily for small businesses. In a December 16th, 2020 article in the Washington Post, it said, "This pandemic has devastated small businesses and individuals, but with few exceptions, big businesses are having a very different year. 45 of the 50 most valuable publicly traded U.S. companies turned a profit this past year. And despite their profit and their success, at least 27 of those 50 companies, of those largest firms, held layoffs. So they're making money and they're laying off over 100,000 people. And those of you that listened to the forecast that we just heard a week or so ago, it made it really clear that this pandemic had a different aspect for the higher earners and the lower earners. So this bill, by allowing these deductions to be taken and to be carried forward, and we put an amendment on it that let the corporations that are apportioned, that apportion their income. And apportioning income means you have to have subsidiaries. So you have to be a big company to apportion income amongst those subsidiaries. That they can take these deductions and they don't lose anything. They can carry it forward because they recharacterize it so it's not net operating loss, and they can carry it forward until it's fully exhausted. Now, members, we ultimately stand to lose $283 million in general fund revenue. I don't want to lose that. I think the businesses, the small businesses, and the individuals who have been, as the Washington Post article said, have been devastated by this pandemic, they're the ones that need our help. If we took that money in and then figured out a way how to use it for those businesses, but we're never going to get that money if we pass this bill. And we are going to let these large businesses take these deductions that I was never under any misconception. I wasn't confused at all when I stood at this well and supported 1420. And I know many of you didn't vote for it for different reasons. There was lots of aspects to that bill. But what we're voting on now is, are we going to continue to help the big businesses and not the little guys? I don't think we should. And for some of you, especially that are new, one of the things that you will find in February of this year, every 2 years, we receive something called a tax expenditure report from the Department of Revenue. And the last two that have been issued have made it very explicit. They flat out say, we have a regressive tax system, that the people and the companies at the highest end pay a lower effective tax rate than the lower income individuals and businesses. That's the system we have. There's only two ways I know of to fix that system. One of them is to change our tax rate, because most of you know we have a flat tax rate. Flat tax rate should be fair. Everybody pays the same amount. But when you allow tax expenditures, credits, and deductions, people that can take those, they pay less tax That's what a regressive tax system is. And we can't fix it unless we start chipping away at these expenditures for big business. These are not little businesses. These are big businesses that we're talking about here. And if you really felt strongly that we are hurting them, then let's figure out a fair way to address it. Not just take a $283 million hit to our general fund and not help those small individuals or those small businesses at all. And that's what this bill does. I think we need to rethink how we address how this pandemic has hurt individuals and businesses, that we don't make this wide encompassing bill that really benefits not the little guy, but the others. And we think of another way to do that, to address this problem. And I voted against it, and I would urge a no vote on this bill as well. Thank you.
Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I voted no against this bill just because I wanted to review a few things before I maybe voted yes. This is, I got to say, Representative Benavides is spot on in her interpretation of the bill. Spot on. Now, it matters, you have to decide if you like it or dislike it, but her interpretation is spot on. So I want to thank Representative Weissman, Representative Sirota for bringing this pro-business bill forward that takes money from the government and puts it back in to businesses. It's a job-making bill. It's a free market bill. It's a conservative bill. It's a bill President Trump would love. So I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to vote yes to this Trump bill. It's a great bill. Vote yes. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1002? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1002. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1002 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1003.
House Bill 21-10003 by Representative Benavides, also Senator Fenberg, concerning the conduct of legislative proceedings during a declared disaster emergency.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move the appropriations report of House Bill 21-103.
There are no reports, Representative.
For appropriations? Okay.
To the bill.
Then this bill, just to give you a little preview, it allows two things. I move the bill, House Bill 21-1003. What the bill does, it will allow members to participate remotely in committee hearings going forward after this bill takes effect, if it does. And it will allow our smart hearings, and some of you that don't know that, every department has to come and report to a committee of reference that it's assigned to. And under the current statute, they have to report in the first 2 weeks of our session, which they're not going to be able to do. So this bill allows them for this year only, due to the pandemic, to do those smart hearings while we are in a temporary recess. And they will also be able to be done remotely. And that's the two main things that this bill does. It's a good bill. It will help our members to feel more comfortable as we move forward doing the business of the people. So I urge a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this bill in State Civic and the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, and I really have mixed feelings about all this. With the bill itself, I see what it's trying to do. I see the problem that it's trying to resolve here. And I believe the bill sponsors, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and Majority Leader Fenberg in the Senate are trying to do right by members here who are uncomfortable, or they're more at risk, or they otherwise feel that they can't be here, or they want to be able to remote work, in committees. And during this time, if there was ever a time to have something like this, I suppose it would be now. But as I recalled during committee, and I stated this to the bill sponsor, when a similar topic came up, last year during the 72nd General Assembly, I was against it, and so I felt, for consistency's sake, that I could not support this. And the reason I don't think we should support this is that I don't think we should allow members to be utilizing remote access to participate here in this building. The reason being is because this building is the seat of legislative power for us to make policy. And the assumption is people are going to come here and they're going to work. And yeah, there is a health issue that's going on, right? COVID. But nevertheless, there are other essential industries and workers that do operate, and they do put in place safeguards, such as the grocery store, right? We have a lot of contact with individuals when we go to the grocery store, or we go to Walmart, or what have you, and they're able to participate and operate and do so in a safe way. And so there's no good reason in my mind why we can't have similar measures to allow our members to come and participate physically, because I think that was the intention all along, that people come here from all across the state and they do the work of the people and then they leave. And I don't know if this is the right way to do it, because there are pitfalls that I don't think we were appropriately accounting for. I mean, there are people right now who are participating on second reading, and they're doing so in good faith. But that doesn't mean that down the road, that if we continue these kind of measures, we don't know what kind of influence could happen on the other end of that screen, right? We see their faces, but we only see a small portion of what's going on. And again, I'm not suggesting that they're doing anything wrong, or there's some undue influence going on there, but that's the type of risk that we allow. We don't know that a lobbyist isn't right there with them. We don't know that there's a special interest group that could be right with them, not in the sight of that camera. That's a part of the reason why we have to come here, because we're in the fishbowl. Everyone can see us conducting business in the light of day. This kind of takes that away. That element is reduced. And that's some of the reasons why I opposed what we did in the 72nd General Assembly, and I think I have to remain consistent as we move forward in the 73rd General Assembly and oppose remote participation, even at this level. So I would encourage the body to vote no.
Further discussion on 1003, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Larson.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is very simple. It disallows members who live within a 50-mile radius of the Capitol who choose to participate remotely from claiming per diem. I think that this is a common sense, it's one thing if you're a remote legislator, you're maintaining a residence here and you have an ongoing rent that you simply can't move away from. But folks like me who return every day to my home and drive home, there's absolutely no reason that we should be collecting taxpayer money to sit at our home. We're not incurring an expense of food. There's no legitimate reason we would need a per diem if we live within the 50-mile radius. So I think this is just basic respect for the taxpayer, a little shared sacrifice for everybody, and I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on L001, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you know, when we start saying that where you live depends on whether you get paid or not, because all of us, this is a citizen legislature, you know, we depend on this. I mean, I don't know anybody here, and maybe there are some that don't depend on the $45 a day or the $200+ a day. This would still allow that. But for those of us that do, it is important we budget for that. And people that want to participate remotely, it's important to allow members that option because they are often participating remotely because they may have pre-existing conditions that make them more vulnerable than some of us to COVID. They may live with someone that does, or they may just be afraid because now we have the different variants in COVID that make it pass around more quickly amongst members, and we want people to not have to be stressed in order to do their work. So when we start saying, in order for you to do this remotely, you have to give up the small amount of the $45 a day, I think that's a little bit of nitpicking. And I think what we have here is the best way to go forward, and I oppose the amendment, would encourage a no vote.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague. With due respect, per diem is not our salary. It's specifically set up that way. Nobody who is participating remotely is being paid any less. And to view per diem as salary is flying in the face of what per diem is. Per diem is specifically there for costs incurred during the course of your duties. And if you're not driving, and if you're not away from your home, incurring expenses that you otherwise wouldn't do, then there is no legitimate reason that you would need to claim per diem. So, and I know the reality, I know that many members do incorporate that into their salary, but by definition, per diem is not legislative salary. So to say that this amendment would unfairly penalize those that live within 50 miles who may choose to participate remotely for whatever reason is just false. Nobody's being paid less. We have our set legislative salary. Everyone will make that amount of money. How much per diem we claim, based on where we live, based on our mileage, based on whether within this 50-mile radius, is not part of our salary, and it is not something that we are entitled to as a calculation of, oh, okay, I have my base salary of $41,000, and then I have my per diem of X rate, and I can claim that per number of days. If you budget that way, that's fine, but that's not what per diem is. And I just do not see, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see, if I choose to stay at my home in Ken Carroll, I don't need $45 a day to sit in my house and eat the food that I have in my refrigerator that I planned for. I am not incurring any work-related expenses, which is explicitly what per diem is supposed to be used for. So it's a very simple amendment, and again, I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Gray.
I just want everyone to note that the folks who are working remotely are on the screen right now. They can't speak under the rules, and we're disparaging them right now as they're not allowed to respond for themselves. So let me give you a brief version of what a response to that looks like, which is, yes, some of it is mileage, but also folks have lodging costs, and folks have meal costs, and it doesn't really matter whether you're there or not. But also, more importantly, your colleagues are right there, and they can't respond to you. And we're saying that they're somehow a drain on the system, and they can't respond to you. And keep doing it. It's fine. But I'm just saying, the folks who you are talking about are looking at you right now, and they hear you right now, and they hear about how you're talking about they don't deserve the same things that you deserve right now. And you don't know why they're there. You don't know why they're at home. Most of them is because of medical conditions. So we can, first off, this is a trivial political conversation when we could be doing meaningful things. I like to be home with my family right now. It's 8:35. I like to do that. The amount of money we're talking about in allowing folks who need to participate remotely is not a meaningful conversation. This is a political conversation, and that's fine, but I just want you to know we are having a political conversation where we are attacking folks who don't have the ability to respond because of the rules that have been already combated, where people have already said it, they don't have the ability to respond. So I'm saying on behalf of everybody who's on the computer screen over there, let's give them a chance to have this conversation, because what we're doing is we're denigrating their ability to participate as full members of this body when they don't have the ability to respond.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I would have loved to have spoken with each and every one of those members earlier today when they were in this room. But sadly, they have all chosen to go home and participate remotely. However, all of them were here earlier. But again, that's beside the point. I just take a little umbrage when people talk about pre-existing conditions, because I stand before you here with congenital aortic stenosis. I have more of a pre-existing condition than, frankly, the majority of the members of this body, and it's fine. And I make that choice, and I don't disparage that. And any member who is there because of a pre-existing condition, that's fine, but we're getting way off the point. The fact of the matter is, everybody that's on that screen I saw in this chamber earlier today, and they made a choice to go home, and that is fine. And this has nothing to do with that. What this has to do with is, and frankly, look, they should be able to claim per diem for today because they did come in earlier. And then they chose to participate remotely from home. But I find it very difficult to swallow that I am somehow disparaging a colleague who's unable to participate and unable to defend themselves in a debate when they were all here earlier today. So please, keep it fair. Again, what this is about is if you do not choose to drive in, if you choose to participate remotely, that is fine. I'm not taking umbrage with the rest of the bill. Participate remotely. Make that decision for yourself. Do what's right for your family. Do what's right for your personal medical condition. All that I'm saying is if you choose to stay home for whatever your reason is, and I don't need to know what it is, it's legitimate. It's your choice. But if you choose to do that, you should not collect $45 a day of the taxpayer's dollar that is set aside in this job, not as part of your salary, but as a per diem, which is supposed to be for expenses related to the execution of your duty because you are not at your residence. That is what it is. There's no unfair attack of people that aren't here. It's not into salary, exactly. We're not creating different tranches of representative here. Everybody still gets their salary. All this is about per diem.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify my remarks earlier. What I said was that when we decide to run for office and be here, we recognize what the salary is. We also recognize what the per diem is. We do not require any of us, those that live within 45 miles, those that live, or 50 miles, and those that live beyond that. We don't require them to show their expenses before they get that. I know of people in this chamber who live more than 50 miles away. They don't rent an apartment. They drive home every day. So if I wanted to limit per diem to expenses, we're just talking mileage and gas and wear on their car. That's not $200 a day. This does not address that. If we want to address, should per diem be for expenses, this is not the place to address it. We have a statute that covers that. And it should be applied to everybody, not to the people that live less than 50 miles. And when I said people consider that when they run, they don't consider it as salary. We know the $45 a day is not salary. But if I'm going to accept this job, I know I make $41,000 plus roughly 120 days, maybe another 10 from other time. I get an additional $45. So when I'm budgeting, I count that in. It is not salary. I wholeheartedly agree. But we do not require any member to establish their expenses before they take per diem. And every month we get one of those little green sheets that you get to claim what per diem. And if you stay home or get on remote and you feel that strongly, don't claim it. But other people, that is their choice. I mean, honestly, last year when we were off for almost 6 weeks, it was left up to each individual to decide if they wanted to claim per diem every day. I will tell you honestly, I did not, because I stayed home. I know other people did, and really people beyond 50 miles, because they were paying rent. But that is not what we require of any member. We shouldn't require it of the members that participate remotely. This is a fairness issue, and if people can afford not to take that, then they shouldn't if they don't need it. And I really feel strongly we need to leave it like that. This is a problem that's not broken. We don't need to fix that. And if you really feel that strongly that we need to fix it, there's a whole statute that you can limit per diem to expenses and fix it there. But members, I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to clarify something. The folks on the screen that are on the screen now and not here in person, they had to be here in person this morning to be sworn in. We asked them to stay here until the work of the day was done before we broke for committees. None of them expected to be here till 5 o'clock waiting to do that. So because they were here today and they're home now means nothing. They were not here because they chose to be here. They were here to get sworn in. That's different. This is not a place where people feel safe to be here. They were constitutionally obligated to be here this morning to be sworn in. They were here because of that. Otherwise, they would have participated remotely because they don't feel safe in this building. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, whether you want to admit it or not, folks. It's not safe to be congregating the way we are. That's why we're taking a month break. But we don't say anything. I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you. If you don't feel safe to be in this building, or you have a pre-existing condition and don't want to be exposed to anything that could happen in this building, you have the right to participate remotely. You should not get your per diem pulled from you because that's how you choose to do the business for the people you represent. I ask for a no vote on this, and I just want to clarify why people were in the building at one moment and aren't now.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you. Members, I'm going to, I know I can't ask questions of you all, but I don't know how many of you have a different job other than being a legislator, because we all know, we're not in this for the pay. Like, we know that, right? So I don't know how many of you have a second job. I do. And I have staff that I manage as well. And we work in the human services type field, where we work with families. We have to go to their homes and help them. There are many other fields throughout this entire country. How many people that have been working from home since the onset of this pandemic, are they being paid? I believe so. They are working from home and being paid. And so I do not see any reason that our fellow colleagues who do feel that they're at risk for being in a building and being in a place for an extended period of time, I want to respect that. And I respect them for being on the screen and still participating. They are still there and they're being paid just like any other employee in other fields.
Further discussion? Representative Holtor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm not going to get this right. It's getting late. Thank you, Madam Chair. As I listen to the debate, The issue with this amendment is not about how much we make. Now, I know we've personalized this. We're not trying to pick on anybody. Okay, now I'm gonna use my military experience to help me explain my point here. When I served in the military, you had what's called base pay. We as legislators have a base salary. And then in military service, you know they send you anywhere and everywhere to do duty. We call it TDY, temporary duty. When you do TDY, you get per diem to help cover the expenses while you're away that you incur in and above your normal expenses. What Representative Larson is trying to point out, do not personalize this. Take a step back in the abstract for a second and say to yourself, okay, if you're coming to the Capitol to perform your duty, you have additional expense that per diem is designed to cover. Nothing against the folks that are on the remote viewing. Okay? But in this particular case, if you never leave your residence, you don't incur the expense of travel with your vehicle to get to the Capitol. You don't incur the expense of having to buy meals away from your home of residence and other expenses that you may incur, which the per diem is designed to cover. For those of us that live outside the Denver metro area, we have to have an apartment here, which is a considerable expense in the Denver apartment rental market. So there's an additional per diem level. But I will tell you, if I were to stay home at Buffalo Springs Ranch and never come to the Gold Dome to do this job and not have an apartment down the street and have the expense of traveling and driving and filling my tank coming to the Capitol and filling my tank going back home again in my Chevy Silverado, I wouldn't deserve the per diem. I shouldn't take it because I'm not away from my home. Now, I think simply what Representative Larson is trying to point out with this amendment is that if we're going to do this remotely and stay home, then what per diem was designed to do, you're not doing. So why should you take per diem if you're not TDY? In the military, when this would be done, and you did it illegally, and you falsified your TDY settlement, it was punishable under UCMJ, and it was a very serious offense. And I know people that would suffer from UCMJ punishment severely for fraud because of the financial and fiscal implication. Now, we're not in the military, I get that. But I understand the amendment. Nobody wants to harm anybody. Nobody wants to hurt anybody's budget. But we are personalizing this. If you're a taxpayer and you say, okay, I pay legislators per diem because they're having to travel to the Capitol to do their jobs, and then we say, nope, they're all just staying home and zooming in or WebExing in or Googling in, Joe taxpayer or Jane taxpayer might question and say, why are they getting per diem then? They're not traveling. So there's another element to consider as we think about the constituents we serve and the perception that they might have. Now, I don't know my position on the amendment, but I'm telling you, trying to explain what Representative Larson is doing here so we understand. And no, we shouldn't come up here and blither away and point fingers at each other. Let's not do that. It's not a level of professionalism, decorum that I think we want. But I just want you to understand the amendment and where it's coming from. And don't attack my colleague for the amendment he's offering, which is an attempt to be fiscally responsible. If you're an accountant or a comptroller, it's about the numbers. It's not about necessarily that person's budget, it's about the numbers. And those entitlements and the intention of those benefits that are out there. So with that, I'll turn it over, Madam Chair, to the next person.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weissman on L001.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
So I'm going to quote from a kind of text I don't usually quote from down here. Judge not, that ye not be judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. Matthew chapter 7, verses 1 and 2. So to my colleagues who are observing here from the screen, I appreciate what you have shared with me about your paths to this place. I appreciate what you have shared with me about the struggles you have had to overcome, disease, tragedy, surgery. You know, I was tempted a few minutes ago to share, without naming names, some of what I have come to know in knowing you, so that others here might understand a bit better why it is that you serve from home. And then I decided it is not my place to do that, it is only your place. I believe I know most of you well enough to say that you would much rather be here, given what you have struggled to overcome to be here, and how hard you want to bring your values and the values of your community to come here. And I know that it is with reluctance that you are there and you participate in this way. So I'm not going to judge you for participating in that way. I'm glad at least we get to serve together in this way. And I hope that there's no other judging going on here either, which is why I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on L001. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L001 to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Aye. Oh, no.
The noes have it. L001 is lost. To the bill. Representative Bockenfeld.
Jesus.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
Remote participation, please make sure to mute yourself. Go on, Representative.
It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask for Amendment L-002 to be displayed. I'd like to move.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now properly before us. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much. What this amendment does is I agree with Representative Benavides. We shouldn't be picking who or what group should be getting the per diem and who shouldn't. In all reality, if you don't have the expenses associated with coming down here and doing your duties, and you're staying at home, for fiscal responsibility purposes and understanding that we are spending taxpayer dollars, we shouldn't be paying a per diem on expenses that are not being incurred. So this particular amendment takes us statewide. If you're home, and I don't care where you're at in the state of Colorado, if you're not incurring the expenses of doing your job and your duty down here at the legislature, you shouldn't be paid for those expenses. And so I would ask for you to please support this amendment.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so I understand this correctly, you think anybody who participates remotely should not be able to collect any per diem? Okay. The issue I have with that, minus the argument we just made on the other amendment, is those of us who don't live 50 miles, something comes up unexpectedly and you have to participate remotely from your home. I still have rent to pay up here. I still have to come up and pay rent, and I'm in a lease. I don't get to say, I'm not going to pay my landlord rent today because something's preventing me from physically serving in the building, so I'm serving from my house safely and representing my constituents. That's the entire point, is you're supposed to be able to represent your constituents. When we do not have a safe place to work, and I'm breaking it to you folks, this is not a safe place to work during a pandemic. Masks for most of you are optional. Testing, please, is what we ask for testing. This is not a safe place to be convening. If you don't feel safe, your constituents still deserve your work. That's why we have remote participation. If something forces you to work from home, and you're over 50 miles away, your landlord doesn't care and is not going to give you a discount for that day that you're not here. I ask for a no vote on this one as well.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Let's clarify something. The state constitution says we're supposed to be here in person. We have an emergency. We have a pandemic. Because of that emergency declaration, we allowed remote participation because of COVID. Not because somebody here had to drive home and they don't want to come back in the morning. That was never the purpose of why this emergency declaration was established. It was because of COVID. And some people have reasons that they don't feel comfortable down here because of COVID. They don't have to come down and they can remotely participate. So, Madam Majority Chair, what you just explained is not something that should even be fitting under this scenario. It should not be fitting under this scenario. The Constitution says we're supposed to be here in person. It's a pandemic is why we're here and why people are participating remotely. As simple as that. No other exclusions other than that.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment basically does the same as the last amendment, but it does it for everybody, whether you're 50 miles, 60 miles, 100 miles away. It says you are not entitled to per diem. Again, members, I don't want to, at the risk of repeating myself, our per diem statute does not require any member to establish expenses in order to be entitled to their per diem, whatever it is. If we want to do that, there's another statute, there's another bill you can run. But we leave this up to the individual member whether they want to claim it. And I would say, regardless of per diem, the same example I used, somebody lives 60 miles from here and they get $200 a day, but they drive home every day, they should only be taking gas under the logic of this amendment. Gas and maybe wear and tear on their car. That's it. They should not be getting $200 a day. And we don't question that. We're trying to raise that up and say because people are participating remotely, all of a sudden, we need to justify per diem. We don't. You know, and this is not new. I know Representative Holtorf brought up the military. You know, I worked for the federal government, and they have standard rates. In fact, our per diem is tied to the federal rate. And if you use that rate, you don't have to establish. Back in the 70s, when I worked for the federal government, you had to establish every expense you paid on mileage, every expense you paid for a meal, and then they said, no, we give you flat per diem. You don't have to justify the expenses. And that's what we do here. I think that's fair because of the time and everything else it takes to do that and what it would be the hardship on all of us. That is not the case. This bill does not change per diem. It says you're entitled to it. And again, if you want to limit it to actual expenses, then do it in the statute. But you can't just do it for remote participation. This bill is very, very narrow. This remote participation is only during a pandemic. You know, this bill before, the statute that we're amending on that, allowed remote participation, electronic participation during interim committees, all the time. So in the summer, if you're on an interim committee, you can do that. But this bill adds this very narrow circumstance, participation in committees remotely while we're in a pandemic. And because, again, people have expenses, whether they're getting less than the $45 or the $200+. And if we want to start tying it to expenses, that's a whole different bill. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't think we're speaking to the amendment, but I don't think anybody's trying to attack anybody. We're in an unprecedented situation here. We're all just trying to get it figured out. And that's why we're debating. We're just trying to get it figured out. A lot of different views on, I have a lot of views on this. I don't know what is right. On one view, I understand this. I understand this amendment. But then on the other view, maybe if we did this amendment, we should give a time clause for other people to plan. But then there's another view where we're professionals. We're supposedly high-level professionals. That's what I hear. They get significant per diems. But then on the other end, it's constitutional for you to be here. And, we don't want that abused. There's something about being here and being in the mix, in the debate, and being face-to-face with people to get really the feel of what's going on. That's important. So there's a lot of different views, and like I said, nobody's judging anything. We're just trying to get it figured out. We don't want anybody to abuse anything. Obviously, on one end, you don't want people going home that maybe shouldn't, but then on the other one, we don't want people spending money. Also, I kind of feel too, I know I'm supposed to deal with taxpayers' money, but I'm not the one that's less than 50 miles. Should I really be talking about it too much when I'm past 50 miles? I don't know. But I just want to say we're not trying to push anybody into anything. We're just talking. We're trying to get it figured out. And let's just stay tuned that, we want to make sure everybody's safe, and we want to make sure the taxpayers' money is treated in a respectful manner. I am fond of this amendment. I don't know if we should have a time period if we all agreed on it before it enacted. But I welcome everybody's ideas on this, and hopefully we can get it worked out respectfully. Thank you.
Further discussion on L002, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. As we debate and do what we do as legislators, it is regretful that we even put in this bill anything about per diem. I wish we would have just left it out and let it be addressed the way it had been addressed every other time before. Because now we find ourselves in a circuitous debate that is personal, it's philosophical, it's fiscal. In this particular case, and my fellow colleague, Representative Bockenfeld, I hope does not get upset with me, but if he does, it is his right. I think this goes too far. And I do live more than 50 miles, as you know. But sometimes the specificity that we seek may not be needed if we have the norms and the procedures already in place. So I would encourage us to be careful, because then we go down this rabbit hole that we are going down tonight in this late hour. And it doesn't help. It doesn't help what we're all trying to do. And no one wants to infringe on people's economic situations at all. It is not our intention. If you look at it purely from a fiscal standpoint, that's one position. If you look at it from another standpoint, it's another position. And then you find yourself jumping between positions, wondering where the right place to stand is. The problem is you never find the right place to stand. It becomes a dance, and you dance around trying to find that spot that you can't find. So I'm going to vote against this. I believe I'm going to vote against all of it. And it would be my desire to have this crafted in a different way where the per diem issue was not even brought up. If there's a way to do that, we take it out. It ends the debate and discussion on that, and we just address the merits of the remote requirements for those that are at risk during this pandemic, which is more of an issue than anything, I think, really. That's the essence of this, and trying to get through this darn pandemic. So hopefully in the near future time, we can get to the other end of this and then come back and meet those constitutional requirements. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Representative Holtorf, that's what this amendment does exactly. It strikes that language out, and I hope to have your vote back.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Members, I just want to clarify two things. One is that Representative Holtorf had indicated we shouldn't address this. The reason we address it, if you look at the bill on page 3, lines 7 through 13, remember, this bill, this statute already allowed electronic participation for individuals participating during an interim committee. And those of you that have served on an interim committee, you know you don't get $45 or $200. You get $100. That's the per diem that you get on interim committees. That is allowed under the existing bill for interim committees. So if you're sitting at home in Grand Junction and you're participating in your interim committee, you get your $100. You don't get expenses, you don't get mileage to get to Denver, but you get your $100, which is your per diem. That's what we were already doing. So by adding the paragraphs on lines 14 through 18 to allow it is really just continuing with what was in the bill. We didn't just pull up per diem and say we need to do it now. We've always been doing it since we've allowed electronic participation in interim committees. That's why it's being allowed. So it's not a new thing. No one pulled it out. It's a continuation of the existing standard in the statute. And again, when people decide to participate remotely, please understand that your stress level and their stress level may be very different. And I'm not attributing this to anybody. It could be any of us that we decide, you know, these variants on COVID have gotten really difficult to stomach right now. And it's better, you know, my family is happy that I pretty much stay at home. I run to the grocery store. You know, I'm 66 years old. I am worried, honestly, about contracting COVID, but I take all the precautions, and that doesn't really stress me out. But other people have different stress levels. And when you look at other legislatures, look at Congress, where people have actually died in those situations, it is scary. And so I don't begrudge any member, any of those on remote, any of those that may be on remote later as a result of this bill. That's our own individual choice. But understand the risks and the fear are real. And if they're doing that, they should be entitled to per diem. Thank you. And I urge a yes vote on, or we're still on the amendment, a no vote on the amendment. I thought we got back to the bill. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding when you get paid for an interim committee, because it's over and above your normal responsibilities, which you get paid a salary for, okay? It's not over on top of that. You're going over and above your normal responsibilities to get that $100 per diem on an interim committee. It's unrelated to what we're discussing here, which is actual expenses that are associated coming in and doing your duties here in Denver.
Further discussion on L002? Seeing none, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the struggle that I have is I have constituents who are right now losing everything. Right? Their businesses are being shut down. Their jobs are disappearing. And when I have, because I have actually broached this idea, because as we've talked about it as a caucus and talking about you know, this break that we're taking and what that will entail, because I live over 100 miles from here, and so already booked an apartment, I've already, calculated that expense. I understand. But when I've talked to my constituents, there's a sense of unfairness because they have no control over the executive orders that were made and over the decisions that have been made over their businesses and their lives. And yet they're seeing their tax dollars, those funds that have gone out that are precious to them, now being spent in a way that they frankly don't understand. Because the common understanding in business of a per diem is the additional expenses incurred as a result of you traveling and having to, right, you go on a business trip and you have to pay for your flight, you have to pay for your food in this foreign city, you have to pay for a hotel room. It is those costs that are generally attendant to what per diem means, and that's what it means to my constituents when I just speak it out generally. I understand what you guys are saying, that other members of our legislature, they have also incurred these expenses and now they're sitting remotely. And so I get that dynamic. But I genuinely struggle in understanding how to articulate to my constituents that you're in a situation that you didn't ask to be in, that you don't seem to have any control over or ability to speak into because we as the legislature haven't really been engaging on that or around those questions. It's been up to one executive elected official to make all of these determinations. They don't feel like they have access there. And then we get the benefit of their tax dollars through what they understand to be expenses we don't actually have. And so I must say that I support the idea of if we're not going to be expending those expenses, we shouldn't be getting those dollars. Moreover, we have a limited amount of funds, and I suspect in the next fiscal year those fund limits are going to be even less because of the revenues coming in. And so do I want to see that come to me? Frankly, no. I'd rather sacrifice more and allow for those funds to be available to programs so that people who are struggling to pay for food on their table might be able to have access to those dollars that they have contributed. So, thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Luck, for your remarks. And I know that that is heartfelt, and I agree. Some people may think this should be tied to expenses. That is not this bill. And I don't know if you have your 5 bills or seek a late bill, and change the statute that ties per diem to expenses. But we are mixing things. We don't tie per diem to expenses anytime, not just for remote. I mean, we're holding that up. But many of us here, and I'll give the example one more time, people that live more than 50 miles that aren't renting an apartment, they take their $200 a day. They're not tying it to expenses. If your desire, because of your constituents, is to tie it to expenses, bring that bill. But that is not what we do in any other case, and to hold up remote participations to a different standard than we hold everybody to, I think is wrong. I think we have to have that full discussion under that bill that you might bring and do that. But members, I think this bill is about remote participation in committees, remote participation in smart hearings while we're on a break. I think it's important that we have those options, and I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L002 to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Have it. L002 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion on House Bill 1003? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Aye. The ayes have it. 1003 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Sorry, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations. House Bill 2110-001, House Bill 2110-002 as amended, House Bill 2110-003, House Bill 2110-004 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Caraveo. Thank you, Representative Caraveo. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. There are 2 amendments at the desk. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Larson amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Larson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Larson Amendment L001 to House Bill 2110-003 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 2110-003 is amended passed.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment we debated earlier. I urge yes vote.
You want to move it?
Move it. Sorry. Out of practice. My apologies. I move the Larson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Larson. That has been properly moved, and
I echo my previous sentiments.
And before we move on, let's make sure it's displayed. Thank you very much. It has been properly moved and displayed. We've heard Representative Larson's comments. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we did discuss this, as Representative Larson indicated, and I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Benavides. Is there any further discussion on the Larson Committee of the Whole report amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Representative Larson amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Okay, here we go. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote? Representative Jackson.
I apologize, it wouldn't unmute. I vote no.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Hooton, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hooton votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Lontine, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lontine votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote? Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes
yes.
yes. Representative Mobley, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Mobley votes no. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Representative Froelich, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Young, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Young votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bacon votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused.
Mm-hmm.
Please close the machine. With 26 ayes, 34 noes, and 5 excused, the Larson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Representative Bockenfeld Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bockenfeld moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bockenfeld Amendment L002 to House Bill 2110-003 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 2110-003 is amended passed.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, as you heard previously, says that if you were calling in remotely and you're claiming an amendment, but you have no expenses, that would be inappropriate, so we're striking that from the bill. And I agree with the original debate that we had on this issue, that we shouldn't be segmenting one group of people other than the others, and this one takes everybody as a whole, that you are paid a per diem when you have to travel to Denver and to be here in person, and this particular amendment says that if you have no expenses, you shouldn't be collecting a per diem, and it should be struck from the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Do you mind moving the amendment, Representative Buckenfeld?
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'd like to move amendment, the Bockenfeld amendment.
Thank you, Representative Buckenfeld. That has been properly moved and displayed. Any further discussion on the Buckenfeld amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was fully debated, and I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Buckenfeld amendment to the Committee of the Whole, the question before us is the adoption. The motion before us is the adoption of the Buckenfeld amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Hooten, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hooten votes no. Representative Amable, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Amable votes no. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McCormick votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Cutter votes yes. Representative Young, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Young votes no. Representative Froelich, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Ricks is present. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bacon votes no. Representative Lontine, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lontine votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 ayes and 41 noes and 4 excused, the Buckenfeld amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no more amendments. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Hooten, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hooten votes yes. Representative Amable, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Amable votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Cutter votes yes. Representative Young, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Young votes yes. Representative Froelich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Lontine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lontine votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative Luck? Please close the machine. With 39 ayes, 22 noes, and 4 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Resolution 3 be laid over until Friday, January 15th.
Seeing no objection, House Resolution 3 will be laid over until Friday, January 15th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, wow, I got to get used to that. I'm sorry about that. Before I move to standard adjournment, just want to give folks kind of an overall view of what's happening tomorrow. We will be here at 9 a.m. We will start with third readings of these bills. We will move back into committees to listen to the bills that are coming over for the Senate. After those committees are done, we'll be back here on the floor for seconds tomorrow. So I just want everybody to have a lay of the land for tomorrow. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. Thursday, January 14th. Oh, and if you have anything on your file folders, new folks, our wonderful nonpartisan clerk staff, if there's anything left on your file folders at night, they have to stay here no matter how late it is that we're here and file those. So late nights, we ask that you just take it off and put it on your desk. So clear off your file folders, put it on your desk so they can go home too. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. You have heard the motion, members. Thanks for your hard work today. Seeing no objection, the House will be in adjournment until 9 a.m. on Thursday, January 14th.